من أجل إيصال الرسالة، وأيضاً من أجل تثبيت المعنى السياسي للتحرك في الشارع.
We Palestinians, we don't give up. We're going to keep going.
For the first time in American history, we have multiple members of Congress who are very explicitly and openly supportive of Palestinian human rights.
تعبئة هامة جدا من خلال المنصة الرقمية من أجل إيصال الرسالة، وأيضا من أجل تثبيت المعنى السياسي للتحرك في الشارع.
We Palestinians, we don't give up. We're going to keep going.
مرحبا بكم من جديد، وأهلا وسهلا بكل من انضم إلينا إلى منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي 2022. نتحدث في أولى الجلسات عن التغييرات الجيوسياسية في المنطقة في العقد الأخير بدخول قضايا جديدة إلى الساحة، ما ساهم إلى حد ما في تراجع الحديث عن القضية الفلسطينية وحقوق الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات. لكن أحداث هبة أيار وأحداث حي الشيخ جراح تحديداً ساهمت في إعادة موضعة القضية الفلسطينية على مستوى العالم. سنتحدث في هذه الجلسة عن دور النشطاء والناشطات الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات في رواية القصة الفلسطينية لتحريك الرأي العام العالمي، وأيضاً كيف يمكن البناء على ذلك. تدير هذه الجلسة نيفين أبو رحمون، وتستضيف معها منى حوا، عمر بدار، ربيع اغبارية، وإناس عبد الرازق. دعونا ننتقل الآن إلى نيفين. أهلا وسهلا بالجميع.
سب العيون ومديدو يحنون غزال صغير بالمنديل يلفون. سب العيون ومديدو يحنون غزال صغير بالمنديل يلفون. وش هالغزال الذي عن دارنا مالي خصروا رقايق وبوزولي العسل غارق. وين علم الله وين علم الله والفي مسافر وين علم الله. ما تخاف من الله ما تخاف من الله خليت قلبي ما تخاف من الله. وين يا حبيبي وين يا حبيبي تاركني ورايح وين يا حبيبي. يا حبيبي تاركني ورايح.
مرحبا للجميع.
مرحبا أهلا وسهلا.
مرحبا، أهلا بكم في جلستنا الأولى لمنتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي. سأكون أنا معكم نيفين أبو رحمون عن مركز حملة. سنتحدث في هذه الجلسة تحت عنوان كيف ساهم النشاط الرقمي والتضامن في إعادة مركزة القضية الفلسطينية، خصوصاً في ظل هذه التغييرات السياسية في المنطقة، إضافة إلى دخول قضايا جديدة على الساحة السياسية والإقليمية. قد يكون ذلك ساهم إلى حد ما في تراجع الحديث عن القضية الفلسطينية، إلا أن أحداث هبة أيار الماضي والتي جاءت على خلفية الانتهاكات المتكررة التي يتعرض لها شعبنا الفلسطيني والأهل خصوصاً في القدس وتحديداً في حي الشيخ جراح ساهمت بشكل كبير في إعادة موضع القضية الفلسطينية في العالم، وبالتالي كان هنالك أيضاً نشاط رقمي موازي وظهور مؤثرين ومؤثرات أثروا في الرأي العام في إيصال الصوت الفلسطيني. كل هذا يحدث رغم التضييقات من قبل الاحتلال الإسرائيلي على المحتوى الفلسطيني إلى جانب سياسات شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي. بالتالي سنتحدث في هذه الجلسة عن دور النشطاء والناشطات الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات في رواية قصصهم من أجل تحريك الرأي العام العالمي وإعادة مركزة القضية الفلسطينية، إضافة إلى دور النشطاء والناشطات العرب والإعلام الدولي والبديل في هبة أيار الماضي وكيف يمكن البناء عليها. سيكون معي في هذه الجلسة منى حوا، عمر بدارة، ربيع اغبارية، وإناس عبد الرازق. سأبدأ معك عمر. محلل سياسي فلسطيني أمريكي يشغل منصب مدير الاتصالات في معهد الشرق الأوسط للتفاهم. بداية عمر، كيف يمكن قراءة الثقافة السياسية الأمريكية بشكل عام في الموقف الرسمي من جهة، ومن جهة أخرى في موقف المواطنين عندما يتعلق الأمر تحديداً بالقضية الفلسطينية؟
شكرا لك نيفين لهذا السؤال وحملة على استضافة هاي الندوة. أول شيء بس بحب أعتذر الحضور لأنه أنا كان المفروض أقدم كل مشاركتي اليوم بالعربي، بس بعد أحداث الأسبوع الماضي بين جريمة قتل شيرين وتطورات الكونغرس ما سمحت لي أحضر بالطريقة اللي كنت أنا حابب فيها. فأنا مضطر أحكي بالإنجليزي اليوم لأنه كثير من المصطلحات وقدرتي على التعبير بالإنجليزي شوي أسهل، أرجو عدم المؤاخذة. In terms of American political culture, I think that there is a significant break between American policy and the American public. The American people culturally are supportive conceptually of the idea of freedom and democracy and human rights, and they fully believe in the mythology that America's role in the world is to promote these things. Obviously, we know that in practice that has not been what US foreign policy is all about. So whenever the American public is confronted with that contrast and evidence to the contrary about what the US supports in Palestine in terms of supporting apartheid and human rights abuses and funding military occupation, they do demand change. They do demand a shift in that policy. And that's what's been promising. Unfortunately, it's a very, very different picture when it comes to what animates the American political class and the political leadership. For a lot of people in the political leadership, it's about personal political considerations. Specifically, it's about winning re-elections. And that tends to be more focused on simply platitudes about the values that we just spoke about. But in reality, it's more about the influence of special interests. And we know very well that in the US, there's this idea, the conception that in a democracy, public opinion drives policy, but that is not really true in practice anywhere, and particularly in the United States, where special interests play a very, very significant role in shaping policy. So it ends up being with the latter winning because of their influence as far as money is concerned, and that happens to be an area where the Israel lobby excels quite a bit. And they excel because of their real power, but also because there's a lot of mythology around the Israel lobby that you can never cross them and survive politically. But that's what we're seeing beginning to be challenged in a meaningful way. That's really shifting people's public perceptions. The wins of members of Congress who are supportive of Palestinian rights and their ability to withstand pressure from the Israel lobby and to still do well for themselves politically is breaking that mythology and assuring people that there is room to speak honestly and openly about what's happening in Palestine and about the counterproductive US role, to put it mildly. And there is a direction for change from here.
نعم. يعني أنا بدي أنتقل شكراً عمر، بدي أنتقل لربيع اغبارية. أهلاً ربيع. ربيع محامي لدى مركز عدالة، المركز القانوني لحماية حقوق الأقلية العربية في إسرائيل. ربيع، هنالك ملاحقة وتضييق مستمر من أجل حذف المحتوى الفلسطيني من الفضاء الرقمي يعني لو تحدثنا كيف تعمل السلطات الإسرائيلية من أجل ذلك تحديداً؟
صباح الخير. أول إشي عنا إحنا في الشقة الثانية من العالم
صباح الخير.
صباح ومتحمسين بالرغم من هيك نقوم ونشارك في هاي الجلسة. شوفي نيفين، الملاحقة والتضييق الرقمي ما بيختلف عموما كتير. أنا طبعا رح أحكي من الجانب القانوني بأغلب الحالات عن الملاحقة والتضييق في الحيز السياسي والحيز الاجتماعي العام على أرض الواقع. يعني هو انعكاس لعلاقات قوى لآليات قمعية موجودة في الحيز العام. بس مع هيك في خصوصية معينة لأمور بتصير بالحيز الرقمي، ومنها ممكن إحنا نحكي عن بالأساس على 3 محاور أو 3 أنواع أساسية من الملاحقة الرقمية اللي بنصادفها بشكل دائم بالسنين الأخيرة، واللي هي أولها الملاحقة الجنائية، اللي هي ملاحقة اللي بنفع نسميها كلاسيكية لاستخدام القانون. بيتم مثلا الحكي عن هون يعني على ملاحقة جنائية على خلفيات محتوى رقمي، بالأساس في الداخل وفي الضفة طبعا، ولكن كمان في حالات مختلفة ممكن يكون خارج البلاد. عم نحكي على بحدود عشرات لمئات الحالات في السنين الأخيرة اللي عم نصادفها، اللي بيكون فيها تقديم لوائح اتهام على خلفية منشورات على فيسبوك، على انستغرام إلى آخره، اللي فيها تحت ما يسمى التحريض. هاي التهم بتم ملاحقة أشخاص اللي بتنشر محتوى رقمي. فهذا النوع الأول ممكن نوسع شوي عليه. النوع الثاني هو نوع اللي هو أكثر تعال نقول شفنا منه هذا الأسبوع على فكرة الأخير، اللي هو الفصل عن العمل على خلفية محتوى أو منشورات، أو تهديد في فصل عن التعليم في حالة الطلاب. يعني هاي الظاهرة بالأساس شفناها أول مرة بال2014 بالحرب على غزة، وصرنا نشوف إنه في كان حالات كتيرة اللي بديت تاعت فصل عن العمل على خلفية منشورات على فيسبوك ضد الحرب. طبعا بالأساس عم نحكي على حالات من الداخل اللي كان فيها يعني مشغلين بتابعوا منشورات العمال تعونهن على الشبكات الاجتماعية، وهذا لأول مرة هيك خلق بلبلة عند الناس بمفهوم إنه منصادف تداعيات النشر السياسي على أرض الواقع بما يخص العمل. والموضوع استمر بشكل كبير لهبة أيار اللي صارت في السنة الماضية، اللي كتير منا سمعوا على تضييقات في الداخل من مشغلين بسبب منشورات على فيسبوك، اللي هي منشورات ممكن تكون حتى يعني الحد الأدنى من حرية التعبير مثلا، صح؟ يعني إحنا عم نحكي على ناس اللي كانت مجرد تحكي أي نقد على سياسات الدولة كان يتم في أحيان معينة ملاحقتها أو تهديدها بالفصل عن العمل بشكل واضح. طبعا يعني هذا الموضوع لا يسري مفعول بنفس الطريقة على حرية التعبير في الحيز ما يسمى الحيز الإسرائيلي اليهودي. والمحاكم في هاي الحالات كتير مرات كانت للأسف تتعاون. ما في يعني حالات واضحة كفاية اللي وصلت للمحاكم بالدرجات الأعلى اللي توضح الصورة القانونية لهذا النوع من الفصل عن العمل أو التهديد، ولكن هذا خطورة موجودة. فإحنا عم نحكي على ملاحقة جنائية أساساً، عم نحكي على فصل عن العمل أو التضييق عن العمل كأداة اللي فيها بيتم تضييق واستهداف المحتوى الفلسطيني، ولكن أيضاً إزالة وتضييق على المحتوى بشكل أوسع، اللي هو من خلال عمل وحدات إسرائيلية مثل وحدة السايبر، اللي هي وحدة حكومية إسرائيلية بتتعاون مع شركات التواصل الاجتماعي مثل بالأساس مع شركة فيسبوك ولكن غيرها كمان، لإزالة محتوى من هاي المنصات على خلفية ما يسمى الإرهاب أو التحريض. فهاي بالاساس احنا عم نحكي على 3 انواع اساسيه من الملاحقه الجنائيه، الفصل عن العمل او ازاله محتوى والتضييق عليه، وممكن نوسع على هاي المواضيع.
نعم لاحقا ربيع. يعني هذا تأكيد على سياسات إسرائيل، يعني هي أيضا تحتل الفضاء الرقمي كما تحتل الأرض أيضا، وتتعامل مع هذا الفضاء كفضاء واقع وليس افتراضي. يعني هذا ضمن يعني كمان قوننة هذه السياسات، وهذا ممكن نتحدث عنه لاحقا. سأنتقل إلى إيناس عبد الرازق عن المعهد الفلسطيني للدبلوماسية العامة. أهلا بك إيناس. بدنا نتحدث أكثر عن النشطاء، عن الناشطات والمؤثرين والمؤثرات الموجودين على الأرض في فلسطين. كيف نجحوا هؤلاء في نقل الصورة من أجل تثبيت الرواية الفلسطينية كحالة الشيخ جراح مثلا، رغم كل الملاحقة والتضييقات على المحتوى الفلسطيني؟
شكرا نيفين. أنا كمان راح أحكي بالإنجليزي إذا سمحتوا. Sorry, so I'm actually replacing Salim on a wing like 5 minutes ago because his internet has crashed. So I know you were all expected Salim. I'll try to live up to your expectations. It's okay. I speak to Salim more than to my own husband some days. We work very closely. So yeah, I think on the ground, I mean, there is, I think, several things that has very come to light, I think, since last year. One is it's for very obvious reasons that social media has changed, not only I think in Palestine, but in the Arab world. I think we have to also come back to what we call the Arab Springs or the Arab uprisings, already starting in 2011, really also opened the door for the use of social media. And I think last year, I think, is a continuation of that. It's not like we started also as Palestinians. And so I think, given the very repressive apparatus in terms of information, in terms of propaganda, in terms of disinformation of Israel, of the occupation, it's very important, to realize that every Palestinian today has a phone, and with a smartphone, with just going live on Instagram, going live on social media, many Palestinians have become, daily journalists themselves. And so I think that's obviously a trend that has been evolving. And I think when you have a collective of people who exchange and watch each other on social media, it gives a very quick ability to amplify what's happening. You have to realize that the Israeli government has a press office, and they read every single article that international journalists put out there. They surveil, they try and control the narrative, they try and control what goes out there, but they cannot automatically control when someone with a smartphone goes live or just goes and documents. So I think in the past years we had seen kind of more camera evidence appearing, and I think now with smartphones and social media there is a way to connect with each other in amplifying information. So if there is a demonstration happening, if there is a gathering happening, I think with WhatsApp, with Instagram and Facebook, people also exchange not only publicly but privately to, I think, organize and quickly get together and amplify news. So I think that's super important, and I think this is how also we tend to try and amplify voices of people who of all of us who literally are very fragmented. I mean, we have to realize that I'm in Jerusalem today. Going to Hebron takes me more than 3 hours. I cannot go to Gaza. Gazans cannot come here. And so there is also this very real geographic fragmentation, this the reality of the pyramids and the wall, etc. So I think the digital space is definitely one that has been helping, but obviously realizing it's that these companies and then Israel are actively trying to censor us and to make sure that there is limitations for us to use that. And I think on the ground also a very important thing, whether it's on the ground or with our partners outside internationally, including Rubia, Omar, and Mona, it's also all the work that is happening behind the scenes. So I think it's not only about how visible you are on social media and how many likes you have. It's also all the work that is happening, I think, with people in their communities, whether in Silwan or in Beta or in Naqab. It's all the organizations, like organizations like mine, that we work with a lot of the existing human rights organizations or campaigning groups or activist groups, Hamla included, how we do organize in the background and trying to amplify and trying to push and trying to pressure and trying to also have common visions and common plans and common things that we can push together. I think that's very important to remind, because often people think, that it's all what you see on social media, but there is a lot of background work that I think a lot of activists and people on the ground are also putting into these things happening. And I think the last component, I think I maybe before we go into further discussions after, is the education component. I think Palestinians, obviously, we have also to realize that for the past decades, most of the history of this place, history is written by the victors, right? By those who win. But Palestinians have been able to reclaim their narrative and the ownership of actually the reality. And I think the work, that has been done by Tariq al-Bakri or others who are really trying to just inform and educate about whether it's the history of the Nakba or Jerusalem or our identity, even like food programs. All of this has been super important into also getting our identity and culture out there more.
نعم، شكرا إناس. سنعود للحديث أكثر في عمق على الجانب الآخر أيضا، ولكن سأذهب إلى منى حواء. منى كصحفية أيضا، هناك تحديات كبيرة لكم كصحفيين، كمؤثرين، كنشطاء. إناس تحدثت عن الإتاحة القائمة اليوم في يعني شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي، وأصبح الكل اليوم يعمل عمل صحفي يعني من خلال شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي. الآن يعني ما هي التحديات التي تواجه النشطاء العرب اليوم في الحديث تحديداً عن القضية الفلسطينية في الفضاء الرقمي؟
مرحبا، يعطيكم العافية جميعا. أنا يمكن بفانكوفر الساعة 4 صباحا، بس مسرور أني صحيت عشانكم. بدي أقول ربما قبل الحكي عن التحديات بدي أقول إنه أصلا مدامة الجلسة يعني عن كيف ساهم هذا النشاط الرقمي بإعادة مركزة القضية الفلسطينية. إذا بتسمحين لي بس بمقدمة سريعة، إنه أصلا شو بيفرق يعني ما الفلسطيني دائما موجود على السوشيال ميديا من بداية القضية هاي ومن بداية إتاحة الفرصة. دائما الفلسطيني وغير الفلسطيني في أي قضية بتهمه إنه يعمل لها تغطية معينة، هو دائما موجود بهذه الساحة يحاول ملء أي فراغ حتى يوصل صوته الذي لا يستطيع أن يصل لأحد. وإحنا دائما بنكون بنحاول إنه نستغل أي فرصة ممكنة، سواء كصحفيين، كنشطاء، كأفراد، كأي شيء. طب شو اللي اختلف فعليا في هبة أيار السنة الماضية يعني؟ أو شو اللي خلى إنه فعلا إنه نقعد هاي الجلسة اليوم ونقعد نحكي عن هاي التفاصيل كلياتها؟ باعتقادي في أسباب كثيرة لذلك، لكن تكثيف اللحظة رقميا هي اللي قادت بشكل أو بآخر للمشهد اللي ممكن إحنا نقول إنه هو في إعادة مركزة للقضية من خلال النشاط الرقمي الموجود هناك. وهو طبعا نتيجة لكل الجهود الأخرى اللي كانت موجودة أصلا، سواء على الأرض أو على غير الأرض أو على غيره. أنا عندي ناشط فلسطيني، بشوي حكيتي طارق بكري، حكيتي فلانة موجودين على الأرض. عندنا مثلا منى الكرد اللي هي مثلا اليوم معروفة شئنا ما بينها، هي أيقونة لهذا المكان كحي الشيخ جراح أو في غيره. كان قبل هاي الأحداث اللي صارت كان في عندنا مشهد قبل التصعيد الكبير في حي الشيخ جراح، كان عندنا مشهد اللي في باب العمود، كان عندنا مشهد اللي الاقتحامات اللي حتصير في ساحة المسجد الأقصى والتي تحدث كل سنة منذ احتلال القدس المحتلة. وعندنا كمان في حي الشيخ جراح اللي هو بيمثل حالة من الاقتلاع والمواجهة بشكل كتير غريب في منطقة قانونا بالقانون الدولي هي مش زي صفد، هي بالقانون الدولي هي تعتبر منطقة يعني تخضع للاحتلال. وفي حالة من الاقتلاع كله صاير، ومشهد كتير مبتذل وبشع كتير. وعندي بنفس الوقت مشهد أشد ابتذالا في الواقع العربي، خاصة في آخر سنة قبل أحداث حي الشيخ جراح، لما صار في حالة من الاستقطاب السياسي العالي الكبير جدا بأكثر من حالة وظفت فيها إسرائيل أدوات عربية ودول عربية حتى من خلال المكون الرقمي بكل فرصة ممكنة لتعمل حملات دعاية ممنهجة لتظهر إنه هاي إسرائيل البلد الاستيطاني المتقدم، المنطقة المشرقة في الشرق الأوسط إلى آخره. فأنا طالع لي جيل، فعلا طالع جيل يؤمن بأنه إسرائيل هي منطقة مشرقة. بعض الأصدقاء اللي يعني للأسف كانوا قبل هاي الحملة كانوا عاملين إسرائيل باللون الفسفوري يعني بين قوسين، على انه هي منطقه فعلا مضيئه على الخارطه، وبينظروا لها بهاي النظره. ففي حاله من التكثيف كانت عربيا، يعني للاسف باصوات عربيه، انها قاعده عم بتقدم اسرائيل بصوره مختلفه عن النظام القائم اللي احنا بنعرفه كنظام استعماري استيطاني. طب انا عندي هذا المشهد البشع جدا في فلسطين والمتصاعد، واللي اجى بعد سنوات من التهميش نظرا لاستقطاب سياسي، عندنا كان في اللي صار في الخليج، الثورات الربيع العربي الى اخره كذا، وامامي اللي عم بيصير من تصعيد كثير خطير بعد طبعا والسلام الابراهيمي والى اخره. فانا ايش بدي اعمل؟ انا عندي هذا الجيل الجديد، بدي احكي باختصار. لقينا في عندنا منصه اسمها الانستغرام، منصه استعراض، هي منصه استعراض، ناس بدها تسافر، ناس بدها تحب، ناس بدها كذا، الكل حابب انه ينزل حاله ويقدم نفسه بافضل صوره. هاي المنصه بعيده تماما عن اي اداء سياسي، منصة ما فيها أي حضور، ما فيها أي خطاب، ما فيها كذا. فإحنا من خلالها حنوجه حالة من الصدمة. كيف نوجه حالة من الصدمة؟ أنا أجيب هدول النشطاء الفلسطينيين اللي عمالين لا يعرفهم أحد. يعني منى الكرد بتذكر وقتها كانت في كلب هاوس قبل ما تصير الأحداث، كان بتقول يعني كانت تتحدث بنوع من التسليم إنه إحنا رايحين إلى ما سيقول إليه الإخراجنا من منزلنا. أنا كيف بدي أخلي صوت منى الكرد، صوت محمد الكرد، صوت فلان غيرهم إنه يوصل لهدول الناس؟ أنا بستخدم عامل كتير مهم، إنه أجيب المؤثر العربي مع الناشط المقدسي أو الناشط الفلسطيني الموجود في بقية فلسطين، وأدخلهم من خلال نوافذ جديدة تقدر تسقط بشكل أو بآخر حالة من الصدمة عند هذا الجيل الجديد من خلال منصة الانستغرام اللي أغلب اللي موجودين فيها بين عمر 18 ل 24. وبذلك تحول المؤثر العربي اللي موجود في كل الوطن العربي، مش الموجود والموجود في العالم أيضا، ليفتح منصته كلايف ويدخل هذا ويكون ساكت فقط مع الجمهور اللي موجود، ويقدم الناشط المقدسي اللي موجود هناك ويقول لهم شو اللي بيصير في تلك اللحظة. بهاي اللحظة أنا عندي جمهور كتير كبير، في ملايين من المتابعين، حيشوفوا شيء كتير مرعب من لطبيعة الصراع، شافوا مباشرة شو بيصير في أمام البيوت. كان إشي صادم جدا، خلاف الدعاية الممنهجة التي تروج بلسان عربي في لحظة التكثيف تبع التطبيع وغيره. شافوا شيء احنا كنا محتاجين انه ينقل، لانهم فعلا ما شاهدوا لا الانتفاضة تاعت الاقصى الثانية مثلا، ولا شافوا اي لحظة من اللحظات اللي كتير قاسية. وهذا بشكل او باخر ساهم برفع الترند وقتها ولفت انظار الناس، وخلى كثير من الانفلونسرز والممثلين والنشطاء بشكل او باخر يرغموا من خلال جيوش متابعيهم على انهم يغطوا هاي التغطيه، ومنها نوصل صوت الناشط الفلسطيني الى الناشط العربي ومنها الى العالميه مره ثانيه. فبعتقد انه هذا الربط كان اللي صار. هلا شو صار تحديات، شو صار مشاكل بعدها، انا بعتقد الشباب يعني مش مقصرين في الموضوع، فحبيت بس ادخل في
تمام. شكرا منى. أنا بدي أرجع لعمر كمان. زي ما حكت منى يعني الانكشاف هذا والتحديات اللي عم بتكون كتير كبيرة، بس واضح إنه حتى استغلال السوشيال ميديا وشبكات التواصل الاجتماعي كان مختلف، تم تسييسه، وهذا أجى لمصلحة القضية الفلسطينية في هذا الجانب. الآن بدنا نتحدث عن دور الفلسطيني في الشتات، في التأثير على منصات الإعلام السائد الموجودة، وبالمقابل يعني كمان منصات الإعلام البديل. كيف تعمل هاي المنصات في تحويل الرواية؟ هل تؤثر فعلا على الجمهور يعني بالمنطقة دوليا في عمليا التضامن حول القضية الفلسطينية؟
Sure, it certainly does. Although let me start with speaking about mainstream media for a second. I think Palestinian Americans have played a very, very significant role in shifting mainstream coverage of what's happening in Palestine. Just from working at IMU, I can say that, which is a Palestinian-led organization, we've helped either influence hundreds of pieces of mainstream content on Palestine, be it through quotes being inserted, be it Palestinians being interviewed, op-eds being published, and things of that sort. And obviously, Palestinians did not do that alone. I mean, we did it with a lot of allies who were significant in shifting that coverage to some extent. That includes a wide diversity of, the increasingly diversifying scene in the United States is actually helpful because younger and more diverse audiences are actually much more sympathetic and much more understanding of what is happening in Palestine. And that includes Jewish allies in the United States as well, where there was a time when to be pro-Jewish is to be pro-Israel, and those were seen as one thing. And that mythology is also done at this point because the sheer number of progressive Jewish voices in the United States, at this point, frankly, I think that they dominate the discourse, not the official discourse, obviously, but certainly if you're engaging on social media, you see those voices. It's quite clear that the American Jewish community leans on the progressive side, and that's causing significant alienation between young progressive Jews and Israel because they understand that's not a state whose policy speaks to their values. Having said all that, I don't want to exaggerate the extent of the shift on mainstream discourse because there's still a very long way to go when it comes to mainstream media coverage. There's still a tendency to frame Israel's violence as retaliation, a tendency to present whatever's unfolding as clashes. Whenever Israel attacks Palestinians, that's viewed as a clash. There's this both sides narrative that is really taking hold. It is still a long way to go from where it needs to be, right? So one way you can think about it is that the framing used to be that Israel is the victim. That used to be mainstream media's coverage lens, the way that we looked at issues. And now it has shifted to a point to where it's viewed as an equal conflict between Palestinians and Israelis, and there's these clashes between both sides. That is some progress compared to how bad it was, but that's obviously still a long way to go until we reach the correct narrative, which is acknowledging and defining Israel as the oppressor in this situation, and Palestinians as the people under occupation who are resisting that occupation. Lastly, just on the digital media front, I think that seeing directly, the thing that both Inas and Muna were talking about just a second ago, in terms of what's happening on the ground, giving the public direct access to it, getting around the mainstream media filter on all of this has been extremely helpful because this stuff just simply does not get covered, and now people have direct access to it. And there's also the issue of framing because even stuff that does get covered, it gets covered within a very, very specific framing that tries to define it to the audience, and seeing it framed more correctly on social media by activists who are speaking about it through themselves and describing accurately what they're actually seeing and explaining to the audience the dynamics that are really unfolding, that really contributes very significantly to people understanding what is unfolding. And I think that has been a major contributor to the sheer number of celebrities in the United States who are now speaking up in support of Palestinian rights. That was unheard of a few years ago. And that shift, I think, is in great part due to the fact that you have voices like Muna al-Kurd and Muhammad al-Kurd speaking out there and putting that content out in a way that people can access more directly. And obviously, it's the reason why censorship of these outlets is a very, very serious problem, and why organizations like Hamla are doing work that is going to be absolutely critical moving forward to ensuring that a global audience has a good understanding of what is actually happening in Palestine.
شكرا عمر. ربيع، بدي أرجع لك. ربيع، أنت قدت قضية في المحكمة العليا ضد وحدة السايبر الإسرائيلية نيابة عن مركز عدالة. تحدثت بشكل فعلي عملياً شرعية التعاون غير الرسمي بين إسرائيل وبين شركات التواصل الاجتماعي لإزالة المحتوى الرقمي. إسرائيل بشكل عام تشتغل على تشريعات عديدة حتى تسعى من خلالها للنيل من المحتوى الفلسطيني، مثل قانون الفيسبوك، السايبر. حدثنا أكثر ربيع عن هاي التشريعات، كيفية تأثيرها الفعلي على النشاط الفلسطيني أيضاً، وعن تجربتك طبعاً في المحكمة.
أكيد. أولاً هو اللي عم بيصير ومش كتير بنحكي إحنا في هذا الموضوع، لأنه عادة الحملات اللي بتكون إحنا كلنا بنمارس أو بنشوف تضييق المحتوى الرقمي، كلنا حاسينه. يعني ما في حاجة أجي أحكي لكم كمحامي إنه هيك بصير. ومنى بتقدر تشهد، وعمر بيقدر يشهد، والجميع بيقدر يشهد من تجارب، حتى يعني مش من تجارب الناس اللي فعالة بشكل العام. الكل عم بيشوف هذا الموضوع، خاصة على منصات مثل انستغرام. اللي مش كتير ناس تعرفه هو دور إسرائيل في هذا الحظر، مش بس منصات التواصل الاجتماعي نفسها. يعني الصورة هي مركبة من وكأنه في خلف الكواليس تاعت الحظر على منصات التواصل الاجتماعي. وهون بفوت دور وحدة السايبر من بين باقي الضغوطات اللي بتمارسها إسرائيل، اللي هي وحدة أقامتها إسرائيل بسنة 2015، نهاية سنة 2015، لا يعني ما يسمى مكافحة الإرهاب الرقمي بحسب هاي الوحدة. والتعاون اللي بتسويه هو تقديم طلبات، عم نحكي على بحدود 20,000 طلب بسنة 2019-2020. يعني كل سنة عندنا عشرات ألاف الطلبات، وكل طلب من هالنوع ممكن يتخلل أو يضمن عشرات الطلبات بحد ذاتها أو عشرات المضامين أو الصفحات. يعني عم نحكي على إزالة محتوى بشكل كتير كبير، بيتم استهداف أكاونتس أو صفحات كاملة، بيتم استهداف منشورات يعني فردانية كمان. ولكن هذا التعاون كله ضبابي. يعني إحنا كمستخدمين أو كفلسطينيين عموما نعرفش كفاية، حتى كمحاميين لما خضنا هاي القضية نعرفش كفاية عن إيش عم بيصير غاد من وراء الكواليس. نعرف إنه في اتفاقيات أو في جلسات ما بين الحكومة الإسرائيلية أو ممثلين عن الحكومة الإسرائيلية وما بين فيسبوك بمحلات مختلفة أو شركات أخرى كمان، ولكن نعرفش كيف هذا التعاون بيتم كيف هذا التواصل ما بين وحدة السايبر وبين الشركات المختلفة بيتم على أرض الواقع. إحنا بنعيش نتيجته، إحنا بنشوف شو بيصير بنهاية المطاف، واللي بنشوفه هو إزالة المحتوى نفسه. ولكن بالفترة الأخيرة كمان ظاهرة جديدة اللي هي تضييق المحتوى بصورة الشادو بانينج. ما يسمى شادو بانينج هو إنه مثلا يعني مضمون اللي كان ممكن يوصل آلاف المستخدمين أو عشرات آلاف أو مئات آلاف المستخدمين ما بيتم إزالته، لكن بيتم يعني تضييق المنالية لهذا المضمون، فبالتالي بوصل عدد أقل بكثير من المستخدمين. وهذا كمان أداة بتستخدمها وحدة السايبر، بتصرح عليها في التقارير الأخيرة من آخر سنة إنه بيتم مش بس إزالة المضامين، إنما طلب تضييق المنالية لهاي المضامين الفلسطينية اللي ما يسمى يعني ضمن مكافحة الإرهاب أو قوانين مكافحة الإرهاب. فأنت سألت عن قانون الفيسبوك أو إلى آخره. صحيح في مشروع قانون فيسبوك، لكن هو ما مر كقانون. ولكن المهم نعرفه هو مش بس العناوين، يعني التشريعات القانونية موجودة وبكثرة. في عنا قانون مكافحة الإرهاب من 2016، وفي عنا قوانين مختلفة اللي بتسمح استخدامها لتضييق المحتوى الفلسطيني، حتى لو شعار فيسبوك على القانون مش مكتوب بشكل واضح وصريح وإلى آخره. فالمهم نعرفه إنه فيهم تدخل. يعني الشركات الاجتماعية، شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي، هي مش لحالها في تضييق المضامين، هي طبعا شريكة وهي اللي بتقوم بتنفيذ هذا التضييق. لكن إسرائيل موجودة وبقوة بالتعاون مع هاي الشركات بشكل غير رسمي، بشكل غير قانوني، بشكل ضبابي. طبعا المحكمة الإسرائيلية كمان جزء من هاي المنظومة، اللي لما إحنا بنروح بنحاول نتحدى هذا يعني هذا التعاون ما بين الشركات وما بين الحكومة الإسرائيلية، ما بين وحدة السايبر، المحكمة يعني بتطور نظريات قانونية جديدة كاملة تماما ما عهدناها من قبل، عشان تشرعن هذا التعاون وتسمح لاستمرار هذا التعاون، حتى لو ما في أي إطار قانوني بيسمح لها تعمل هيك. يعني قانون فيسبوك اللي حكيت عليه لسه ما مر، كان في من 2018 بتداولوا فيه، ولكن لسه ما مر، وما فيش إطار قانوني صريح أو واضح بيسمح لهذا النوع من التعاون. وبالرغم من هيك من 2015 عم نشوفه بتزايد، وبالرغم من هيك المحكمة العليا بتقرر الإسرائيلية طبعا بتقرر إنه تسمح هذا النوع التعاون وتضلل على مضمونه أو على شو بصير غاد من وراء الكواليس.
نعم.
هاي الصورة الموجودة اليوم هي مش صورة جيدة، ولكن مهم نكون واعيين لها، ومهم كمان يعني نكشف هذا التعاون ما بين الشركات وما بين الحكومات تحديدا في الحالة الإسرائيلية، لأنه هذا تعاون خطير اللي عن طريقه مش بس بيتم إزالة مضامين عينية، إنما بيتم تعريف كيف هاي الشركات بتحدد شو مسموحة منصاتها. يعني
نعم
لما اسرائيل بتيجي وبتقول، وبهذا بدي اختم، يعني هون لما بتيجي اسرائيل بتقدم لك عشرات الاف الطلبات كل سنه لازاله المحتوى، هي اوريدي عم بتعيد تفسير شو مسموح على هاي التواصل، لانه احنا كمان نعرف انه جزء كبير من المشكله هي الالجوريثمز وال يعني الخوارزميات اللي بتزيل المحتوى بشكل تلقائي، بمفهوم انه اذا احنا بنعلم هاي المنصات انه كلمه مثلا المجد للشهداء هي كلمه ممنوعه، فانت بكفي تعملي هاي الطلب 10 مرات ويزبط معك كاسرائيل، بصفي هذا تداعياته اكبر بكثير على 10 طلبات اللي ازلتيها، لانه في هون اعاده تعريف شو مسموح يكون على هاي المنصات الاجتماعيه.
نعم شكرا ربيع. بدي أنتقل لإناس. نتحدث شوي عن دور المؤسسات الفلسطينية وعملها في الفضاء الرقمي للضغط من أجل تحويل الرواية، قد يكون تبني مصطلحات أو صياغة جديدة لهاي المصطلحات، وهل بالفعل بتم تثبيتها، وكيف تخدم القضية الفلسطينية بنهاية المطاف؟
Yes, I wanted actually to go to the political related to the narrative. I think what Omar described in terms of the evolution of the narrative, we have to realize how it has also allowed the evolution, I think, on the political scene, but also the challenges that remain there. I think where we look at US evolutions and what I think is very behind in Europe, and obviously in other countries that are not, let's say, that don't have kind of a democratic system of accountability, it's even more difficult, especially in the Arab countries. But let's see what happened in the US. Like, basically, you have a Palestinian American in Congress now. You have basically progressive groups that have organized for climate justice, social justice, that have made Palestine and realized that Palestine is a progressive issue. It is a justice issue. And I think that's very important, because the narrative that has been imposed on us and that has translated to the political decision makers, to the political to the political decision makers, is one that Omar said, it's about both sides. It's about imposing this idea that this is complicated, that it's an exception, that Israel and Palestine, that Palestine is something we shouldn't touch. It's something that's very specific. No, it's actually, it's a colonial struggle, it's an anti-colonial struggle, it's an apartheid situation. It is a justice and rights situation. And I think this is what they have managed to do in the US, the Palestinian Americans, to reinsert Palestine as a progressive issue. So today you have candidates who go and want to be elected in Congress, who talk openly about the support also for Palestine, but most importantly, the complicity of the US in continuing Israel's colonial and apartheid system. And I think that's very important. And I think the role of the diaspora there is super important, because as Palestinian organizations, but specifically with our partners abroad, what we need to do is to mobilize our allies, our friends, our Palestinian comrades and families, to be able to hold their own governments accountable and make sure that these governments are not complicit anymore. And I think kind of re-showing that complicity, make it also a local issue for Europeans, for Arabs, is how are you complicit in maintaining our situation in Palestine, and what can you do about it? I think the change in the narrative has helped in really increasing the outrage. And we've seen that now last week was with what happened to Shireen and her brutal assassination. The word is outraged, but very soon after, a lot of these circles don't know what to do, or they're like, okay, they're outraged, they're angry, okay, what next? And our role, and I think with all of our partners and progressive groups, is to show that if you actually believe in social justice in your own government's end of politics, or anti imperialist policies, arms trade, and very harmful, like export import of cyber surveillance technology, you should stop trading with Israel. You should change your relationship with Israel. And I think this is where then people outside can help. And so we need to really do that job of bridging the narrative shift with, okay, how does that translate politically? And I think the electoral work to elect people like Rashida Tlaib all over the world, and then these people, like how these elected officials or politicians and groups can help, I think is super important. The climate Fridays for the future actually endorsed BDS, if I'm not mistaken, except the German one, for many obvious reasons you all know. And so I think that's super important. You have a very big here climate movement all over the world that is basically, saying, you need to boycott Israel, and we recognize there is an apartheid situation. So I think these evolutions we need to capitalize on and continue organize together.
نعم، شكرا إناس. منى، يعني دائما نتحدث عن تكامل النشاط في الشارع وأيضا في الفضاء الرقمي. كيف يمكن أن نضمن هذا التكامل، تكامل دور النشاط الرقمي مع النشاط على أرض الواقع عندما نتحدث عن النشطاء في الوطن العربي؟
يعني بعتقد يعني إنه بالنهاية القضية الفلسطينية بتفرض نفسها. الأحداث في فلسطين يعني لدينا عدو رغم كل قدراته التقنية، رغم كل الأشياء التي ذكرها حتى الأستاذ ربيع والسادة الموجودين هنا عمر وإناس والبقية. قدرته على التحكم في المحتوى الرقمي هو قدرة كبيرة جدا، لديه السلطة لديه القوة، لكن بنفس الوقت هو غبي. فأنا كل ما يصير في عندي ضعف في المشهد هو يعيد مركزة القضية بنفسه، يعني مع الأحداث اللي بتصير. شفنا هذا الشيء مع الراحلة شيرين أبو عاقلة، شفنا كيف مقتلها بشكل أو بآخر يشد أنظار الناس مرة أخرى من جديد، ويفرض نفسه كخبر، يفرض على النشطاء نفسهم في 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 المحتوى الرقمي الخاص فيهم أو في منصاتهم الخاصة، بلاقوا نفسهم مضطرين إنه حتى يتكلموا عن ذلك حتى وإن أبوا يعني. ففي درجة كبيرة من الوقاحة إن صح التعبير هي تكون للأسف حاملة لهذا المشهد، وتعيد مركزة هذا المشهد بشكل أو بآخر. وللأسف هذا الأمر لن يتوقف، وهذا يعني وبنفس الوقت رغم الأسف المؤذي فيه هو مفيد لإلي، لأنه بالنهاية هو جسد غريب ووجوده غريب، فاستمراريته تفرض بنفسها على الساحة. الحل دائما لا يكون فقط بنقل الخبر أو تداوله أو التطبيع معه. يعني في مسألة كتير مهمة جدا، إنه يعني مثلا شفنا تاني يوم كيف لما صار في تشييع الجثمان ما حدث مع الشاب اللي كان معتكف داخل المسجد الأقصى، فبلشت بعض الآراء بتقول إنه ستصبح عادة الاعتداء على الجنائز الطريقة التي كذا. يعني هو ليس تطبيع وألفة مع الإجرام بقدر ما هو صار في نوع من الحنق إنه لازم يصير في تغطية مستمرة من خلال هذا الجانب. في نقطة كتير أساسية، إنه بالنهاية أعود لأركز إنه ما حدث في أحداث أيار الماضي إن كانت هي النموذج اللي أتحدث عنه لا يعود إلى التغطية المعتادة اليومية التي قد تكون حول أي خبر، إنما حول تكثيف اللحظة. تكثيف اللحظة بمعنى إنه تكثيف الترند، تكثيف البثوث المباشرة، تكثيف الكتابة، المشاركة في الربط ما بين المؤسسات الإعلامية التقليدية والمؤسسات الرقمية. يعني قد لا تحدث هذه المسألة مرة أخرى في وقت قريب، لكنها قد تحدث بلحظة ما من خلال جعل ذلك جزء من حياتنا المعتادة وتكثيفها حتى وصول إلى لحظة فيها نوع من البيك. هذا الشيء جدا مهم. حتى الناس مثلا تقول لك مثلا لماذا لم يحدث مثلا مع النقب ليست أقل من حي الشيخ جراح على سبيل المثال، أو لماذا لم يحدث اليوم في عندنا أكثر من مشهد لعملية اقتلاع واستيطان وإلى آخره. إذن القصة ليس قصة حي واحد ولا قصة منطقة واحدة، لكن هي قصة آلية تبع التغطية اختلفت تماما. تقدر تربط ما بين الناشط وما بين هذا المجتمع الرقمي باعتباره كإعلام بديل فعلا أنا بقدر من خلاله إني أسمع وغيري حيسمع منه. لأنه اليوم إذا بدي أحكي عن المواطن العربي، هل مثلا الخبر رح يروح يسمعه من العربية أو حيسمعه من قناة الجزيرة؟ هو حيكون بالضرورة بينظر لهاي المنصات على إنه هاي في استقطاب سياسي تجاه فصيل ما وفي استقطاب سياسي تجاه فصيل ما، فكل واحد حيقدم الخبر بشكل مختلف. فلذلك بيلجأ الإنسان الطبيعي اللي عم بيحاول يهرب من هاي الاستقطابات لا المنصات الرقمية الصغيرة أو الشاشات الصغيرة اللي صارت هي عبارة عن المشهد الجديد أو المنصة الجديدة أو المسرح الجديد اللي بده ينقل الخبر ليله، ومن هناك بيقدر إنه يجد مصداقية أكبر إن صح التعبير بالنسبة على الأقل للجيل الجديد. هذا كلياته ما رح يصير إلا من خلال تكثيف الحدث بلحظة ما، مش بتغطية عشوائية ممكن إنها تتوقف بلحظة من اللحظات لأسباب كتير، مش بس للمقصلة الرقمية أو الإعدام الرقمي اللي ممكن نتعرض له، مش بس لغياب الناشط أو غيره، إنما بتكثيف ذلك بتضامنه كلياته مرة بعد مرة.
نعم، شكرا منى. يعني لدينا بعض الدقائق لإنهاء الجلسة، نعمل جولة سريعة على المتحدثين والمتحدثات. تحدثنا أنه هبة أيار قد يكون نقلتنا إلى نوع مختلف من التغطية منى أو من النشاط الرقمي بشكل عام. بحب أسمع رسالة كل واحد فيكم بجملة سريعة جدا حتى ننجح في إنهاء الجلسة بالوقت المتاح لنا. تفضل، نبلش من عمر، تفضل.
Sure. I'll just say that there is a relationship between online digital activism and mainstream media's coverage of events that happen in Palestine that is really, really important. We have a problem in the fact that American mainstream media follows power. So if you look at the contrast between coverage in Palestine and coverage in Ukraine, the only difference is that, you know, on the one hand, obviously in Ukraine, there is significant sympathy for people resisting foreign invasion and occupation, and there's such a significant degree of humanization of Ukrainians. And by contrast, events that unfold in Palestine, it's always murky. There's always lack of understanding about who's responsible for what. And even in a situation in which a journalist gets murdered, the word of the Israeli military and the government gets taken seriously, in contrast to a context in Ukraine where media just openly declares that you cannot trust anything that the Russian government says because they clearly have an incentive to not be truthful about the human rights violations and crimes that are being committed in Ukraine. And if you compared what is unfolding in, like, just if you reverse the situation of what happened back last May, if instead of armed Israeli soldiers breaking into Al-Aqsa and beating up protesters, had it been armed Palestinians breaking into a Jewish place of worship, there would have been wall-to-wall coverage. And we don't have that. And yet, to the extent that we're making these images visible on social media, that does actually, in fact, end up impacting mainstream discourse and actually starts getting more mainstream outlets to view the situation in a way where they know that this is something that the audience is upset about, that they're not seeing more accurately and covered more adequately. And that is beginning to make some inroads on that front that we still have to build on.
شكرا عمر. ربيع، تفضل جملة للنهاية.
بجملة أنا بحب أقول إنه بالرغم من كل التضييقات الموجودة، أنا بفكر إنه الهبة الأخيرة السنة الماضية فتحت لنا فرصة إنه كمان نتشبك بين بعض. يعني إحنا مقسمين وبسبب تضييقات الاحتلال ما بين غزة وداخل وشتات والقدس وضفة، ولأول مرة بحس شخصياً على الأقل، وهذا يعني شعور يمكن إنه في جسور جديدة عم تنبنى عن طريق استخدام منصات التواصل الاجتماعي، وهذا إشي على الأقل مفرح. لازم مثل ما منى كمان حكت نكثف هاي الجهود في اللحظات المناسبة، نحاول نستثمر يعني بالمكاسب اللي كسبناها إعلامياً في الهبة الأخيرة. يعني بفكر إنه لليوم إسرائيل هي في حالة ذعر من هذا التواصل الموجود، ونجاح معين للصوت الفلسطيني إنه يخترق الحيز العام.
نعم، شكرا ربيع. إناس، تفضلي.
Yeah, I want really. Yes. First, I want to really also double down on this and the importance of our unity and working on that. But my message, I think, will be, especially for those who, you know, are can be involved in international solidarity and work. It's very important to understand that the online activism is also related to the offline activism, and it's very important that I think whatever I think Palestinians show and are wherever Palestinians are able to make their voice heard and share their stories and you know constantly like feeding I think online digital platforms with the reality on the ground. Use that and follow the money and basically hold your own government and your own people accountable, because what we need is the end of complicity. And so I think just engage and also mobilize digitally and offline in your own place internationally, so that basically all the money that goes to the Israeli military or administrations or technologies and companies is cut off. And so I think that's also that's really what can also give us room to breathe.
نعم، شكرا إناس. منى تفضلي رسالتك الأخيرة.
صحافة المواطن هي صحافة ممكن أي إنسان إنه يقوم فيها، مع وجود الشاشات الصغيرة ممكن أي إنسان يكون عنده قناة تغطيتها والحضور عندها أكبر بكثير من أي قناة أو أي كادر في مؤسسة بيعمل فيه آلاف الأشخاص. أي ناشط قد يكون صحفي مواطن إن أراد. في أدوات كثيرة بنقدر نستخدمها حتى نكون كلنا جميعا صحفيين مواطنين. نتذكر إنه هذا الكيان وإسرائيل لما نشأت كفكرة كان أهم ناشط فيها وكان أهم مؤسسة هو ناشط صحفي تيودور هيرزل. في الأساس كان ناشط، كان كاتب وبلش بالكتابة والتدوين. من خلال هدول الأشخاص اللي ممكن أي حدا فيهم عم بيمارس دور مناوئ لهذا الفعل بشكل أو بآخر ممكن يكونوا معه الهدم، لأنه ما يحدث بالأساس. يعني قبل ما نتحدث عن أي أداة أخرى من أدوات المقاومة، ما يحدث هو معركة بناء وعي جمعي. معركة بناء وعي جمعي لا يحدث إلا من خلال تكثيف اللحظة ومن خلال كل ما يكون. ثق تماما إنه أي شخص منا بيسمعنا الآن ممكن يكون في مكان وموقع مناسب، ممكن من خلاله يكون في تغيير، في نقل صورة صادمة، في نقل مشهد. وإحنا ما محتاجين لا لهسبرة ولا محتاجين لكذب ولا لغيره، وإحنا محتاجين فقط لنقل الصورة. إذا كان نقل الصورة قادر إنها تهز نعج دولة كاملة، فهذا معناه إنه إحنا أمام موقف كتير قوي جدا بعيدا عن كل التضييقات اللي عم بتصير. وبذلك نقدر نعيد مركزة القضية بنفس الأداة التي أقامت هذا الاحتلال والكيان من الصفر. شكرا جزيلا
نعم.
لك جلسة. شكرا.
شكرا منى. أنا بدوري بدي أشكر جميع اللي تابع الجلسة. بتمنى أنه نجحنا أن نجيب على سؤال الجلسة كيف ساهم النشاط الرقمي. واضح أنه في مساهمة كبيرة وبالتالي في تكامل ما بين النشاط الرقمي والنشاط في الشارع، ونحن كفلسطينيين مستمرون في هذا النضال حتى يعني آخر خطوة إلى التحرير. باعتقادي ما يحدث مؤخرا أيضا سياسيا هو أيضا دافعية إلى هذا التكامل أيضا، كما تحدث ربيع ومنى والجميع. بدي أشكر جميع المتحدثين والمتحدثات، عمر بدارة، ربيع اغبارية، ناس عبد الرحمن ومنى حوا. كنا معكم في هاي الجلسة ضمن منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي. شكرا لجميع المشاركين والمتابعين والمتابعات. بعذر عن التقصير في المتابعة حول بعض المداخلات، وشكرا لكم جميعا.
يعطيك العافية. شكرا.
شكرا لنيفين ولجميع ضيوفها وضيفاتها. سنتحدث عن موضوع آخر في الجلسة الثانية، وهي كيف يؤثر نشر المعلومات المضللة على منصات التواصل الاجتماعي على التضامن العالمي مع قضايا حقوق الإنسان. فبشكل عام ساهمت زيادة استخدام منصات التواصل الاجتماعي في زيادة انتشار المعلومات المضللة لأسباب عديدة، ولكن كيف يؤثر ذلك على التضامن العالمي مع قضايا حقوق الإنسان؟ في هذه الجلسة سنتناول ذلك تحديدا في أوقات الأزمات وتصاعد انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان. سنتحدث عن تأثيرها على التضامن المدافعين والمدافعات، أيضا عن حقوق الإنسان حول العالم مع أصحاب القضية، بالإضافة إلى دور الصحفيين والمؤسسات الإعلامية وشركات التواصل الاجتماعي في مكافحة الأخبار المضللة. أيضا في قسم الورشات تنطلق ورشة المناصرة الرقمية والحضور الرقمي للمؤسسات بشكل متزامن مع هذه الجلسة التي يديرها مستشار السياسات في شبكة المنظمات الأهلية الأستاذ سامر داوودي. أما جلسة المعلومات المضللة على منصات التواصل الاجتماعي فيديرها الأستاذ عماد الاصفر من مركز تطوير الإعلام في جامعة بير زيت. نود التنويه بأن الجلسة ستكون على المسار الرئيسي للمنتدى الموجود على أيقونة ستيج. أما الورشة فستكون على أيقونة سيشن داخل منصة هوب. أهلا وسهلا بالجميع، ونتمنى لكم جلسة مفيدة وورشة عمل أيضا مفيدة بالنسبة للجميع. أهلا وسهلا بكم.
مساء الخير للجميع وأهلا وسهلا بكافة الحضور متحدثين ومشاركين. أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا، ولنبدأ مباشرة. العمل الصحفي في فلسطين خطير جدا. أبرز دليل على ذلك جريمة قتل الزميلة شيرين أبو عاقلة مراسلة قناة الجزيرة، شهيدة الحق الفلسطيني، شهيدة الحقيقة الفلسطينية، وسفيرتهما إلى العالم أجمع. هذه الجريمة ليست الأولى وربما لن تكون الأخيرة بكل أسف. سبقتها جرائم كثيرة، كثير منها وثق ولكن بعضها لم يوثق لدى المنظمات الدولية بسبب نقص الأدلة والإثباتات ولأسباب أخرى نحن معنيون بها. يشهد أيضا على خطورة العمل الصحفي في فلسطين أن مرتبتها تدنت مؤخرا على مقياس حرية الصحافة الذي تنتجه مؤسسة مراسلون بلا حدود، تدنت من 132 في العام الماضي إلى 170 هذا العام من بين 180 دولة، وهذه مرتبة تخجلنا كفلسطينيين وكصحفيين. هذا أمر مؤسف جدا ويأتي نتاجا للعديد من الانتهاكات التي تمارس بحق الصحافة الفلسطينية. لا نتحدث هنا عن انتهاكات إسرائيلية ترقى إلى مرتبة جرائم الاغتيال، وإنما نتحدث أيضا عن انتهاكات تمارسها السلطة الفلسطينية في رام الله وسلطة حماس أيضا في قطاع غزة. وبكل أسف يضاف إلى ذلك مجموعة من التضييقات والسياسات المجحفة التي تمارسها شركات التواصل الاجتماعي بحق المدونين الفلسطينيين وبحق منصات وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. هذا أمر مربك جدا وينتج عند الصحفي الفلسطيني في كثير من الحالات حالة من الرقابة الذاتية. شكرا جزيلا للمركز العربي حملة على أنه يقوم بمجهودات خارقة لحماية حقوقنا الرقمية، وشكرا جزيلا لمنتدى لهذا المنتدى الذي يناقش موضوع غاية في الأهمية، وهو كيف يؤثر نشر المعلومات المضللة عبر منصات التواصل الاجتماعي على التضامن العالمي مع حقوق الإنسان. ونحن كفلسطينيين أحوج إلى هذا التضامن. هذه جلسة يؤمل منها الكثير. بداية أعتذر عن الأستاذ جورج من شركة تويتر، مسؤول السياسات العامة في شركة تويتر، والذي اعتذر عن المشاركة في هذه الجلسة، ولكن الحديث سيكون شيق وغني مع روان الضامن مدير عام شبكة أريج للصحافة الاستقصائية، ومع السيد خافير باليرو مدير سياسات في أكسس ناو. أهلا وسهلا بكما، وسنبدأ مباشرة معك زميلتي روان بعد الترحيب. يعني أنت ما شاء الله صاحبة مبادرات عديدة ناجحة، من صناعة الأفلام الوثائقية التي تروي القصة الفلسطينية إلى ريمكس فلسطين وسفير فلسطين والعديد من المبادرات الأخرى. روان، كيف نجحت في ظل هذه السياسات العامة التي يراها البعض مجحفة والتي تظلم الفلسطيني وتظلم صاحب المحتوى المناصر للحق الفلسطيني ولحقوق الإنسان وتضيق من إمكانيات وصوله. ما رأيك أولا بهذه المعايير وكيف تمكنت من النجاح؟ تفضل.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ عماد، شكرا لحملة والفريق نديم منى عروب. بداية الترحم على الزميلة والصديقة شيرين أبو عاقلة، والتي ترحم عليها كل من سمع صوتها وسمع وشاهد تقاريرها على مدى أكثر من بداية صوت فلسطين وصولا إلى الجزيرة. يعني من المؤسف جدا أن نخسر صحفياً أو صحفية وهو يعمل في الميدان، وأن يستهدف بهذا الشكل أمام أعين العالم كله. والتوثيق ليس هو السبيل الوحيد لمعاقبة المجرمين ومجرمي الحرب. هذه جريمة حرب استهدفت فيها الصحفية شيرين أبو عاقلة، واستهدف فيها كل من يقول صوت للإعلام في فلسطين وفي كل مناطق النزاع حولنا. يعني الصدمة والحزن الذي شعرنا جميعا به، وأنا واثقة أن كل المتابعين في هذه الندوة مدام عندهم اهتمام بمواضيع الإعلام تابعوا لحظة بلحظة خبر الاستشهاد وثم التشييع وما تبعه. ونريد أن يعني نعمل سويا من أجل أن يكون هناك عقاب لما حصل، لكل جرائم قتل واستهداف الصحفيين والصحفيات، وأيضا الصحفيين والصحفيات الذين جرحوا واستهدفوا ولم يكن هناك أي عقاب لهم. يعني أنا لا أعتقد أنني نجحت بمعنى النجاح، إنما أنا حاولت أن أعمل شيئا فيه تغيير من أجل فلسطين. وأعتقد أن الله سبحانه وتعالى ييسر للإنسان المجتهد الذي يبقى يحارب. يعني نحن نحارب هذا الاستهداف والمعلومات المضللة والكاذبة حولنا. عندما بدأت دراستي في جامعة بيرزيت منذ أكثر من 20 عاماً، لم يكن هناك يوتيوب، ولم يكن هناك جوجل، ولم يكن هناك ما يعرف بالأخبار المضللة والكاذبة بالشكل الذي نشهده الآن. لذلك كانت المضامين الإعلامية تنتقل عبر الراديو والتلفزيون والصحيفة المكتوبة. حتى عالم الديجيتال كان عالم جديد جدا، وحتى عالم البريد الإلكتروني والصلة به كان عالم جديد جدا. وبالتالي لو فقط تذكرنا 20 عام مضت إلى اليوم، نجد كمية السرعة التي حصل فيها هذا التطور التكنولوجي الهائل، الذي أصبح بإمكان أي منا أن يرسل كل ما يريد وأي ما يريد وباستخدام منصات متعددة في نفس الوقت، وأن نصبح صوتاً للحقيقة في كل مكان. ولكن هذا الصوت معه أيضاً هناك معلومات مضللة وكاذبة، لديها جنود إلكترونيين يعني يعملون ليلاً نهاراً. دول كاملة تعمل في هذا الإطار، وإسرائيل ليست بعيدة عن هذا العالم، هي تعمل من أجل نشر الرواية الصهيونية بطريقتها بلغات متعددة منها اللغة العربية. وربما الجديد أنها أصبحت تتناول اللغة العربية في هذا التضليل أيضا، وليس فقط اللغات الأجنبية، لأن كنا في البدايات نحارب على المنصات الناطقة باللغة الإنجليزية. الآن أصبح الحرب أيضا على المنصات الناطقة باللغة العربية. ربما النصيحة لجميع الزملاء والزميلات ومن يريدون أن يسيروا على هذا الطريق، أنه الطريق صعب والطريق شائك والطريق يحتاج الكثير من التخطيط والتنظيم، ويحتاج الكثير من الدقة، لأنه خطأ واحد قد يؤدي إلى فقدان المصداقية في العمل بالكامل. فأي فيلم وثائقي أو تحقيق استقصائي لو كان فيه خطأ واحد، وخطأ واحد أقصد أنه ربما تكون صورة أرشيفية في غير مكانها أو سنة مذكورة في غير مكانها، ونعتقد أنه هذا خطأ يعني عادي ممكن أن يحصل، لكن هذا الخطأ غير عادي في هذا العالم الذي نعيش فيه، لأنه الأخطاء في هذا النوع من البرامج والمضامين المسجلة يجب أن يكون خطأ، يعني صفر خطأ، بما فيها حتى الأخطاء اللغوية وما فيها حتى الفاصلة والنقطة، لأنه فقط عندما نعمل ذلك سيكون لدينا القدرة على مجابهة المعلومات المغلوطة والخاطئة، خصوصا في إطار حقوق الإنسان، في سياق أننا جميعا كإعلاميين وإعلاميات في هذه المنطقة بالتحديد فلسطين وما حولها نعاني من انتهاكات جسيمة في حقوق الإنسان، واضطر أن يكون الإعلام هو مدافع عن حقوق الإنسان في هذه المنطقة. وبالتالي أي خطأ واحد قد يؤدي إلى أن نفقد المصداقية في الشخص أو الزميل أو الزميلة الذي يقوم بذلك، أو المحطة أو المنصة، أو بالتالي جميع المجتمع المدني الذي نحن منه.
شكرا روان. كنت حابب أسمع رأيك بالسياسات والمعايير اللي البعض وصفها بأنه مزدوجة. كنت حابب أعرف إذا أنت كنت أيضا في يوم من الأيام لا سمح الله ضحية لأي عمليات تضييق تمارسها شركات الفيسبوك وتويتر وغيرها من مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي. هل حصل أن
نعم،
كنت
أذكر
ضحية
عندما
لمثل
يعني
هذه التصرفات؟
كان عندي حملة.
عبر الحجب.
نعم، كان في حملة أيام ما عملنا حملة بلفور 100 سنة على بلفور في 2017. أنا مسكت الحملة بالكامل، كان الهدف منها أن نطلع ترند عالمي. وقتها أخذنا بلفور 100 على الهاشتاج على تويتر وعلى فيسبوك، وكان في 50 غرفة تغريد حول العالم. بتذكر إني قعدت بالبيت 33 يوم ما طلعتش من باب البيت، بس أحضر مضامين الحملة، بس المضامين العربي والإنجليزي بدنا نطلع فيها كل غرف التغريد حول العالم علشان نطلع بشكل قوي. والحمد لله انه وقتها وصلنا ترند عالمي، بمعنى انك انت طلعت على تويتر نمبر 1 دوليا، مش على دولة واحدة. ولكن للأسف في لحظة الحملة أنا تم إيقاف حسابي على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، بس الحمد لله انه هذا ما أثر على ولا شيء، لأنه كان كل الحملة شغالة. في عندك 50 غرفة تغريد، في كل غرفة تغريد في حوالي من 50 ل 100 شخص كان في الغرفة الواحدة، فإغلاق حساب واحد لشخص واحد في الحملة هذا لن يؤثر. وطبعا بعد ساعتين بعثوا لي اعتذار انه كان خطأ تقني وما كان يعني شو المشكلة اللي صارت. فللأسف الشديد يعني انه هذه الاشياء تحصل باستمرار، ويجب ان نكون واعيين لأسبابها ومسبباتها. وكمان حريصين إن نعرف إنه جميع وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي هي تعطينا حسابات بالمجان، نحن لا ندفع، نحن لسنا حتى مستأجرين لهذه الحسابات، نحن نعطى هذه الحسابات، وهي في الحقيقة نحن هو المنتج الذي يباع ويشترى، ليس حساباتنا وإنما نحن. وبالتالي يجب أن نكون واعيين، لكن هذا لا يعني أن نقاطع هذه المواقع، بالعكس هذه المواقع تفيدنا جدا في إيصال الصورة والفيديو والكلمة والمعلومة، ويجب أن نكون هناك، ويجب أن نعبر عن رأينا، ويجب أن نبقى هناك، لأنه أي مقاطعة لهذه المنصات هو خسارة للرواية الفلسطينية على هذه المنصات.
صحيح، شكرا جزيلا روان. فلننتقل إلى الأستاذ خافير باليرو، مدير السياسات في أكسس ناو. وخافير يعمل منذ سنوات عديدة في مجال الحقوق الرقمية وحقوق الإنسان، وباليرو الآن يشرب المتة، وهذا المشروب يعني مشروب عربي أرجنتيني. وأهلا وسهلا خافير. وسؤالنا لك خافير، إنه البشرية ناضلت طويلا من أجل إقرار الإعلان العالمي لحقوق الإنسان بما فيه حرية الرأي والتعبير، ولكن هذه الحرية، هذا الحق من حقوق الإنسان، الحق الأساسي، أصبح مرهونا برضا وموافقة السياسات العامة لشركات التواصل الاجتماعي. فما هو تعقيبك على هذا العمل، وما هو العمل في مواجهة هذه المعايير المجحفة؟
Well, hello. Thank you so much for having me. I hope that you can get my audio properly. Thank you, George. Thank you, Rowan, for the opportunity to be here. Thank you to the organizers of the forum. As you said, I'm drinking mate. This is one of the many things that make our cultures and our people so close to each other, right? And one of the things that you were just asking, and I was paying attention to Rowan's case, is what we can do in these cases, because we have also seen, especially in cases of state repression or mobilization, organization online, how people in Latin America too, especially social movements, get somewhat either censored, or in some other cases, there's not enough attention or resources poured into content moderation for certain populations in the world. Let's say that sometimes there are markets that are not so profitable as to take care of them properly. We have the cases of Ethiopia in Africa. In Latin America, we have some examples around El Salvador, for example. We have examples in Chile, in Colombia, related to protests, right? And how platforms are sometimes often not that prepared or not that resourced to properly respond to some developments and sharing some information, right? So in that case, I see a similarity. Of course, the issue of Palestine is a very particular one because there is an historic disbalance, and there's a situation in which it is unique, right? It's one of the oldest claims in the world, right, about a right of a population to exist in their own land and to express themselves in a way that is able to reach others around the world. So if we come to the question about what we can do in these cases, where there is a couple of ideas about how to deal with companies that have content moderation policies that are not very good for this kind of movements, or don't act properly in these situations. One of them, which is let's call it the European response or the US response in some cases, is regulation, right? Which is something that we have heard a lot lately. We have seen now the Digital Services Act being passed in Europe, which tries to address this problem, right, through regulation. So they want to regulate two things. One of them could be the side of regulating how companies do content moderation, to provide transparency, access to remedy, for example, to make them make evaluations about the proper impact that they could have if they did things right, and so on, right? So that's one way of doing it. Another form of regulation that I think is also very interesting, even more, is the one that has to do with competition, right? With the idea of having more than two big social media platforms that take up all the space and determine a set of monolithic terms and conditions or rules for speech all around the world. That, as you may all know, and also the people listening to us, one set of rules for the entire world is going to create problems because there are big differences in interpretation. Human rights law should be the thing that puts all of us in harmony in that sense. But just the very fact that a very few people, a handful of people, can make decisions about what to allow online across the world is a problem in itself. So regulation that increases competition and gives us options is another thing that can be done. So, but I want to take just one more moment to just point a thing, which is that in the aspect of regulation, sometimes in our realities, in our countries, there will be the entity doing the regulation, the state, sometimes is the threat as well. And it happens, sadly, in most places around the world, right? So we can't trust necessarily that a regulation of social media will actually give us our rights or make it easier for us to exert that right. In the case of Palestine, it's very clear, like who is going to be the one doing the regulation and with what means and to what ends, right? So in that sense, I think that aiming for decentralized technologies, more options for us to express ourselves is one of the key things to do right now. And the other one is also to stand the ground, to not abandon those spaces, to look for allies who can help us articulate messaging better, understand content moderation rules and policies better so we don't violate them inadvertently, right? And stay there as we start solving these other problems about concentration and lack of options. But it's very important to not lose the space, to not give in, right? And that requires allies, and that requires an understanding for activists about how this content moderation is done. And there are organizations such as ourselves who are there to try to provide that kind of assistance through some guidance to journalists, to digital security activists, and so on, through our 24/7 digital security helpline, for example. But I think that those are the ways to just start working it when the state, the regulatory force, is something that we may have against us and not in favor.
يعني سنعود إليك خافير للحديث عن التنظيم والتشريعات، وكذلك للحديث عن آفاق المنافسة، وأيضا ما طرحته من ضرورة وجود المساعدة القانونية. أنا بدي أدعو كل المشاركين اللي بيحبوا يتوجهوا بمداخلات أو أسئلة، باب الشات عندكم مفتوح للتعليق ولتوجيه الأسئلة، ومرحب بأسئلتكم، وسأقوم بنقلها إلى المشاركين روان وخافير. ولكن خافير، دعنا نعود إليك بالسؤال: في منطقتك وفي المناطق التي عملت فيها سابقا، ما هي أبرز هذه الانتهاكات التي تمارسها شركات التواصل الاجتماعي بحق المغردين والناشطين. أبرز أشكال هذه الانتهاكات.
Yes, sorry for the delay. I was just getting the translation. Thank you very much. I sadly don't speak Arabic. I would love to. I was just getting the translation there. So in terms of the key violations, where there's an obvious one, which is freedom of expression, but I think that there's an interesting aspect for all of the people who are listening to us right now to consider about freedom of expression. So freedom of expression is a right that is not only about being able to say what we want to say. Of course, as long as it is, there are some exceptions to freedom of expression, right? Some limitations having to do, for example, with how something could be illegal and proper democratic processes where they exist, again, coming back to the point that I made before about the state, are put in place, right? So freedom of expression is not an absolute right. It can have limitations, but they should be created by law in a democratic environment and with certain characteristics that human rights law provides us, right? Necessity, proportionality, legitimate aim, and so on, right? But freedom of expression is not only an individual right, it's a social right. It is not only the right of an individual or a specific person to say what they think, but it is also a right of a people, of a community, to be able to express their shared understanding, the shared cultural ideas, right? So that's one aspect of it. It's not only an individual right, but it's also a collective right. And the other element of freedom of expression that I think is very important in cases such as the ones that we are covering today is the ability to receive information, not only impart it. So in terms of freedom of expression, we usually think how our activists are censored, for example, right? How some of our activists are censored, how some of the things that we are trying to do are silenced online. So that's one case. But also there's the dimension of the people who are not listening or who are not seeing what they can see because they are being deprived of the right to access information. So freedom of expression also covers the right to access information, not only to impart it. Okay, so I think that's another key element that needs to be at play here. There are activists around the world, there are people, there are international entities and bodies, there is international journalism, and a lot of other actors who are missing the opportunity to actually get information from what happens on the ground. So that's another violation of freedom of expression that sometimes is not so clearly explained. And finally, another key rights that are being violated are other human rights, such as the right to freedom of assembly, right? And being able to organize, to get together, to act politically, but not only to act politically, but also to enjoy other rights, such as economic, social, and cultural rights. So the ability to be able to express ourselves and organize online also covers all kinds of other rights that sometimes are not in the forefront because of the urgencies that we have. But it's very important to have these rights in mind as well, because once we start with a slippery slope of violating rights that can reach any other thing that we take for granted online. This is probably difficult to understand for people who are not being suffering censorship or having these realities, but it's important to mention it. And that's also, I think, a way to have in mind as to how to deal with the difficult problems, because the difficult problems are not only about speech or what is said or censored, but also about all of these other rights that I mentioned that could be being violated at any time.
شكرا خافير، سنعود إليك بعد قليل، ولكن بدنا نستثمر فرصة وجود روان معنا ونسألها أنه أنت في سياق العمل تاعك وفي سياق إعدادك للأفلام الوثائقية عن القضية الفلسطينية، ما هي أبرز المعلومات المغلوطة اللي شفتيها مترسخة في أذهان الجمهور، سواء كان هذا الجمهور أجنبي أو جمهور عربي؟ ما الذي ترسخ في أذهان الجمهور من معلومات مغلوطة وقمت بالرد عليها وكان لها أثر ربما على التضامن مع شعبنا؟
يعني جميع المعلومات في الرواية الصهيونية هي معلومات مغلوطة لأنها قائمة على الكذب والأكاذيب، وهي مزروعة في الذهن الغربي بداية منذ الأدبيات منذ القرن السادس عشر. فالمعلومات المغلوطة في هذا السياق قديمة جدا جدا، بدأت من الكتب والروايات الدينية في الصهيونية المسيحية التي سبقت الصهيونية اليهودية، وصولا إلى الإعلام الغربي الذي تبنى بمحطاته الكبرى هذه الرواية. فاسم فلسطين هو مشطوب، يعني كلمة فلسطين بالستاين هي كلمة تساوي في الذهنية الغربية في كثير من الدوائر الرسمية كلمة الإرهاب. يعني كلمة فلسطين لوحدها بالستاين، لما تقول أنت بالستاين، يعني لما عملنا مثلا مشروع بالستاين ريميكس ولا بالستاين أمباسادور سفير فلسطين ولا ريميكس فلسطين، وتحكي بهذا الاسم لوحده في الدوائر الإعلامية الفنية الغربية التي هي قريبة من مراكز صنع القرار، لأنه المحطات الإعلامية متفاوتة طبعا. نحن نتحدث عن المحطات الإعلامية الكبرى التي تساعد في تغيير الرأي العام الغربي. كلمة فلسطين ممنوعة، فأنت لازم تقول Palestinian territories والمناطق الفلسطينية فقط، وأحيانا لا يسمح لك حتى بأن تقول occupied Palestinian territories، يعني المناطق الفلسطينية المحتلة حتى مش مسموح، بدك تقول فقط المناطق الفلسطينية. وهذا يعني ما هذا السياق؟ يعني أنه ليس هناك شعب فلسطيني، يعني Palestinian nation هذا الشعب غير موجود لأنه ما في أرض اسمها فلسطين. فبالتالي لما أنت بتشطب كلمة فلسطين والتي شطبت بشكل دراماتيكي منذ الخمسينات في كل وسائل الإعلام والمناهج التعليمية الغربية، هذا أدى أنك كما تقول لهم I'm Palestinian وفي إشي اسمه Palestinian nation الشعب الفلسطيني، هذا غير مقبول. وبالتالي العلاقة بين الفلسطيني في داخل حيفا مع الفلسطيني في غزة مع الفلسطيني في لبنان في الشتات مع الفلسطيني المولود في ألمانيا مع الفلسطيني في القدس مع الفلسطيني في الخليل، هذا معناه أنه ليس هناك رابط بينهم ولا يجمعهم شيء، مع أن المشترك بينهم هو أعلى بكثير مما يفرق هذه الأشخاص الفلسطينيين الذين في بعض الأحيان ممنوع أن يلتقوا مع بعضهم. يعني إذا كان هناك زميل أو زميلة يسمعنا الآن في رفح، هو أو هي لا يستطيع زيارة القدس ولا يستطيع زيارة لبنان، ومن الصعوبة أن يزور ألمانيا، وبالتالي فرصة لقائه مع الفلسطينيين الذين يشبهونه وجزء من هذا الشعب الفلسطيني هي فرصة ضئيلة جدا. وهناك لهجات يحكيها الفلسطينيون في كل مناطقهم المختلفة مختلفين عن بعضهم البعض. ومع ذلك يعني مع هذا كله في شيء مغلوط كبير جدا جدا له علاقة بالأرض وبالشعب، إنه ليس هناك شيء اسمه الشعب الفلسطيني وليس هناك أرض اسمها فلسطين. فأنت تحارب على هذا المستوى، تأتي لتحارب على مستوى أخرى، على مستويات أخرى تأتي النكبة مثلا، إنه نكبة فلسطين حتى في الذهن العربي يعتبر أن النكبة بدأت عام 48، وهي مشكلة كبيرة جدا. ولذلك في سلسلة النكبة التي بثت لأول مرة في 2008 والآن ترجمت لأكثر من 10 لغات بما فيها لغة الإشارة، كانت الفكرة الأساسية أن النكبة لم تبدأ عام 48 ولم تنتهي عام 48. يعني ال 48 كانت هي النتيجة لتخطيط طويل جدا بدأ فعليا ثقافيا واجتماعيا وحتى سياسيا من 1600، ولكن تبناه لأول مرة إمبراطور سياسي على حجم نابليون في 1799. ولذلك بدأت القصة منذ هذا التبني السياسي في 1799 في أول مشهد في سلسلة النكبة التي هي متاحة على اليوتيوب مجانا لكل الناس ومدتها 4 ساعات. والسلسلة تقول أن النكبة يعني ما حدث في الانتداب البريطاني منذ عام 1920 على الأرض بقوة السلاح إلى 48 هي كلها هي النكبة، لأنه مش ممكن كان أن يتم تهجير الفلسطينيين والتطهير العرقي وخلق مشكلة اللاجئين دون تخطيط طويل بدأ مع الانتداب البريطاني على الأرض.
واستشهاد أكيدا لكلامك، يعني الكثير من التعقيبات الموجودة على خانة الشات تؤكد بأن التعامل الغربي سواء في ألمانيا وأيضا في أستراليا يميل إلى تصديق الرواية الإسرائيلية ونفي الرواية الفلسطينية بالكامل. شكرا لك. وكان لك سؤال موجه من إحدى الزميلات وتسأل يعني كيف يمكن من نضال ظهير كيف يمكن التوفيق بين الرغبة في السبق الإعلامي وتحري المصداقية، وهذا الموضوع مهم ويمكن أن من خلاله الإطلال على منصات التحقق التي بدأت في الانتشار في فلسطين وفي العالم العربي من أجل التحقق ليس فقط من الأخبار المضللة وإنما أيضا من المعلومات الكاذبة والمغلوطة وأنصاف الحقائق.
نعم بالضبط، يعني السبق يجب أن لا يكون أبدا، يعني في كل وكالات الأنباء العالمية دائما المدرسة تقول الدقة قبل السبق، لأنه إذا السبق حصل وفي معلومة خاطئة من الصعب جدا جدا أن تقول أنه حصل انفجار وهذا الانفجار لم يحصل أو العكس. وهناك مع المعلومات المضللة والخاطئة وانتشارها محيط كامل وباء من المعلومات المضللة والكاذبة جهود لأكثر من 50 مبادرة ومؤسسة ويعني منظمة للتحقق والتثبت على امتداد الوطن العربي، وقد حرصنا في أريج على رصد هذه المؤسسات. أجرينا مسحا كاملا لل50 مبادرة ومؤسسة وأسسنا ما نسميه الشبكة العربية لمدققي المعلومات، العرب فاكت تشيكرز نتورك، وهي لتضم مجتمع مدققي المعلومات سواء من المغرب إلى البحرين مرورا بفلسطين. وهناك جهود ممتازة في هذا الإطار، ولكن تحتاج إلى تدريب ودعم أكبر وإلى حماية قانونية ورقمية وشخصية أكبر ونفسية أيضا في هذا المجال. لا تنسى أن مدققين المعلومات يضطرون لمشاهدة مشاهد صعبة جدا كما الصحفيين والصحفيات، وهناك يعني تقصير في هذا الجانب النفسي خاصة في الموضوع الفلسطيني. لذلك علينا أن نهتم جدا بتدقيق المعلومات. التدريب عليه يشمل الصحفيين والصحفيات وجميع صناع المحتوى، ويشمل مرحلة التدقيق ما قبل النشر وما بعد النشر، يعني في البري بابليكيشن فاكت تشيكينج، وهي مشكلة كبيرة أن مؤسسات نشر وبث عربية كثيرة ليس لديها البري بابليكيشن فاكت تشيكينج الاحترافي أبدا، لا يقومون بهذا، خاصة للمواد الطويلة مثل التحقيقات والوثائقيات والإندبث ريبورتس، التقارير المعمقة، وكل هذا يحتاج إلى تدقيق ما قبل النشر، وأيضا الجهود ما بعد النشر لدحض المغالطات والإشاعات وكل الأخبار الصغيرة الكاذبة التي تظهر. ولذلك ليس يعني تعارض بين السبق والمصداقية، هي المصداقية أولا وقبل أي سبق.
صحيح. وأنا أدعو المشاركين جميعا إلى الإطلال على شبكة أريج من خلال موقعها الإلكتروني للاستدلال على هذا المسح وعلى المؤسسات 50 الموجودة لتدقيق المعلومات، وهي مؤسسات ما بين فلسطينية وعربية ودولية مثل وكالة الصحافة الفرنسية وغيرها. دعينا نعود إلى خافير لنسأله. خافير، تصدرون تقارير عن هذه الانتهاكات التي تقوم بها وسائل شركات التواصل الاجتماعي. هذه التقارير كيف يتم التعاطي معها؟ كيف تقيمونها وكيف تكون ردود شركات الفيسبوك وتويتر وانستغرام وغيرها على ما تصدرونه من تقارير؟
Yes, sorry, I have some sound problem in the background. I hope that you can hear me properly. So the way in which we usually engage has to do with going to companies in different ways. I think that's one of the responses to act in these cases, right? To try to bring visibility to what is happening and to try to connect with the companies, ideally in a direct manner, so we can hear more about the way in which some of these things are done. A very particular way of having this in mind is that oftentimes we get a response that has to do with an error. So most of the times companies will tell us, oh, there has been a mistake. Or sometimes, you know, we have been overzealous in the way in which we do the content moderation. This has been probably Sometimes they say it's an algorithmic error. Sometimes they say that there's a human failure, but most of the times there's like this initial attempt at removing responsibility, right? So one of the things that we try to do is actually to call that accountability need out and to express it very clearly, just to say that companies should actually invest more, show the world some of the things that have been happening in the situation, and show how these things could have been made better, often by comparing that to other crises around the world. For example, if you take the Sheikh Jarrah situation, right? We showed and we spoke to the companies also, and we were part of an alliance of local organizations who were working very hard on this, right? Including Hamla, of course, and other SMECs and other organizations locally. But one of the things that we were able to show, and that's what we generally try to show, is that if there's a will, there's a way, meaning that the companies have been able to properly respond better to other crises around the world, but sometimes there are not enough resources or enough attention, right? And I'm not thinking that there is a bad intention necessarily, right? But at least there are not enough preparation for these kind of things. So that's what we get as a response mostly. This is an error, this is a mistake. But in other places, we don't have so many errors or so many mistakes. It's because people are better prepared properly, or they're better staffed, or they have more language expertise, or more cultural expertise, or more human review, and so on, right? So all of these items, these things, could actually be better. And we have seen them work better in other places. So that's, I think, the main response we get, and one of the main ways that we have to counter that for the moment.
طيب شكرا خافير، ولكن سأبقى معك لسؤال آخر، وهو طبقا لدراساتكم وأبحاثكم، هل يجري الاعتماد، ما نسبة الاعتماد على الذكاء الاصطناعي لدى هذه الشركات في الرقابة على ما ينشر قياسا بما يجري الاعتماد عليه على العقل البشري صاحب الإحساس وصاحب التحديثات المستمرة؟ نسبة ما يجري الاعتماد عليه في الذكاء الاصطناعي إلى ما يقاس بالذكاء البشري.
So, sorry again for the delay, I was just getting the translation. So if, what I would say is that it depends on the company, right? The percentage of how much this is done. But the vast majority, if not almost all of the reports and all of the content that is actually reported or monitored goes through an artificial intelligence system, right? So I would say it's 90% plus or something like that. The other 10% may be a very specific task force of content moderators that are paying special attention to a crisis around the world, and they are reacting quickly, right? Maybe also within that 10% is a very complicated practice that I think is against human rights law because it's not properly regulated. And even in those cases, that practice is at odds with the very basic idea of justice, which is the internet referral units, which is sometimes there are direct lines of communication between some governments and companies, right? In which governments can be the flaggers of certain content. And that is very, very problematic because that's a system that is very difficult to be audited, to be controlled by the people, and to be exerted transparently, right? And in a framework of legality. Think about it. For example, one of the frameworks of legality about this are the company's rules. And as we always, as we may imagine, it is not the same if I go and report something to a company than if a government of a powerful state goes and reports something to a company. So as I said, 90% I would say goes through artificial intelligence, meaning that when you report something, it goes actually to a machine that classifies it. And according to that, then it's moved to a human moderator, but the human moderator gets a filtered version of this with a recommendation on what to do most of the times. And that moderator that gets the report is usually a not very well paid or well prepared worker that is working in a country or in a situation that is probably not the one where the crisis is going on, right? So that's how it works. Then there's a second level of escalation, right? If there's some kind of appeal, or if the content is very problematic, or if the moderator doesn't know exactly what to do, then it goes to another group where are supposed to be more prepared or better prepared in the specifics of the cultural and language situation, and they can decide again, right? So that's how it works normally. And there's this other aspect that I just mentioned, that there are direct access, let's say, for some actors to do reporting. And that's very problematic because there's not very much accountability about that, not much transparency. If something goes wrong, you don't have the right, or rarely have the right to effectively address that and ask for remedy or for an appeal, right? So that's how it works. I would say that machine learning has a role to do. As we know, computers are not magical. They basically reproduce the values and the biases and the positions of the people who program them. So it automates inequality in a way. But also some of the biggest problems are other things that are as old as time, which is direct influence, as I said. That's why I'm concerned about these internet referral units and the direct access that some powerful people have to the rules of speech online.
شكرا خافير، وسأوجه نفس السؤال إلى روان لتعطينا تعقيبها على هذا. يعني الاعتماد الكبير 90% من الاعتماد في الذكاء الاصطناعي، ولكن قبل ذلك روان يعني بدي أشتق من تعقيبات مؤيد الجمل أن هنا بيعلق كثير على مسألة المصطلحات، وحقيقة أن المعلومات المغلوطة والمضللة لا تأتي فقط من خلال رصد الوقائع، وإنما أيضا تأتي أحيانا من الاختلاف في المصطلح. وخليني أعترف، إحنا في بداية عملنا في وسائل الإعلام الفلسطينية كنا ورغبة منا في يعني ذم جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي كنا نبالغ في بعض الجرائم، ولم يكن ذلك يعود علينا بالفائدة. فمثلا كنا نعتبر كل شيء تطهير عرقي وإبادة جماعية وما شابه، وهذه مصطلحات يعني في القانون الدولي لها متطلباتها. كنا نغرق باستخدام هذه المصطلحات، وللأسف عاد علينا ذلك بعدم المصداقية في بعض الأحيان. كيف تعالجين مسألة المصطلحات، وما هي المبادرات التي يمكن أن نأخذها لكي يحسن الصحفي الفلسطيني والناشط الفلسطيني استخدام المصطلح في وقت محدد ولوصف الجريمة المحددة؟
شكرا جزيلا. هذه نقطة كثير هامة، وخاصة إنه وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، ونحن في ندوتنا يعني الأساس هي كيف نتعامل داخل وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، هي ستعود لهذه الكتابات التي كتبناها في مراحل مبكرة وتحاسبنا عليها، لأنه لا شيء يذهب. وللأسف الشديد يعودون الآن لتغريدات لبعض الزميلات والزملاء من 2004 ومن 2006، وحتى يتهمونهم اتهامات خطيرة في الوقت الذي كانت هذه المصطلحات في ذلك الوقت لا تشكل إشكالية، ولم يكن هناك نقاش حقيقي حولها، ولم يكن الكثير منا مدرك لتفاصيلها. مثال ممتاز التطهير العرقي، متى نستخدم التطهير العرقي ومتى لا نستخدم التطهير العرقي؟ فالتطهير العرقي هو يجب أولا أن يتم إخراج الفلسطينيين من هذه القرية، ثم هدم هذه القرية كي لا يعودوا ومنع عودتهم. فالإثنيك كلينزينج هو يشمل هذه الثلاث عوامل، ويشمل تاريخيا محو جميع آثارهم ومحوهم من التاريخ. ولذلك التطهير العرقي الفلسطيني هو أيضا بدأ من مراحل مبكرة مع مرجي بن عامر في 1916، وهو مستمر مستمر إلى اليوم، والإثنيك كلينزينج بهذا المعنى أيضا. وربما من أهم من نظر لهذا السياق هو المؤرخ البروفيسور إيلان بابا في كتابه التطهير العرقي، وهو في جامعة إكستر في بريطانيا، وترجمت مؤلفاته إلى اللغة العربية وفصل في هذا تفصيل دقيق. لكن أنا أريد أن أنصح جميع الزملاء والزميلات أن لا ينغمسوا في معركة المصطلحات، لأن هذا انغماس يؤدي إلى حرفنا عن الجوهر. الجوهر أن هناك انتهاك يحصل. وصف هذا الانتهاك ليس مهما كثيرا، المهم أن الانتهاك يحصل أو الجريمة تحصل. هل هي جريمة أم ليست جريمة؟ إذا كانت الجريمة استهداف ولا كانت الجريمة حصلت بشكل يعني فردي أو جماعي، من هو المستهدف، من هو القاتل، من هو المجرم، ليس كثيرا هو المهم عندما نصف الذي حدث على وجه التحديد. وبالتالي النصيحة هي أن نبسط في لغتنا العربية، لأن اللغة العربية نميل نحن في الإعلام إلى أن نستخدم اللغة المقعرة ونستخدم صعوبة الكلمات من أجل التجويد ومن أجل الموروث الثقافي والأدبي والشعري واللساني والصوتي الذي نحن العرب فيه. ولذلك نرى الجملة العربية بدل أن تكون وهي قادرة أن تكون أقصر من الإنجليزية تصبح ضعفي الإنجليزية في الطول وتصبح أطول بكثير، ويصبح هناك الفهم عليها، ويصبح الترجمة للغات الأخرى صعبة جدا جدا حتى أن الترجمة تكون فعلا ترجمة أنيقة وحقيقية. ولذلك التبسيط والمباشرة، وأن نصف ما حدث، وأن لا نقول أن لا نسمع ما يقول الآخرون، وأن نصف ما نرى بأعيننا. يعني أنا لا أفهم كيف هناك صحفي ليس في الميدان. أنت صحفي يعني أنت في الميدان، أنت تصف لنا ما تراه وليس ما تسمعه من الآخرين. وبالتالي فكرة هاي اللي خلقوا هاي فكرة غرف الأخبار البعيدة عن الميدان كل البعد، هذه مشكلة كبيرة. أنت لا تستطيع أن تنقل ما حدث إلا أن تشم رائحة المكان وتتصل مع الناس وتقابلهم وتحكي معهم. لذلك نحن في الوباء والجائحة تعرضنا لاختبار كبير جدا جدا، لأنه يعني منعنا من الوصول للميدان لأسباب صحية وخوفا على صحة الصحفيين والصحفيات، وأصبح هناك اختراع لوسائل أخرى مثل الزوم ومثل منصات التواصل ومثل التليفون ومثل إجراءات أخرى حتى نصل للميدان ونحن لا نستطيع أن نصل فيه. لكن هذا مثل إخراج السمكة من الماء. الأصل أن الصحفي هو موجود في الميدان، وكل صحافة المصادر المفتوحة وصحافة البيانات هي تدعم الميدان، هي ليست بديلا عن الميدان، وإنما هي تدعم الميدان تماما كما الذكاء الاصطناعي. الذكاء الاصطناعي وللأسف اللغة العربية بعيدة كثيرا عن هذا، أيضا هو يدعم الذكاء البشري وليس بديلا لهذا الذكاء البشري، هو يسهل عملنا وهو يبسط عملنا. ولذلك أنا يعني أقول إنه المصطلح هام. يعني في زميلنا مؤيد يقول لا يجوز تجاهل حرب المصطلحات. لا، هي حرب المصطلحات موجودة، لكن حرب الروايات أهم، لأنه عندما ننغمس في حرب المصطلح ننسى حرب الرواية. حرب الروايات هو المهم، لأنه في رواية صهيونية متكاملة العناصر وفي رواية فلسطينية. وحتى بعض المصطلحات لا نستخدمها، يعني نقول مثلا الحواجز العسكرية الإسرائيلية. طب هي ليست حواجز، هي ليست حواجز. هذه الكلمة أصلا التشيك بوينتس لا بالعربي ولا بالإنجليزي مضبوطة، لأن هي لا تصف ما يحدث. هذه تعرقل المرور من أجل أن تركز وتكرس الاحتلال. هذا هو سبب وجودها، هي ليس وجودها بسبب أمني. فبالتالي حتى الكلمات بالعربي وبالإنجليزية لا تصف هذا. حتى كلمة المستوطنات، طب شو بدك تستخدم غير المستوطنات؟ هي كلمة settlements هي لا بالعربي ولا بالإنجليزي مضبوطة، مش مضبوطة أصلاً. عشان هيك ندخل في هذه الحرب ونحاول نخترع بدائل وإلى آخره لن تؤدي بنا إلى أهمية ما يمكن أن ننشئه لو نحن فعلاً عملنا على تغيير الرواية وعلى فرض الرواية الفلسطينية والرواية السليمة لما حدث تاريخيا بأهمية ما يحدث على أرض الواقع. والفصل بين التاريخ والواقع هي من أكبر مشكلات الرواية، إنه إحنا أبناء اليوم وخلينا ننسى الماضي وخلينا نحكي في اليوم ونحكي في المستقبل. هذا لن يوصلنا إلى مكان. الحاضر هو ابن لهذا الماضي، والغد هو ابن للحاضر الذي نعيشه اليوم.
شكرا روان على هذا التوضيح، وشكرا أنك رديت على مؤيد. فعلا التوثيق هو الأهم، ولكن لا يمكن أيضا حذف المصطلح أو تجاهله. وشكرا أنك نبهتينا لأنه مسألة التاريخ ليس منفصل عما يجري اليوم. وأنا دائما بقول للطلاب أنه الفقرة الثالثة حتى في الخبر الإذاعي هي الأكثر أهمية لأنها تضع الحدث في سياقه، وهذا السياق مهم جدا. مع الأسف بدنا نفتقد هذه الفقرة الثالثة في نشراتنا الإخبارية بدواعي السرعة. كلام كثير عن المصطلحات، ولكن عندي سؤال من مريم أو ملاحظة تقول فيها بما معناه أنه في الوقت الذي نحاول فيه الوصول إلى المجتمع الغربي مع الأسف نواجه بعدم تفهم عربي للقضية الفلسطينية. ما هو ردك على هذا الموضوع، خاصة أننا نشهد نشاط إسرائيلي متزايد باتجاه بعض الدول العربية ومزيد من التطبيع؟
نعم هذا
كيف
صحيح
يمكن
شديد، صحيح 100%. نحن كسبنا مربعات في الغرب خصوصا في الجامعات الغربية. يعني منذ 20 عاما في بريطانيا وفي أمريكا كنت عندما أدخل لأحاضر أرى بعض الصهاينة يضعون على التيشيرت تبعهم I am a Zionist، أنا صهيوني، ويدخلون إلى القاعة ويعملون مشاكل من أجل أن لا نكمل المحاضرة الخاصة بفلسطين. هذا منذ 20 عام كان واقع في الحرم الجامعي في كثير من الجامعات الكندية الأمريكية الأوروبية. حاليا هناك مكسب كبير حصل في الجامعات الأوروبية والأمريكية والكندية والغربية خصوصا، والحركة الصهيونية مدركة لذلك، مدركة إنه في كسب للرواية الفلسطينية في هذه الحرم الجامعي. صحيح هذا الكسب لم يحصل عند متخذي القرار وعند أصحاب رؤوس الأموال، ولكنه حصل في الحرم الجامعي، ونحن نأمل أن هؤلاء الشباب عندما يدخلون في أحزابهم سيغيرون هذا على المدى البعيد. لكن على مستوى الوطن العربي هناك خسارات هائلة، خسارات في أنه جميع المناهج الدراسية العربية تم شط فلسطين منها من جميع الدول العربية وبتخطيط وبتنفيذ منذ عام 1999 إلى اليوم، بمعنى شط فلسطين حتى من مناهج اللغة العربية وليس فقط من مناهج التاريخ. ثانياً هناك تطبيع يعني تقوده الحركة الصهيونية العالمية وليس فقط إسرائيل بالدخول للدول العربية والإحساس أنه إسرائيل دولة طبيعية مثلها مثل كل دول العالم. ما الفرق؟ يعني إسرائيل والمغرب والبحرين كلها دول متشابهة، ومحوا لفكرة المشروع الصهيوني المستمر الذي لم يهدأ يوما ولن يهدأ يوما في ظل القوة الهائلة التي يحظى بها وفي ظل هدفه السيطرة الاقتصادية على المنطقة. وهذا الهدف موجود منذ 1940 ليس جديدا، وآلياته بدأت منذ 1940 منذ قبل إعلان حتى دولة إسرائيل. ولكن اليوم في 2022 نجد خسارات ضخمة على مستوى اللغة العربية، سواء على مستوى الوطن العربي اللي هو على مستوى القادة والرؤساء، أو حتى على مستوى المجتمع المدني الذي يقبل بهذا التطبيع. ما معنى التطبيع؟ أنها تعتبر إسرائيل طبيعية، تعتبر هذا شيء عادي، وهو ليس شيء عادي على الإطلاق. وبالتالي الخسارة هاي تحتاج منا أن نعمل فلسطينيا وعربيا ودوليا على أن نستعيد فلسطين. وربما ما حصل، يعني إذا كان هناك شيء أمل فيما حصل في استشهاد شيرين، إنه الهبة العربية التي حصلت بإنه الاهتمام الشبابي واهتمام الناس العاديين يثبت أن كل ما يحاول التطبيع أن يقوم به من الدعاية الصهيونية ومن أنه لا يوجد شيء اسمه الإرهاب الصهيوني ومن أنه الأمور عادية، عندما يرون بأم أعينهم ما يحصل يعودون ليدركوا مجددا أنه الإرهاب الصهيوني لا يدع لنا فرصة لنثق إنه إسرائيل يوما ما تريد السلام. يعني ما هو هذا الإرهاب الصهيوني؟ هم كل مرة حتى لما اللي بدهم يعملوا التطبيع بكل فترة بتيجي إسرائيل تقول لك أنا بدي أجرب الأسلحة المحرمة دوليا من الطيارات على الفلسطينيين، أنا بدي أقتل الفلسطينيين، لأنه المشروع الصهيوني في جوهره إرهابي. هي المشكلة الأساسية، إنه هو في جوهره يستخدم العنف حتى من قبل قيام دولة إسرائيل وبعد قيام دولة إسرائيل. ولذلك أعتقد أنه على المدى البعيد سيكون هناك تحقق لعدالة الرواية الفلسطينية، لكن علينا أن نأخذ المعلومة والدقة ونستعمل وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي في إطار حقوق إنسان حقيقي من أجل أن نحقق فرقا في المستوى المنظور بسرعة.
شكرا جزيلا روان. أنا هون حاب أنوه أن نحن نحكي عن القضية الفلسطينية على سبيل المثال، ولكن لأنها الجريمة الأكبر وهذا الاحتلال الأطول عمرا والأبشع عبر التاريخ، ولكن من الضروري جدا التضامن مع حقوق الإنسان في كل مكان، في سوريا، في العراق، في تشيلي، وفي هونغ كونغ، وفي غيرها من المناطق. هذه مسألة مهمة جدا، وأرى أن الفلسطينيين معنيون أيضا بالتقرب من هذه الشعوب والتضامن مع قضاياها بدرجة كبيرة جدا، ولا يجب أن يقصروا في ذلك. لا يجب أن نطلب الحب من جانب واحد أو التضامن من جانب واحد، يجب أن نتضامن مع العالم بشكل فعال لكي يتضامن معنا. نحن نقترب من النهاية، وأريد أن أسأل ضيفي الكريمين النصائح التي يقدمونها للمغردين وللنشطاء، لأنه ليس كل هذه المعايير والسياسات التي تضعها شركات التواصل الاجتماعي هي معايير ظالمة. هنالك معايير هدفها الحد من خطاب الكراهية والعنصرية وما شابه. خافير، ما هي النصائح التي تقدمها لنا من أجل أن نعمل توازن ما بين تقديم معلومة فيها مصداقية دون اعتداء على حرية الآخرين، ولكي نرفع من مستوى التضامن العالمي مع حقوق الإنسان؟ تفضل خافير النصائح التي تقدمها، وبعد ذلك روان.
Yes, if I may, I will give a try to that. Sorry for the delay again. So I would say that there are several things that have been already said by the colleagues here. One was very clear about how the space is evolving, so things are getting better, and we're trying to fight the narratives, right, and to change the narratives. The key advice that I would just share is that we need to understand the system, right? As we fight to have better, more decentralized and more equitable ways of sharing the information, we need to understand how content moderation in big platforms works and operates, right? And for that, having allies in international human rights spaces, in the technical community and in the academic community is very important. So let's understand how the system works, how we can, while trying to play with their rules, to be able to convey the message. Right? So trying to understand how it works and how we can get remedy and how we can actually share information properly, I think that's going to be a key way of fighting back.
شكرا خافير. والآن إليك روان، ومع الإشارة إلى أنه برضو زميلنا مؤيد الجمل نشيط وبيقول أنه يجب أنسنة الطرح الفلسطيني أكثر من السابق تماما كما فعلوا مع قضية الهولوكوست. فالكلمة لك روان، ما هي النصائح التي تقدمينها لرفع مستوى التضامن مع قضيتنا؟
أولاً أن نتقن اللغات الأجنبية الأخرى، يعني أن نستطيع نحن كفلسطينيين وكمناصرين لفلسطين أن نتحدث باللغات المختلفة، أن نستغل الجيل الثالث والرابع من الفلسطينيين الذين ولدوا في ألمانيا يتقنون النمساوية، الألمانية، الإسبانية، الفرنسية. هناك فرصة ذهبية للفلسطينيين أن يتحدثوا بلغات العالم، لأنه مهما تحدثنا باللغة الخاصة بنا ليس عندما نتحدث بالبرتغالية في البرازيل ونتحدث بالإسبانية في إسبانيا ونتحدث بالألمانية في ألمانيا. هذا أولاً. ثانياً أن لا يعني أن نأخذ كل المنصات، يعني منصات الإنستغرام، الفيسبوك، التويتر، التيك توك، كل المنصات أن ندخل فيها، ولكن أن ندخل بخطة وليس كردات فعل كمظاهرات إلكترونية تظهر فجأة وتختفي. من أجل أن نحقق تغييراً في الرواية يجب أن يكون لدينا منهجية في العمل قائمة على منهجية واضحة وخطة واضحة. أنا دائما بقول لهم 50% من الوقت لازم يكون في التخطيط و50% في التنفيذ. أما أن نذهب للتنفيذ على طول فهذه مشكلة تعرقل الروح الذي نحاول أن ننقلها فلسطينيا. ثالثا أن نهتم بروح المكان وروح الشخص، يعني ليس عندما أريد أن أنقل قصة عن هذا الشخص أريد أن أنسن هذا الشخص الذي يهدمون بيته في القدس، أريد أن أنسن هذا الشخص الذي تسببوا بأنه أصبح من ذوي الحاجات الخاصة في الخليل. كل قصة لها روح، هي ليست المعلومة. كيف أصل لهذه الروح؟ أصل لها بكثير من البحث والعمق، بمعنى إنه هذا الشخص ما ينفعش أشوفه 5 دقائق وأقول إني بدي أحكي قصته، هذا لازم أقعد معه 5 ساعات و5 أيام حسب المتاح لإلي. لكن عندما أتعمق في قصته أستطيع أن أنقل الروح، ولو كان المنتوج النهائي هو عبارة عن دقيقة، لكن هذه الدقيقة هي ليست فقط المصطلح والصورة والشكل والبناء، لا، هي روح المكان، روح الشخص، روح المرحلة. عشان هيك إذا بدي أعمل قصة عن العشرينات يجب أن أتخصص كثيرا وأقرأ كثيرا في المرحلة حتى أستطيع نقل الروح. لماذا الروح مهمة؟ لأنه هذا معناه أن المضمون سيعيش طويلا. يعني لدينا فرصة ذهبية أن نترك للأجيال المقبلة مضامين تعيش طويلا، ولأجل أن تعيش طويلا يجب أن تكون صادقة كثيرا وتنقل الروح كثيرا. ولا هو سهل كثير، في مضامين كثير موجودة حاليا بلغات مختلفة، لكن التحدي هو أي منها يستطيع أن يعيش طويلا، وأي منها تعيد أنت كمشاهد أو كمستمع أو كمتلقي الاستمتاع والاستفادة الذهاب إليه مرة أخرى. وهذا هو المعول، هذا ما سيكون جزءا من صناعة التاريخ. لأنه وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي والسرعة الذي تحدث عنها أستاذ عماد، إنه حتى الفقرة الثالثة ما بدهم إياها مع عصر السرعة، هاي هي المشكلة الحقيقية التي نواجهها. كيف نستطيع في هذا العصر السريع والحياة المادية السريعة التي نعيشها، وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي اللي عبارة عن فيد يسير بسرعة بسرعة بسرعة، أن تقول هذا المضمون الذي أريد أن أعيد التعرض له، هذا المضمون الذي أريد أن أستخدمه في التعلم، هذا المضمون الذي يمكن أن يشكل شيئا جديدا في الوعي. وكصناع لهذا المحتوى علينا مسؤولية وعلينا دور كبير أن نبذل كل الجهد من أجل أن تعيش هذه المضامين طويلا. آنذاك لن تستطيع أي منصة أن تزيل هذا المضمون، لأنه سينتشر وينتشر ويبقى في منصات مختلفة، ويبقى الناس يطلبونه ويبقى الناس يعودون له. وهذا هو التحدي. وإن كان بلغات مختلفة فنحن على الأقل سنكون قد كسبنا معركة الوعي، ما دام لدينا خسارات هائلة في معركة الأرض على الأرض مع هذه القوة الصهيونية العسكرية الكبيرة جدا التي نواجهها يوميا.
شكرا جزيلا، مضى الوقت سريعا. شكرا جزيلا روان، شكرا جزيلا خافير، شكرا لكل المتحدثين والمعقبين على أسئلتهم ومداخلاتهم الجميلة، وكل الشكر طبعا لمركز حملة ولمنتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي. نلتقي معكم إن شاء الله في مرات قادمة في أحوال أفضل إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا وإلى اللقاء.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا.
إذن شكرا للأستاذ عماد الاصفر، وكذلك ضيوفه روان الضامن وخفير باليرو. الآن ننتقل إلى جلسة أخرى، هي جلسة الحق في الخصوصية في العصر الرقمي، إذ يعد موضوع الخصوصية وحماية البيانات موضوع إشكالي في العصر الرقمي، حيث لا تزال هناك العديد من التشريعات والقوانين التي تخص حماية البيانات في بعض الدول، إما أنها غير موجودة أو أنها ضعيفة وبلا أهمية تذكر. ذلك أسفر عن زيادة في انتهاك الحقوق الرقمية للأفراد في مختلف أنحاء العالم. في هذه الجلسة نسلط الضوء على موضوع الخصوصية وحماية البيانات مع إعطاء أمثلة وتجارب سواء في فلسطين، المنطقة العربية أو أوروبا، كنماذج عملية على مصير الحق في الخصوصية وحماية البيانات للمواطنين والمواطنات. تدير هذه الجلسة رايا شاربن، وتستضيف معها حسن الأزهري وكذلك عبد الغني شهواد وحلا مرشود. أما في قسم الورشات وبشكل متزامن تنطلق ورشة استخدام إنستغرام لحملات التضامن وحقوق الإنسان، التي تركز على أهم التكتيكات التي يمكن أن يستفيد منها النشطاء في هذه المنصة لزيادة انتشار حملاتهم وجعلها أكثر فاعلية. تدير الورشة كاثرين أبو عمشة، وتستضيف معها نادية دياب كسيرس. الآن ننتقل إلى رايا وكاثرين أبو عمشة لبدء الجلسة والورشة، لكن ننوه أن الجلسة ستكون على المسار الرئيسي للمنتدى الموجود على أيقونة ستيج، أما الورشة فستكون على أيقونة سيشن داخل منصة هوبن. نتمنى لكم حضور ممتع، وأهلا وسهلا بكل من انضم إلينا.
وين عالم الله، وين عالم الله، وين في مسافر، وين عالم الله، ما تخاف تنساني أنا. يا ظريف الطول يا أبو صنداحوك يلي رابي في دلال مكوابوك. يا ظريف الطول يوم الغرابوك شاعر راسي شاب والظهر حنان. وعلى دلعونة وعلى دلعونة هوا الشمال يغير اللونة. هوا الشمال تهبر أماني خلاني حدك يا سمار اللونة. شفرة ويا غراوي تحصد بأرضي طير والسر اللي بيننا مش وصلوا للغير وإن كان ما في ورا. وين عرم الله وين عرم الله والفي مسافر وين عرم الله. ما تخاف من الله ما تخاف من الله خذيت قلبي ما تخاف من الله. وين يا حبيبي وين يا حبيبي تاركني ورايح وين يا حبيبي. حظ ونصيبي حظ ونصيبي ريتك من الله حظي ونصيبي. يا ظريف الطول وقفت اقول لك رايح عالغربة وبلادك احسن لك. خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني انا. يا ظريف الطول يا ابو صنداحوك يلي رابي في دلال مكوابوك. يا ظريف الطول يوم الغرابوك شاعر راسي شاب والظهر حنان. وعلى دلعونة وعلى دلعونة الهوى الشمالي غير اللونة. الهوى الشمالي تهبر أماني خلاني حدك يا سمار اللونة. وشفرة ويا غرابع تحصد بأرضي تدير والسر اللي بيننا مش وصلوا للغير وإن كان ما في ورا.
مساء الخير جميعا. كيف الحال؟ أهلا وسهلا مرحبا. أنا اسمي رايا شربين بشتغل مع الجمعية الأردنية للمصدر المفتوح في عمان وأيضا في مشروع تور. رح أقدم وأيسر هذه الجلسة اللي رح نتحدث عن الحق في الخصوصية في العصر الرقمي خصوصا في المنطقة الناطقة في اللغة العربية المشرق والمغرب. معاي اليوم 3 محدثين. حسن الأستاذ حسن يعمل وهو من ضمن مؤسسين مؤسسي مسار من مصر وهو محامي وباحث قانوني مهتم بالعلاقة بين التكنولوجيا والقانون خصوصا في إطار الحقوق الإنسان ومبادئ حقوق الإنسان. الأستاذ عبد الغني فهو ناشط وتقني يعمل حاليا مسؤول المعلومات والتكنولوجيا مع منظمة الابتكار للتغيير في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. لديه عدة سنوات خبرة في التدريب في الأمن الرقمي وقد قام سابقا بتدريب نشطاء وصحفيين في المغرب وفي منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا على السلامة الرقمية والحقوق الرقمية وبالتحديد حماية البيانات. الأستاذة حلم رشود من مؤسسة من يربح من الاحتلال تنضم إلينا من حيفا وهي باحثة في مجال الاقتصاد السياسي. رح أبلش أسأل أسئلة للمتحدثين وإن شاء الله يضل معنا وقت بالنهاية ممكن يضل معنا 10 دقائق عشان ناخد أسئلة من الجمهور. هلا عشان نعطي هيك مقدمة حلوة عن الموضوع تبعنا اليوم عن الخصوصية في المنطقة العربية، بدي أسأل الأستاذ عبد الغني في السياق العربي بالتحديد ما هي القوانين المتاحة حاليا لحماية البيانات الشخصية وحق الخصوصية؟
شكرا، مساء الخير على الجميع. شكرا على الاستضافة ومبروك يعني دورة جديدة من المنتدى. بالنسبة لسؤالك فموضوع الحقوق الرقمية أو وضع الحقوق الرقمية في المنطقة يعني لا يختلف يعني بشكل كبير عن وضع الحقوق الأساسية أو الحقوق التقليدية المتعارف عليها بالمنطقة. فالحقوق الرقمية تواجه يعني تحديات تتعلق أساساً بالتضييق على القضاء المدني، وفيما يخص القوانين فهي موجودة بعض القوانين في بعض الدول، لكن هذه القوانين يعني تغلب عليها سمتين. السمة الأولى هي سمة يعني التعقيد والتضييق، والسمة الثانية هي أنها رغم أنها يمكن أن نقول عليها يعني مبادرات جيدة أنها في اتجاه تقنين الموضوع ووضع تشريعات، لكنها تطبع بسمة ثانية، هي أنها غير حديثة ولا تتناسب يعني مع التقدم التكنولوجي الموجود اليوم، وأيضا لا تتناسب وحجم التحديات أو المخاطر التي تواجه الحقوق الرقمية للأشخاص والأفراد والمنظمات في المنطقة. اشتغلنا في شبكة الابتكار للتغيير على دراسة مسحية غطت أواسط 2017 وحتى أواسط 2020 بشراكة مع مركز حملة. و فيما يخص القوانين أو التشريعات وجدنا أنه لا يوجد ترسانة قانونية حقيقية أو قوية بما يناسب أو بما يسمح يعني بحماية بيانات الأفراد والمواطنات والمواطنين في المنطقة، وهذا أدى بشكل كبير يعني إلى استمرار التخوف الذي أو التخوف، وأيضا التردد وممارسة الرقابة الذاتية التي يعني التي يقوم بها المواطنين والمواطنين في الفضاءات العادية، يعني انتقلت أيضا إلى الفضاءات الرقمية لأن نفس التضييقات موجودة أونلاين. راح أعطي مثالين يعني في موضوع القوانين. مثلا في تونس الدستور التونسي ينص على وجوب حماية البيانات الخاصة بالمواطنات والمواطنين وحماية خصوصيتهم، وعندهم أيضا هيئة تسمى l'Instance nationale de protection des données personnelles أو الهيئة التونسية لحماية البيانات. لكن رغم ذلك، رغم وجود هذه يعني الآليات، لا يزال هناك غياب اهتمام أو إرادة سياسية ممكن أن تدفع في اتجاه أنه يتم تشريع قوانين تكمل هذه الآليات وتسمح يعني بوضع قوانين حقيقية لموضوع الحقوق الرقمية. لدينا ايضا مثال في المغرب عندهم محاولات يعني من سنوات في موضوع يعني تقنين وتشريع كل ما هو يتعلق بالفضاء الرقمي. فمثلا في المدونة الجنائية او القانون الجنائي هنالك يعني مجموعة من الفصول تتحدث عن الجريمة الإلكترونية وتتحدث عن المجال السيبراني. لديهم ايضا قانون تم سنه في 2008 على ما اعتقد، قانون رقم 0908. لكن مرة اخرى وكما هو المثال في تونس وفي جل المنطقة، هي قوانين نوعا ما يعني تقادمت، وحتى يعني بغير أنها متقدمة فإنها لم تغطي يعني مثلا لما نتحدث عن البيانات لا نتحدث فقط عن إدارة هذه البيانات، ولكن نتحدث عن البروسيس كامل من أول ما المستخدم يعني يشارك يعني بإرادته أو بغير إرادته مجموعة من البيانات أونلاين، ما هو المسار الذي تمر من هذه البيانات، وكيف يتم تشريع قوانين تقوم بإدارة تدبير كل مرحلة على حدة بما يسمح أولا للناس بحرية التعبير أونلاين، ولكن في نفس الوقت تسمح لهم بأنه راح يكونوا بأمان وخصوصيتهم بياناتهم الخاصة لن يتم يعني يعني أن تتعرض للخطر. وعندهم أيضا شيء مماثل لتونس، يعني عندهم هيئة مماثلة للهيئة التونسية وهي اللجنة الوطنية لمراقبة حماية المعطيات ذات الطابع الشخصي. يعني على العموم هنالك محاولات، لكن كما قلت هي ليست قوية ولا تستجيب يعني بشكل كافي للحد الأدنى الذي يضمن حقوق وحريات رقمية للجميع. وأيضا لا تتناسب يعني لدينا يعني تعارض أو شيء غير منطقي، وأن في نفس الوقت الحكومات والقطاع الخاص في المنطقة يدفع بالمجتمع وبالمواطنين الى الديجيتاليزيشن والرقمنه ونقوم بكل شيء اونلاين، دفع الفواتير، التعبير، الصحافه، كل شيء متوجه للاونلاين والديجيتاليزيشن. لكن هذا التوجه لا يواكبه من جهه التشريعات والقوانين، سن تشريعات وقوانين تحمي الجميع، يعني تحمي المواطنات والمواطنين، وايضا تشجع الشركات في القدوم الى المنطقه والاستثمار فيها تقنيا، ولكن بما يحترم حقوق وحرية الناس الرقمية.
شكرا أستاذ عبد الغني على مداخلتك. طيب ممكن أسألك في ظل هذه القوانين المشوهة والغير واضحة حول حماية خصوصية الأفراد والمواطنين والمواطنات في المنطقة العربية أو الناطقة باللغة العربية، ماذا الذي علينا أن نفعله حسب رأيك، خصوصا إحنا كمجتمع مدني في المنطقة؟
أعتقد أن هناك كثير الذي يمكن عمله، ومثلا وجود يعني منصات مثل هذا المنتدى اليوم وغيرها يعني يسير في هذا الاتجاه. لكن بالنسبه لي هنالك تقريبا 3 مستويات اللي يعني ممكن نشتغل عليها. المستوى الاول هو تقني، يعني اللي نغفله كثيرا، لكن مهم هو المستوى التقني، وهو ان لا تزال البنيه التحتيه في المنطقه يعني الرقميه او التكنولوجيه ضعيفه للغايه. راح اعطي فقط مثال يعني بسيط. مثلا لا يوجد عندنا داتا سنترز في المنطقه، فكل الداتا تبع المواطنات والمواطنين في المنطقه غالبا ما يتم يعني حفظها وتسجيلها وتدبيرها في داتا سنترز موجوده في اوروبا والولايات المتحده وكندا واماكن ثانيه بالعالم. فاول شيء we are not owning our data، يعني الداتا تبعنا موجوده في دول ثانيه، يعني بغض النظر هل هذيك الدول يعني ستحمي حقوقنا وبياناتنا اونلاين، ولكن اول شيء we are not owning our data يعني موجوده في خارج حدود المنطقه. وبالتالي الاستثمار مثال ثاني، يعني ما زال عندنا مشكل في الولوج الى الانترنت، الاكسس. الناس وصلت الى ال5 جي واحنا لسه عندنا مناطق يعني مدني حضريه يعني في المدن لا زالت تجد صعوبه فقط في الولوج الى 3 جي او لا الى الفايبر اوبتيك او لا يعني الانترنت. فالوصول ايضا الاكسس يعني يتم بشكل يعني متقدم سيسمح بالموضوع. اذا تقنيا ما زالت موضوع البنيه التحتيه. شيء ثاني هو أنه لاحظنا في آخر 3 4 5 سنوات بدأ المجتمع المدني يهتم بموضوع الفضاءات الرقمية، المناصرة الرقمية، المشاركة أونلاين، الحقوق الرقمية، الديجيتال سيفتي، صحافة البيانات. يعني كل هذا التوجه إلى كل ما هو رقمي يعني محمود، ويجب أن نستمر في هذا التوجه ونشجع عليه من خلال يعني شيئا اساسيا هو استمرار في بناء قدرات وجلب التجربه والخبره من اوروبا والولايات المتحده الى المنطقه، وايضا في الرفع من وعي المواطنين والمواطنين في المنطقه بموضوع الحمايه الرقميه وبياناتهم والخصوصيه الرقميه وغيرها. ثم المستوى الثالث واخير هو موضوع المناصره وبناء التحالفات. يجب أن يستمر، ولكن يجب أن يعطى له زخم أكبر في المرحلة المقبلة. نلاحظ اليوم عندنا يعني we are already يعني وراء الركب التقني، وسنستمر في هذا. مثل اليوم عندنا الميتافيرس، عندنا تقنيات البلوك تشين وأشياء جديدة قادمة، وإحنا لسه البيزكس أو المينيموم في الخصوصية الرقمية غير متواجدة عندنا، وبالتالي يجب أن نطور من موضوع المناصرة بين التحالفات. مثلا ذكرت أنه مثلا في المغرب عندهم القانون رقم 0908 متعلق بحماية المعطيات الشخصية أو البيانات الخاصة، لكنه قانون قديم. فعلى سبيل المثال شبكة الابتكار للتغيير اشتغلت السنة الماضية مع شريكنا بالمغرب سمسم على وضع مجموعة مقترحات تعديلات لتطوير القانون، وفي هذا الصدد قمنا ببناء تحالفات مع نواب في البرلمان، مع شركات في القطاع الخاص، مع المجتمع المدني. فأعتقد أنه باقي دول المنطقة يجب أن تسير في هذا الاتجاه، يعني موضوع المناصرة وبناء تحالفات.
شكرا عبد الغني. وتعقيبا على موضوع ملك البيانات أو وجود هذه البيانات من ضمن حدود هذه المنطقة، أتوقع أنه مؤخرا شفنا خبر أنه جوجل وأمازون عم بيفكروا أنهم يحطوا داتا سنترز في الخليج وبالتحديد في السعودية، المملكة السعودية. وهذا الأمر مقلق جدا نظرا إلى وضع حقوق الإنسان في هذه الدولة، وما بنعرف، ما في كثير وضوح عن كيف رح يتم السيطرة على الأكسس للبيانات المستخدمين، كيف أو أي تفاصيل تانية. هلا بس بدي أنتقل للأستاذ حسن من مؤسسة مسار، وبدنا نفكر أكثر هلا عن ممكن تكون نماذج، ما بدي أحكي مثالية لكن موجودة وبتساهم في حماية البيانات على مستوى إقليمي، وهو قانون GDPR في الاتحاد الأوروبي. واللي بدنا نحاول نفهمه إيش هي الآليات اللي تستخدمها أو اللي بيستخدمها القانون الأوروبي لحماية البيانات والخصوصية للمستخدمين والمستخدمات اللي من ضمن حدود الاتحاد الأوروبي. تفضل أستاذ حسن.
أهلا بك يا روي، شكرا لك وسعيد بالمشاركة في الملتقى. في الحقيقة الموضوع حماية البيانات أو الأونلاين بشكل عام يعني يبقى صعب إن احنا نشوف من خلاله فكرة وجود حدود. وده جزء من الموضوع الخصوصي حماية البيانات. المحاولة اللي بدأت في الاتحاد الأوروبي من خلال GDPR أو المحاولة الأخرى اللي أقل على يعني في المستوى اللي بدأت في أمريكا، في الحقيقة بتشاور على إن في وعي بيكبر في حوالين التأثيرات اللي ليها علاقة باستخدام البيانات بشكل كبير، وعلاقتها كمان بالبيزنس وطريقة استخدامها وطريقة التحكم في سلوك الأفراد والمستخدمين بشكل عام. التطور ده يعني هو تطور ملحوظ على المستوى التشريعي. يعني احنا لما بنقول GDPR هي في اللحظة الآنية دلوقتي هي من النماذج المثلى أو التجارب الجيدة جدا حسب معرفتنا وحسب تقديرنا الحالي، لأنها بتتكلم عن حماية المستخدمين على نطاقات متعددة لها علاقة بقدرة وفهم المستخدم بطبيعة البيانات اللي بيستخدمها مقدم الخدمة، حق المستخدم في الوصول ليها وتعديلها ومحوها، وجود آليات ناجعة وسريعة في الاقتضاء في حالة وجود انتهاك لحماية البيانات دي أو الاعتداء عليها، وجود هيئات وطنية معنية بمتابعة وتدريب الأفراد احنا بنسميه مسؤولي حماية البيانات عند مقدمي الخدمة. فالسكيل واسع جدا وصعب، واحنا في جاب كبير قوي كمان على مستوى التشريع ما بيننا وما بين GDPR. لكن خليني اقول لك المقاربه بقى اللي موجوده دلوقتي، اين نحن واين GDPR. ده نقطه مهمه جدا. لو GDPR نجح في انه يحط مجموعه من القواعد القابله للتطور واللي بنسبه كبيره هي قادره تحمي المستخدم في الاتحاد الاوروبي، الا ان المنطقه العربيه هي في ازمه لها علاقه ان احنا بدايه الحق في الخصوصيه هو حق مهجور على المستوى التشريعي. يعني احنا ممكن نلاقي اغلب الدساتير الوطنيه بتتكلم بشكل واضح عن حمايه الحياه الخاصه وحمايه المراسلات البريديه وما الى ذلك، لكن هذه الحقوق لما يتم ترجمتها بشكل واضح في قوانين ممكن توفر حمايه للمستخدم او للافراد بشكل عام او للمواطنين. يعني فاللي حصل دلوقتي ان احنا قدام تطور ضخم صعب فيه ان احنا نشوف الاطر التشريعيه الوطنيه، لان خلاص احنا عندنا حجم ضخم جدا من البيانات العابره للحدود. عندنا في ضروره وحاجه ملحه لوجود تعاون دولي ما بين الدول اللي بتحصل ما بينها ومنها واليها البيانات، خصوصا في المنطقه العربيه هي ممر ضخم جدا للبيانات وتتحرك ما بين مساحات مختلفه على مستوى العالم. لكن في الحقيقه كمان احنا بنشوف ده على مستوى حتى اللحظه دي انه في تشريعات بتحمي البيانات بتطلع مؤخرا في مصر في تونس في المغرب، لكن هي تشريعات مشوهه لحد كبير. اما بنشوفها في صوره تعديلات تشريعيه محدوده بتحصل في قوانين الاتصالات او في قوانين سايبر كرايم لو اللي هو قوانين الجريمه الالكترونيه، او بنشوفها في صوره تشريعات مستقله بتطلع بتحمي حمايه البيانات زي ما موجود مثلا في الامارات وفي مصر وفي تونس وما الى ذلك. لكن رغم ان التشريعات دي نظريا هي تشريعات يبدو من الاطلاع او وهله الاولى عليها انها تشريعات جيده وانها بتوفر بشكل كبير حمايه للمستخدمين، الا ان الواقع العملي بيقول لحد دلوقتي انها مجرد توافقات لها علاقه بحجم البيزنس اللي موجود ما بيننا وبين الاتحاد الاوروبي او بيننا وما بين امريكا وهكذا. فده له علاقه اكتر بان احنا في تفاهمات ما بين الحكومات المختلفه زي ما قال كده عبد الغني او زي ما انت قلت كده يا رايا ان هيكون في داتا سنتر موجود في الخليج. كان في كلام بيحصل من 3 سنين ان مصر عندها رغبه انها تكون عندها يعني تبقى سبوت كبير لحمايه البيانات والداتا سنتر، لكن ده علشان يحصل كان في مطالبات واضحه جدا من دول الاتحاد الاوروبي ان انتوا لو عايزين تعملوا النوع ده من الانشطه لازم يكون عندكم قوانين ونقطه. لكن عشان القوانين دي بقى تترجم لممارسات حقيقيه ده شيء صعب جدا، وبالتالي البدايه او الانطلاقه لاصدار هذه التشريعات لم تنشا عن وجود حاجه مجتمعيه وضغط مجتمعي ووعي حوالين اهميه هذه القوانين، الا انها جت من مدخل مختلف خالص، جت من مدخل البيزنس والتجاره وكيفيه العمل على تنميه صناعات التعهيد المرتبطه بالبيانات وما الى ذلك. فالواقع ده ادى في الاخر ان احنا عندنا قوانين معلبه خدناها او استنسخناها من GDPR، لكن احنا في الحقيقه ما عندناش هيئات حقيقيه بتشتغل على مراقبه او نفاذ هذه القوانين، ما عندناش هيئات بتدرب وتاهل مسؤول حمايه البيانات، ما عندناش محاكم وطنيه عندها القدره على متابعه وتنفيذ هذه القوانين. ما عندناش حتى شركات اللي بتقدم خدمه في مصر او في المنطقه العربيه عندهم وعي حقيقي عن مخاطر استخدام البيانات دي. مؤخرا عدد الحوادث اللي بتحصل بسبب استخدام البيانات المستخدمين ضخمه جدا، وكمان مش بنتكلم عن البيانات بشكل عام، احنا بنتكلم عن البيانات الحساسه، الشخصيه الحساسه. فبنشوف مثلا في جرائم ليها علاقه بالاعتداءات على البطاقات البنكيه، في جرائم ليها علاقه بالاعتداء على البيانات الخاصه بالحاله الصحيه والنفسيه والعقليه. بشوف بيانات ليها علاقه بيتم مشاركتها مع اطراف ثالثه زي معامل تحاليل طبيه. فالامر بيتطور بشده. القوانين الموجوده في موجه من القوانين، لكن هذه الموجه لا يوازيها وعي من المستخدمين حول اهميه هذه القوانين. وبصراحه شديده العبء الاكبر في اللحظه دي بيقع على منظمات المجتمع المدني المعنيه بالدفاع عن هذه الحقوق لاسباب كتير. اولها ان احنا بنشوف تحالف كده واضح ما بين الحكومات والشركات حوالين ان دي تجاره، وان التجاره دي لازم تكون محميه بشكل او باخر، حتى وان اتفقنا ان يكون في قوانين شكليه توفر حمايه. فالحقيقه ان حجم تجاره البيانات هي تجاره ضخمه جدا، صعب ان احنا نشوف حجمها الحقيقي. والدوله بشكل او باخر عندها تفاهمات مع الشركات حوالين ان احنا مش عايزين نعمل مشاكل ضخمه مع الشركات علشان تقدر تكمل شغل في مصر او في المنطقه العربيه، وفي نفس الوقت احنا عايزين نعمل بيزنس له علاقه بنوع الشركات التعهيد اللي بتشتغل على حمايه البيانات. فاحنا قدام واقع مشوه، دساتير بتتكلم عن كفاله الحق لكنها غير مفعله، بتتكلم عن قوانين عتيقه للغايه بتتكلم عن حق في الخصوصيه بمفاهيم تقليديه جدا، بنتكلم عن موجه جديده من قوانين حمايه البيانات بتحصل في المنطقه العربيه، ولكنها حتى الان هي قوانين شكليه صعب ان احنا نقول عليها انها دخلت حيز النفاذ. على سبيل المثال لو انا ما طولتش، يعني في مصر احنا عندنا قانون 151 سنه 2020 ده طلع من سنتين لحد دلوقتي. المفترض ان القانون يدخل حيز النفاذ خلال 6 شهور. الحقيقه القانون ما دخلش حيز النفاذ. كل القرارات واللوائح المرتبطه بنفاذ هذه القرارات التنفيذيه اللازمه علشان القانون دوت يدخل حيز النفاذ ما صدرتش حتى الان. الهيئات المعنيه زي مثلا هيئه حمايه البيانات في القانون المصري اسمها مركز حمايه البيانات لما يتم تشكيلها حتى الان، رغم ان احنا عندنا ملاحظات اصلا على التشكيل او يعني على طبيعه التشكيل اللي منصوص عليها في القانون. يعني هتلاقي التشكيل لم يتضمن على سبيل المثال تمثيل جيد لمنظمات المجتمع المدني او لاصحاب المصالح، هتلاقي في سيطره كامله من الجهات الامنيه وتمثيل الشركات، وفي تراجع نسبي في حجم التمثيل الخاص بالافراد او الخبراء او المنظمات المجتمع المدني. فرغم كل ده ورغم ملاحظاتنا على القانون ورغم ان وجود في مشاكل، الا اننا بنطالب بانفاذه. وده له علاقه ان احنا بنقول ان القوانين بتاتي معلبه او الاهداف محدده في اتفاقات، في حاجات في بعض الاحيان مش بس حاجات ليها علاقه بالبيزنس المباشر مع الشركات او بين الشركات وبين الدول، في حاجات ليها علاقه بالقروض والمنح اللي بتاخدها في بعض الاحيان الدول العربيه، بيكون فيها بعض الاشتراطات. لو هتاخد قرض من صندوق النقد الدولي او من البنك الدولي، فانت محتاج يكون عندك حزمه من التشريعات زي قانون الجريمه الالكترونيه وزي قانون حمايه البيانات وزي قانون تداول المعلومات وما الى ذلك. ودي مشكله كبيره لان الدول بتوافق على ده على مضض، يعني على ما فيش رغبه حقيقيه لانفاذ هذه القوانين. ده الوضع الحالي في المنطقه العربيه مقارنه بالجي دي بي ار. المشكله بقى ان في اللحظه الحاليه ان احنا تخطينا مرحله ان احنا نعمل قوانين. احنا هنقف في مرحله ليها علاقه ان احنا هيكون في مطالبات مختلفه ما بين الدول عشان يكون في تعاون قضائي لو حصل انتهاكات. ازاي المنطقه العربيه هتتعامل مع الاتحاد الاوروبي في ده؟ هنشوف المرحله الجايه حاجات ليها علاقه بمشاكل بتحصل في المنطقه العربيه وشكاوى، ولكن هذه الشكاوى لن يتم التحقيق فيها بشكل قضائي نزيه او منفصل او مستقل. وده تقديرنا من دلوقتي. في مشاكل لسه هتحصل ليها علاقه بمستوى الحمايه في البيانات اللي بتمر من المنطقه العربيه، ازاي ده هيحصل. فمن المبكر الحكم على اللي هيحصل، لكن الدلالات والامارات اللي موجوده دلوقتي ان القوانين دي هي قوانين شكليه، وصعب جدا تدخل في حيز نفاذ بشكل سريع الا اذا كان في وعي وضغط حقيقي حوالين اهميه هذه القوانين.
شكرا أستاذ حسن. طيب أستاذ حسن، أسألك سؤال سريع. يعني ما مدى الحماية اللي ممكن توفرها هذه القوانين في المنطقة في حال تم تنفيذها؟ وأنا عم بفكر بالتحديد في العقوبات في حال صار في انتهاك لخصوصية الأفراد. هل هي عقوبات رادعة ولا لا؟ وهل برأيك هذه العقوبات في حال إنه شو اسمه صرنا ننفذ هذه القوانين ونعاقب اللي انتهكوا خصوصية الأفراد في المنطقة، هل برأيك ممكن تغير الوعي حول الخصوصية أو أهمية خصوصية البيانات وحماية البيانات؟ وشكرا.
طيب خليني كده سريعا اقول لك وصف موجز جدا لشكل القوانين بتطلع ايه. القوانين بتطلع فيها مجموعه من الاجزاء. الجزء الاول بيتكلم عن طبيعه الحق المحمي، ايه هي البيانات، شكلها عامل ازاي، ايه انواعها وهكذا. الجزء الثاني له علاقه بتشكيل الهيئات اللي المعنيه بمتابعه تنفيذ القانون. الجزء الثالث له علاقه بالتزامات مقدمي الخدمه الخاصه، سواء كان بقى معالج او متحكم في البيانات او مجرد حائز للبيانات. الجزء الاخير هو العقوبات اللي بيتم تطبيقها على الشخص او الجهه اللي هتخالف حمايه البيانات. العقوبات في القانون المصري على الاقل هي عقوبات ماليه ضخمه جدا جدا، يعني ما اعتقدش ان هي هيتم تطبيقها بشكل واسع لانها تلحق ضرر ضخم بالشركات. عشان كده بنقول ممكن يكون في عقوبات ضخمه، لكن عدم نفاذ القانون او عدم تطبيقه بجديه في الاخر مش هيكفل دوت. ده على مستوى العقوبات. مدى استيعاب ووعي المستخدم او المواطن بحقه وفي الخصوصيه او في حمايه البيانات، هنا في طريقتين احنا من التجربه عرفناهم. الحاجه الاولانيه هي محاوله رفع الوعي، ده اللي احنا بنعمله منظمات المجتمع المدني وغيرها من الجهات. لكن في الحقيقه والواقع بيقول ان المواطن العربي هو بيتعلم اكتر من التجربه، مش من الخطاب. يعني خطاب بالتوعوي وما بيجيبش نتيجه مباشره الا بعد ما تحصل مشكله. فاحنا بنتوقع ان احنا هتحصل موجه كبيره جدا من المشاكل والاشكالات القانونيه، حجم ضخم من البيانات يتم تسريبه في ازمه وظاهره كبيره فتلفت النظر، فتبتدي الناس تسال يعني ايه بيانات، يعني ايه اهميه دوت، طب ايه الضرر اللي ممكن يحصل لو البيانات دي اتسربت. انا تقديري ده هيحصل في الوقت الحالي، كمان مع تطور التكنولوجي والتوسع الشديد جدا في استخدام البيانات اليوميه، وكمان مع التطور اللي بيحصل في الحكومات في المنطقه العربيه. يعني على سبيل المثال في مصر وفي عدد من الدول في حاله من التحول الرقمي، التحول الرقمي المزعوم، يعني له علاقه باستخدام الخدمات الحكوميه. وعشان استخدام الخدمات الحكوميه اونلاين ده بيستهلك حجم ضخم جدا من البيانات. في عدد من الخدمات المحيطه اللي بيتم تقديمها من القطاع الخاص ومن الشركات عشان تعاون الحكومه على تقديم النوع ده من الخدمات. فاحنا هنشوف حجم بيانات ضخم جدا خلال الفتره الجايه. الخدمات البنكيه، احنا في تطور ضخم جدا، الاونلاين بانك دلوقتي في مصر بقى شيء اساسي. الحاجات اللي ليها علاقه بتقديم الرعايه الطبيه ده شيء بقى بيتم تقديمه في مصر على المستوى النفسي والبدني على نطاق واسع، وبقى في منصات حكوميه. فمع التطور ده هتحصل مشاكل، ومع المشاكل للاسف الوعي هيبتدي يزيد حوالين اهميه دوت.
فعلا أنا بوافق هذا الرأي، إنه وإحنا بنشوفه في الأردن عندما يحصل انتهاكات للخصوصية، بنشوف أو في تسليط ضوء على أهمية قوانين أو تشريعات بتحمي الخصوصية الرقمية. شفناه خلال إطلاق تطبيق تتبع المخالطين خلال جائحة كورونا، وشفناه أيضا مؤخرا لما طلع عدة تقارير عن انتهاكات الناشطين والصحفيين والمحاميين في الأردن عن طريق برنامج التجسس بيجاسس، ومنشوفه عن طريق كمان اختراق الخصوصية من قبل شركات المزودي الخدمة وشركات الاتصالات. فبتفق جدا مع هذا الرأي. بدي أنتقل هلا مع حلا ونحكي أكثر عن السياق الفلسطيني. أستاذة حلا، خصوصا في سياق شغلك، ممكن تحكي لنا أكثر عن السياق الفلسطيني تحت الاستعمار الصهيوني في ظل سيطرة الاحتلال على البنية التحتية للاتصالات في فلسطين والانتهاكات لحقوق الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات. ممكن نحكي إنه في بالفعل مساحة رقمية فلسطينية أو لا؟ تفضلي أستاذة حلا.
شكرا رايا، وشكرا للجميع. سعيدة أكون معاكم اليوم، وشكرا لحملة طبعا. لسؤالك رايا، يعني صعب نحكي عن وجود مساحة رقمية فلسطينية بالفعل، بغض النظر عن إنه في ناس عندها قدرة تستخدم المساحة الرقمية، في ناس لا كمان بمناطق معينة زي مناطق سي. بس عموما الفلسطينية مش عن جد عندهم سيطرة على هاي المساحة. بالتالي هذا بخلق واقع اللي فيه حتى الحديث عن خصوصية وعن انتهاكات بهذا السياق بصفي محدود وما بصلح لوصف الواقع وبالتالي لمواجهة الواقع، لأنه عم نحكي عن سياق اللي فيه أصلاً كيان احتلال مسيطر تماماً على الاتصالات الفلسطينية وعلى المساحة الرقمية الفلسطينية. وهذا كمان بيعطي قوة اقتصادية للاحتلال، ولاحقاً بنحكي كيف، وهو كمان بيعطي قوة سياسية، وبيتيح للاحتلال وصول لا نهائي للناس، وبيتيح له إمكانيات رقابة هائلة. عشان نفهم أكثر هذا الواقع، إحنا بحاجة نفهم واقع التبعية والإفقار التنموي اللي بيعاني منه قطاع الاتصالات الفلسطيني جراء الاحتلال. اليوم إسرائيل بتسيطر بالكامل على هذا القطاع، وهذا واقع بلش من 1967 وهو مستمر لليوم، وهو تعزز من خلال اتفاقيات السلام وتحديداً أوسلو. قبل أوسلو قطاع الاتصالات الفلسطيني كانت تحت السيطرة الإسرائيلية بالكامل، بالأول من خلال سيطرة وزارة الاتصالات الإسرائيلية، لاحقاً من خلال شركة الاتصالات الإسرائيلية المركزية اللي اسمها بيزك، اللي أصلاً ما كانت تعطي خدمات كافية للفلسطينيين. لاحقاً وضمن اتفاقية أوسلو عام 1994 اللي كأنه فيها اعتراف جداً شكلي بحق الفلسطينية بأنهم يتحكموا بقطاع الاتصالات الخاص فيهم، إلا أنه إسرائيل عندها حق الفيتو بالقرارات. هذا بعني أنه لليوم شركة الاتصالات الفلسطينية بالتل على سبيل المثال بتشتغل كخادم للاحتلال، هي مجبرة إنها تمرق كل الاتصالات بين الضفة وغزة وداخلهم من خلال المزودين الإسرائيليين. هذا بالإضافة لاعتداءات الجيش المستمرة على كثير من البنى التحتية للاتصالات، زي ما شفنا على سبيل المثال خلال العدوان على غزة عام 2014. عام 2014 بالتل خسرت 32.6 مليون دولار نتيجة العدوان الإسرائيلي على غزة. واللي متذكر وكان متابع قبل كم سنة كان في ضجة للي متذكر موضوع ال4G بالضفة الغربية، اللي بالوقت اللي إسرائيل والإسرائيلية كانوا رايحين باتجاه 5G بالضفة الغربية، كنا بعدنا عم نطالب بخدمات 3G من الاحتلال. ونقطة إضافية على الهامش بس هي بالمرة مش هامشية، إنه بسبب هذا الواقع الفلسطينية اليوم بالضفة بدفعوا أكثر من اللي بدفعوه الإسرائيلية على هيك خدمات، وبيحصلوا على جودة أسوأ بكثير وعلى جودة سيئة جدا. وهذا بنشوفه مش بس في قطاع الاتصالات، إنما كمان في قطاعات الكهرباء والمياه وغيرها. وهذا الإفقار والسيطرة لقطاع كامل بخلق سوق اتصالات فلسطيني رهين للشركات الإسرائيلية اللي عندها مطامع اقتصادية باستمرار هذا الواقع، وبالتالي هي بتحافظ عليه. بيزك على سبيل المثال هو مثال كتير واضح لشركة إسرائيلية ضخمة اللي من خلال المزودين الفلسطينية زي بالتل بيشتغلوا، واللي بتسيطر على الاتصالات وعلى الإنترنت. ورح نتوسع بهذا الموضوع لاحقا. بالتالي بالنهاية لهذا السؤال برجع بأكد على النقطة اللي حكيتها بالأول، إنه في هذا الواقع الاستعماري اللي فيه قطاعات أساسية زي الاتصالات والإنترنت هي قطاعات رهينة ومفكرة بصفي خطاب الانتهاكات والخصوصية محدود وعاجز عن إنه يتعامل مع هاي القضية بجوهرها.
طيب أسألك حلا، إيش دور البنية التحتية هاي في عسكرة الخصوصية لأهداف أمنية استعمارية وتيسير المراقبة الرقمية على الفلسطينيين؟
أنا دايماً بحب أبلش من مثال معين لأجاوب على هذا السؤال. اللي متذكر بالعدوان الإسرائيلي على غزة بال2014 وكبروباغندا اكت جدا واضح، صرح الجيش الإسرائيلي إنه هو بيبعث رسائل على تليفونات الفلسطينية في غزة بيحكي لهم إنه على وشك يضرب صاروخ على مبانيهم. طبعا بالإضافة لكون هيك خطوة هي خطوة خبيثة جدا، بس هي كمان بتورجي سهولة وصول المنظومة الإسرائيلية لأجهزة واتصالات الفلسطينية، سهولة اختراقها وسهولة التلاعب فيها. بالتالي السيطرة على البنى التحتية الفلسطينية اللي فيها إسرائيل هي فعلياً العمود الفقري لكل نشاط رقمي فلسطيني هاتفي أو خلوي، بيعطي الاحتلال قدرات هائلة على الرقابة، اللي مش بس تستخدم للبروباغندا أو مش بس بتصير في حالات عدوان، إنما أيضاً في حياة الفلسطينية اليومية. وهذا بيشتغل ضمن منظومة كاملة أوسع من الرقابة اللي بتصير مش بس من خلال الاتصالات والإنترنت، إنما من خلال كاميرات ومن خلال الحواجز والجدار ونظام تصاريح وتطبيقات زي المنصة وإلى آخره، اللي كلها مبنية على فرض الرقابة على الفلسطينيين. فدائما مهم نتذكر المستويين اللي بتشتغل فيهن هاي المنظومة، في مستوى الإفقار والتبعية الاقتصادية ومستوى الرقابة المستمرة، وهن مستويات مكملة لبعض. وطبعا ما بننسى نحكي كمان في هذا السياق عن وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي ومساحة السايبر الفلسطينية اللي أنا متأكدة غيري حكوا عنها خلال المنتدى وراح ينحكى عنها، بس اللي هي كمان تختزل بالعادة كتير مرات لقضية انتهاكات وخصوصية، بس هي كمان مهم تنحط بالسياق الأوسع تبع التبعية والسيطرة. وأكبر مثال وزي ما حكيت اللي موجودين هون بيقدروا يحكوا أكتر مني، هو محي المحتوى الفلسطيني من منصات التواصل الاجتماعي زي فيسبوك أو تويتر، اللي هي شركات اللي أتاحت وصول المنظومة العسكرية الإسرائيلية لمنصاتها وأتاحت لها إمكانية السيطرة على المحتوى ومحي المحتوى الفلسطيني. وهذا غير مستوى محي المحتوى الفلسطيني، هو كمان أتاح للمنظومة إنها تعتقل الناس في جميع أماكن التواجد الفلسطيني تحت ذرائع متعلقة بالمحتوى على السوشيال ميديا. واليوم يعني أي نشاط رقمي فلسطيني بيصير على هاي المنصات هو بيصير رغم أنف هاي المنصات ومش بفضلها. شكرا.
شكرا أستاذة حلا على مداخلتك. بدي أنتقل لأستاذ عبد الغني عشان نرجع بس نحكي على المستوى الإقليمي بالتحديد، كيف ممكن إحنا نستفيد من بعض، يعني بالتحديد كيف ممكن نستفيد بأنه نتعلم من بعض على آليات حماية البيانات وحماية الخصوصية والتشريعات، وإذا ممكن كمان تعطينا فكرة عن كيف ممكن نستفيد فلسطينيا.
شكرا. أول شيء لازم يعني أن نعي جميعا أن لما نحكي عن الفضاء الرقمي أو الفضاءات الرقمية أو الأونلاين بشكل عام، يعني لازم نتأكد أنه أو نعي جميعا ونؤمن جميعا وأخيرا يعني بشكل نهائي لا يقبل بالشك أن الموضوع لم يعد يعني فقط يعني طرف أو شيء ثانوي فقط. إحنا مجموعة صغيرة من الناس تحكي عن شيء ثانوي، خلينا أول شيء نضمن للناس الحقوق الأساسية، الخبز والكرامة إلى غيرها. الموضوع يعني أصبح مهم ويعني بنفس قدر أهمية باقي الحقوق الثانية. يعني الحقوق الرقمية أصبحت مهمة لأن الموضوع لا يعني الحقوق الرقمية يعني عدم وجودها أو عدم حمايتها لا يؤثر فقط على 10 ملايين أو 5 ملايين أو ما بعرف شو، بس يؤثر على كل المنطقة. فقط يعني آخر الإحصائيات كانت تحكي في 2021 أنه على الأقل موجود أكثر من 291 مليون مستخدم في المنطقة، وأنا متأكد أن الرقم أكبر من ذلك بكثير. الهواتف المحمولة، هنالك دول في المنطقة البرسنتج إنه عدد الأرقام الهاتفية للشخص الواحد 2 و3 أرقام. يعني الموضوع في نهاية المطاف يؤثر على الجميع. عربيا ماذا يمكن يعني كيف ممكن نستفيد من بعض وشنو الفرص الموجودة أمامنا؟ أعتقد أول شيء اللغة العربية. أعتقد أنه ممكن يعني تبدو غريبة، ولكن كون جميع دول المنطقة تتحدث أو يعني عندها اللغه العربيه هي اللغه الرسميه واللغه الاساسيه، فاعتقد ان هذا اول شيء سيسهل يعني الاشتغال، جميعا نشتغل معا، ان نتحدث لغه واحده، المحتوى يكون بلغه واحده. فاعتقد ان هذا ادفانتج لم يتم استثماره بعد بالشكل الكافي. ورقم واحد يبين كيف أن موضوع اللغة لم يستثمر بشكل كافي حتى الآن، هو أنه فقط 1% من المحتوى العالمي الموجود أونلاين هو اللي باللغة العربية، في الوقت اللي البوبيليشن أو ساكنة المنطقة هي تشكل يعني برسنتج كبير من البوبيليشن تبع العالم أو تبع القارتين إفريقيا وآسيا حيث تتواجد المينا ريجن. وبالتالي إذا اشتغلنا على موضوع اللغة العربية بإنتاج وبناء وإنشاء محتوى حول الحقوق الرقمية، حول الديجيتال سيكيورتي، حول الديجيتال سيفتي، حول البيج داتا، حول كل هذه المواضيع المتعلقة بشكل مباشر وغير مباشر بالحقوق الرقمية، أعتقد سيساعد بشكل كبير في اتجاه أنه يوما ما يصبح عندنا حقوق رقمية بالمنطقة. الشيء الثاني هو موجود عندنا خبرات عربية من المنطقة بأوروبا والولايات المتحدة، وأعتقد أن حان الوقت يعني للاتصال والتواصل وجذب هذه الخبرات العربية التي هاجرت في وقت من الأوقات إلى أوروبا وأمريكا وركمت خبرة في مواضيع التكنولوجيا والتقنية والحقوق الرقمية وغيرها. أعتقد أنه يجب أن نبحث عن سبل يعني الاتصال والتشبيك معها وجذبها إلى المنطقة من أجل جذب هذه التجربة، لأنه الواقع أو الإمباكت تبع عملهم في المنطقة راح يكون أكبر من أنه لو تجلب خبراء أجنبيين. أعتقد أن هذه أيضا مسألة مهمة، لأن دول المنطقة تصدر بشكل كبير يعني العقول والخبرات إلى الخارج، وأعتقد أن حان الوقت لكي نستثمر في يعني التفكير بشكل إبداعي أو مبتكر في كيف ممكن نشجع هذه الخبرات لكي تعود يعني من أجل مشاركتنا هذه التجربة والخبرة التي ركمتها في المهجر. شيء آخر هو هنالك مجموعة من الكونسبتس أو مجموعة من الأشياء اللي لا زلنا لا نعطيها نفس يعني الاهتمام مثل دول العالم الثاني، مثلا المصادر المفتوحة. أعتقد أنه في جانب كبير موضوع الديجيتال سيكيورتي والديجيتال سيفتي، لو أنه شجعنا المنطقة ونمينا ثقافة الاتجاه واستخدام المصادر المفتوحة سيبعد عنا يعني مجموعة من المشاكل. سأعطي مثلا أستاذ حسن تحدث أنه مجموعة من الخدمات التي يستفيد منها المواطنات والمواطنين أونلاين يعني تتم عبر مواقع إلكترونية رسمية، لكن ليس كلها مبنية بالأحدث يعني التكنولوجيات، أحدث لغات البرمجة، أحدث الممارسات التقنية. وبالتالي استخدام اللغات البرمجية مفتوحة المصدر، استخدام السيرفرز اللي تستخدم لينكس مثلا سيساعد وسيساهم، استخدام مثلا اوبن سورس سوفت وير لتشغيل الافلام يعني شيء بسيط سيكون افضل بكثير من انه لو خلينا الناس تستمر في هذيك التبعيه للبيج كامبانيز مثل جوجل ومايكروسوفت وفيسبوك وغيرها. موضوع السوشيال ميديا اعتقد انه ولو انه لا يزال بعيد، لكن على الأقل المجتمع المدني أو النخبة يجب أن تبدأ في التفكير في الاتجاه إلى حلول ذكية مثل ماستودون، وهي نوع من المنصات الرقمية اللي تكون you own your place on the platform. يعني حسابي على فيسبوك مثلا في نهاية المطاف لست أنا يعني صاحب لو هو حسابي، لكن لا أتحكم فيه فولي أو 100%، بينما في استخدام عندما أستخدم ماستودون أو لا حلول مشابهة فأنت تتحكم في your own profiles on social media. يعني أيضا أحيانا هناك بعض الحلول يعني البسيطة لكن عندها واقع أكبر. مثلا جزء من قوة شركات كبيرة مثل فيسبوك وجوجل وغيرها هي أنها تلتهم هذيك الستارت أبس أو الشركات الصغيرة وتقوم بتركيز عندها مجموعة خدمات. فاليوم أنت حتى تشاهد يعني انترتينمنت تروح على اليوتيوب، ونفس الوقت عندك حساب جيميل، وفي نفس الوقت تعمل ميتينجز على جوجل ميت وتخزن الداتا تبعك على جوجل درايف، وهي خدمات لشركة واحدة. أعتقد أنه يجب أن تبحث أوكي من جوجل مثلا راح أستخدم فقط جيميل واليوتيوب، باقي الخدمات يفضل أن أشوف شركات ثانية. نفس الشيء بالنسبة للفيسبوك، عندي الفيسبوك والماسنجر والواتساب والإنستغرام. أقل شيء أعمله هو مثلا بدل الواتساب أستخدم سيجنال أو تيليجرام. يعني يمينيمايز تقوم بتقليل مدى سيطرة شركة واحدة أو جهة واحدة على بياناتك. أعتقد أن كل هذه الأفكار إذا ما قمنا بالتفكير فيها بشكل سوي وكيف ممكن ننشرها كثقافة في المنطقة، أعتقد أنه سيساهم بشكل كبير في الموضوع. هذا ينطبق أيضا على الوضع في فلسطين، يعني نتحدث نفس اللغة، موجودين في نفس المنطقة، فأعتقد أنه ما ذكرته للتو ينطبق على كل دول المنطقة بما فيها فلسطين.
شكرا أستاذ عبد الغني، وأنا بتفق معك جدا، ولازم نزيد الوعي عن الخصوصية بزيادة المحتوى في اللغة العربية عن أهمية الأمن الرقمي والخصوصية. أنا شخصيا من الأشياء اللي بواجهها بشكل يومي، الناس بتحكي لي ما أصلا هو مبدأ جاي من الغرب، وهذا الإشي إحنا ما بنعترف فيه محليا، مبدأ الخصوصية، لأن خصوصا إحنا بثقافتنا الباب دايما مفتوح وإحنا ما عنا إشي إنه نخبيه. دايما أنا في التدريبات اللي بعملها بحكي للناس إنه اللي بيحكي لي ما عنده إشي إنه يخبيه يشارك معي كلمة السر لحساباته، وبالآخر بالتدريب بيكون ولا واحد مشارك معي ولا كلمة سر. فهذا بيبرز إنه أو بيرجع بذكر الناس إنه فعلا في إشي اسمه خصوصية، وأنا بهتم بخصوصيتي، خصوصا خصوصيتي الرقمية. وفي ناس مثلا اللي بيحكوا إنه هو مبدأ الخصوصية مش كتير مهم، خصوصا الصحفيين بيحكوا ما أنا بالآخر بنشر الإشي والمعلومات اللي بشتغل عليها بنشرها لعامة الناس رح تكون موجودة. فاللي بيصير إنه ما بتهتم كتير لخصوصيتها أو حماية حتى شغلها. الخصوصية هي كمان موضوع استقلالية، إنه أنا عندي الخيار متى أقدر أخبي المعلومات أو متى أكشفها. فهذا هو لازم يعني نتذكره كل يوم لما بنحكي عن الخصوصية. بدي بس أسأل آخر سؤال للأستاذة حلا، وبعدين ناخد أسئلة من الجمهور عشان ما يعني بقي معانا 12 دقيقة، فما بدي أطول على الناس. للأستاذة حلا، إذا ممكن كمان تقدمي لنا نصائح كيف نبني حملات كسب تأييد عن الخصوصية في فلسطين وفي المنطقة، وإيش يعني إذا عندكم أي قصص نجاح في المؤسسة تبعتكم ممكن تشاركوها معنا.
استمرارا يعني هيك لكل اللي حكيته قبل، يعني هو كتير صعب نفصل نشاط ضد هذا الموضوع عن المواجهة الأوسع لهاي المنظومة، لكن أنا ممكن أحكي هون عن مساحة عمل محددة، بس هي إلها دور أساسي في هذا الواقع، وهي مواجهة الشركات ودور الشركات في هذا الواقع، ومواجهة رأس المال اللي بيسر سياسات الاحتلال وببني مصاري من قمعها. وزي ما ذكرت قبل، الشركات عندها مطامع اقتصادية باستمرار هذا الواقع. على سبيل المثال زي ما حكيت، الشركات الإسرائيلية الكبيرة زي بيزك زي سيلكوم وإلى آخره هي المستفيدة من واقع الاحتلال. بس مش بس الشركات الإسرائيلية هي متورطة، شركات عالمية كمان متورطة في هذا الواقع. فزي ما الشركات الإسرائيلية عندها نشاطات وأعمال برا، كمان الشركات الأجنبية عندها أعمال هون في هذا السياق. ومثال واضح هو شركة مقرها في لوكسمبورغ اسمها ألتس، شركة عالمية ذات أفرع كثيرة ونشاط عالمي كبير. هي شركة أم لشركتين إسرائيليات، هوت موبايل وهوت تيليكوميونيكيشنز. غير إنه الشركتين هدول بيوفروا خدمات للمستوطنين، إنما هن كمان بيفعلوا مراكز خدمات في مناطق فلسطينية بالقدس اللي المزودين الفلسطينيين ما عندهم إمكانية الوصول لها. بالتالي هاي الشركات مستفيدة من واقع التبعية الفلسطيني ومن كون الاقتصاد الفلسطيني والسوق الفلسطيني رهين للاقتصاد والسوق الإسرائيلي الأقوى طبعاً والمتقدم أكثر. وهن كمان بيوفروا خدمات للجيش الإسرائيلي. بسنين سابقة في تقارير حكت عن وجود حوالي 200 أنتنة لاهوت في قواعد جيش، وإحنا كمان في المركزة قدرنا نثبت وجود أنتنز للشركات هاي على الحواجز في منطقة الضفة. وممكن أحكي عن قصة نجاح واحدة في هذا السياق، هو إنه في في سنين سابقة في عام 2016 استطاعت مجموعة من النشطاء إنه تأثر على شركة فرنسية اسمها أورنج. شركة أورنج كان عندها شركة إسرائيلية اللي كانت تزود الجيش الإسرائيلي بخدمات اتصال، وبعد مجهود كثير مجموعات الشركة الأم أورنج باعت شركتها الإسرائيلية. وهذا كمان صار بفضل نشطاء وناشطات في مصر اللي كان في بهديك الفترة الشركة الفرنسية بدها تعمل أعمال في مصر، وبالتالي صار في نشاط ضد هاي الشركة بمصر، وبالتالي الشركة سحبت أو باعت الشركة الإسرائيلية اللي كانت تابعة لها. وصحيح هي حالة جدا محددة وعينية، بس هي جابت مفعول بهذاك النطاق بشكل كتير عيني. وطبعا هي ما غيرت الواقع بشكل جوهري. وهون يمكن بصف السؤال كيف احنا بنخلق قدرات نواجه سيطرة وقوة رأس المال بشكل أكثر جذري. وهون كمان من غير ما نعلق بس خطاب حول انتهاكات محددة اللي ممكن يختزل القضية في السياق الفلسطيني، إنما يشوف الصورة بشكلها الأوسع وبشكلها الكامل، ويضل البوصلة هو الإشي اللي لازم إحنا نتحداه بشكل مستمر، وهو سيطرة إسرائيل علينا. وزي ما في كتير شو ينعمل بنقاط محددة وعينية، فمهم نضل حاطين بصلب خطابنا الصورة الأكبر، وهي السعي للتحرر الأوسع للشعب الفلسطيني على جميع الأصعدة.
شكرا أستاذة حلا. أنا انتبهت أنه إحنا معنا فقط دقيقتين عشان نختم. هذا يعني أنه ما رح نقدر ناخذ أسئلة من الجمهور، وبعتذر جدا إجت لنا أسئلة كتير مهمة. هلا كلنا رح نكون موجودين على هوب إن، وفي كتير جلسات ممكن أو حتى تقدروا تتواصلوا معنا كلنا تسألونا الأسئلة، أو حتى إذا بطلع لنا فرصة تانية إنه نجتمع وتسألوا كمان مرة هاي الأسئلة. في كتير جلسات تتعلق كمان عن الخصوصية الرقمية، إدارة المحتوى على منصات التواصل الاجتماعي، بإمكانكم تحضروها وكمان تسألوا المتحدثين الأسئلة اللي سألتونا إياها. بس أنا بحب أشكر حسن وحلا وعبد الغني على الجلسة هاي القيمة. هذا الموضوع ما بكفينا 55 دقيقة أنه نحكي عنه. المرة الجاية لو سمحتوا بدنا 3 ساعات على القليلة. وبحب أشكر مركز حملة على المؤتمر الرائع اللي أتوقع صار هاي الفيرجن رقم 3 أو 4، بس هو مؤتمر فعلا مهم عشان نتحدث عن الحقوق الرقمية في السياق الفلسطيني والإقليمي. وبتمنى لكم جميعا يوم سعيد.
شكرا
لكم جميعا.
إلهي أعدني إلى الصحارى.
Thank you to our speakers, and thank you to Mohammed for hosting the first half of today's forum. My name is Yasmin Iraqi, and I will host the second half of today's forum. We are now joined by inspirational speaker Mark Owen Jones on the stage. Mark Owen Jones is an assistant professor of Middle East Studies at Hamad bin Khalifa University, where he lectures and researches on political repression and information control strategies. His most recent work has focused on the ways social media has been used to spread disinformation and fake news in the Middle East. He is a published author, accomplished editor, a writer for numerous international media outlets, and a regular correspondent on BBC, Al Jazeera, LBC, PBS News, as well as many others. In this talk, Mark will elaborate on his recently published book on digital authoritarianism in the Arab world. He will tackle the most important themes in this book and how digital tools and platforms are used in some contexts to facilitate the oppression of peoples in the region. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Yasmin, for that introduction. It's really great to be here. Thanks everyone for coming, and thanks to Hamila for this opportunity to talk to everybody here about my book on digital authoritarianism, which, as Yasmin said, is focused on the Middle East. And my central arguments are fairly simple, but what I argue is that we've seen a shift over the past 10 years. If we go back to 2010, 2011, at the beginning of the Arab uprisings, we saw that people were very optimistic about the use of social media. There was this idea of liberation technology, that social media would be used to liberate people from authoritarian regimes. It would allow individuals to challenge the domination that the media have over the conversation. But what we've seen over the past 10 years is authoritarian regimes in the Middle East and elsewhere, in Israel is a good example, co-opt these technologies to use them as tools of surveillance. And that's essentially what digital authoritarianism is. It's the use of digital technology, including social media and the internet, to increase the control that states or other entities have over people through surveillance, through disinformation, through misinformation and fake news. So how is this playing out, especially in the Middle East? Well, I think, you know, this Palestinian forum is a really good opportunity to talk about that, because Israel is one of the main actors in terms of digital authoritarianism in the region, but also the world. It's not the major focus of my book, but I do talk a lot about, for example, the role of Pegasus. As many of you will know, Pegasus is a spyware made by NSO Group. It infiltrates your phone when it's sent. It can be a zero-click exploit, which means you don't actually have to do anything. It can install itself on your phone without you actually doing anything significant, and then it can record your phone calls. It can record the data on your phone. It can record, for example, the WhatsApp, which means that even the people you're speaking to are compromised, even if they haven't been infected with Pegasus. And one of the interesting things about Pegasus is that we know from recent research is that the extent to which people might have or suspect to have been infected is huge. You know, there's a list of up to 50,000 potential suspects. Some of them include heads of state. Many of them include journalists, and many of them include journalists, particularly of those who are critical of the occupation. And what's, I think, particularly alarming is that we're seeing an increase, and this is an argument I make in my book, an increased sort of coalition, I suppose, between Israel and a lot of the Gulf states, including the United Arab Emirates, to an extent Saudi Arabia, in using these Israeli technologies to not only control their own citizens, but to control any form of criticism that's in opposition to the foreign policy of those regimes. And I think this is particularly alarming when we look at the online space. I think for Palestinian activism, the digital space is actually not an exception to this kind of growing authoritarianism. It's a place where there's a bit more hope. I think in the bombings we saw last year in Gaza, and in recently the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh, that there is actually Palestinians and pro-Palestinian activists are quite successful in using social media to kind of get a message out there. But there's a worry that this might change, and certainly what I'm seeing on social media is quite alarming. I think we know from research last year that social media companies in particular, Facebook, Twitter, are more likely to be sympathetic to the Israeli government when it comes to content moderation. And this is really alarming, because and also they kind of exploit these loopholes in the terms and conditions. You know, if you have a regime that's bombing innocent civilians and killing children, which in itself a very grisly kind of affair, then if you have people documenting those atrocities and trying to show the world about the consequences of this occupation, but then you have social media companies saying, oh, this breaks our terms and conditions, it's showing violence, then you have inadvertently or maybe deliberately, these companies are actually protecting the aggressors and the occupiers, which is a huge problem. But not only that, is that the personalistic relationships between the Israeli state and big tech companies need to be examined more. And this is one of the problems we have in social media. And this is a problem that runs through the whole kind of corporate control of the public sphere, which we'll talk a bit about later. But I want to go a bit back to that kind of coalition I mentioned between Israel and the Gulf states, because we know that UAE, for example, have used Pegasus. We know that the Saudi government have also had access to Pegasus, and we know that these kind of relationships in terms of arms have preceded normalization. The danger that I argue is that with normalization comes an even bigger problem in the digital space, and that is the need for Gulf Arab monarchies, particularly those normalizing with Israel, to legitimize their policies to the public sphere. Now, as many of you know, when the United Arab Emirates, for example, agreed to normalize relationships with Israel, they also banned essentially criticism of that normalization. And obviously now the main forum for criticism is not just in newspapers or in media, but it's on social media. And so many people living in the Emirates were fearful of criticizing that. I think what was really interesting too, though, is what I've seen. I've downloaded several 100,000 tweets on the hashtag فلسطين ليست قضيتي, which is a really interesting example of what looks like some sort of Hasbara connected or even Gulf-based campaign to try and remove Arabic-speaking sympathy for the Palestinian cause. Now, this is interesting because every time there has been a significant step of normalization with Israel from an Arab country, there is an increase in these kind of trends. The hashtag فلسطين ليست قضيتي trends, it trended exactly when UAE announced the normalization and when Bahrain did. And it also trended, more alarmingly, during the bombing of Gaza in 2021. So what this would show is that every time there is some Gulf government who's approaching normalization or trying to normalize with Israel, you have this Arabic language campaign to try and say why the Palestinian cause isn't worth supporting. And now if you look at this campaign, there's a lot of alarming stuff going on in terms of generating anti-Palestinian content. And by anti-Palestinian content, I mean information that could be construed as hate speech. So a lot of the tropes that you see on social media, and this is Arabic language, and we don't know exactly who's behind it, but some of these accounts are Gulf influencers and also Gulf influencers who are pro-Israel, inevitably, because now some of those states have normalized with Israel, so then therefore the influence become pro-Israel. We've seen a number of tropes emerging. Palestinians are ungrateful, Palestinians are traitors, Palestinians are just basically using the Gulf and taking the money, these kind of things. But there's also a sort of ethnic component to it, which makes the nature of the hate speech more alarming, that saying Palestinians aren't even true Arabs. They even use these kind of grotesque pictures saying that because some Palestinians have ginger hair, they're suddenly not Arabs, and therefore they shouldn't be considered Arabs or worthy of Arab support, bringing a huge kind of ethnic component to this hate speech. And so what's really interesting here, we have demonstrable examples of anti-Palestinian hate speech online. Yet what we know, and what I talk about in the book, is that the moderation of Twitter is inherently politically biased. I mentioned with particular regards to Israel that when there appears to be this kind of pro-Israeli stance, but there's also this pro-big regime in the Gulf government stance, which again, if we look at who's normalizing with Israel, benefits, it's not conducive to pro-Palestinian activism. So, in the book, I document a number of campaigns about how Twitter in the region is used by authoritarian governments, the Saudi government, the United Arab Emirates in particular, to silence activists and through the use of trolls and bots. Now, over the years, we've seen tens, and I would say hundreds of thousands, potentially up to millions of fake accounts that have been promoting authoritarian regimes' propaganda. And this is also now promoting, it's the same kind of information that's been promoting normalization. So what we can say with certainty is that there are lots of fake accounts promoting propaganda. I'm sure many of you know. The interesting thing, or the worrying thing, is it appears that Twitter and Facebook and other social media companies only care, and we know this from whistleblowers from inside the company, that these companies only really care about moderating content if they think it's going to be a PR problem for for those companies. Essentially, this boils down to digital Orientalism. If it's going to embarrass America, or if the American government are going to say, hey, this is a problem, and we saw this with the alleged Russian interference in the US elections, where there was a big inquiry before Congress about the role of social media companies. We saw there was a big commotion about that because apparently it affected American security. But if you have the case of, we know that America support Israel, so the likelihood of the Palestinian voices being heard in terms of what content moderation happens is going to be less likely. And I know even Hamla, you guys did a report about Palestinian hate speech and how it's increasing. So there's a big question of why aren't these social media companies taking this down? And the answer is fairly simple. We have private organizations in control of our public space. So if we want to talk about social media as a public space where people such as ourselves can actually engage in debate, then it can't be privately owned, because these companies don't have any obligation to be transparent about the reasons that they take things down. So I look at, I try and audit some of these social media companies. Twitter, for example, they publish data related to state-backed security operations online. There's very little connected to Israel, even though we know that, for example, Israeli university students are encouraged to go to, sometimes they go to these kind of like situation rooms where they explain, the Israeli occupation to people. Yet they happily announce this, yet we don't see any corresponding takedowns on Twitter for that, which is very interesting and very worrying. But what we see that actually some of the biggest offenders in terms of content abuse, certainly on Twitter, are actually Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. They have been responsible for, I think, just behind Russia and China, for some of the largest influence operations online. We're talking hundreds of thousands of accounts that have been engaged in propaganda. Now, what's worrying about this is that the world tends to focus on Russia and Chinese disinformation, but it doesn't seem to be focusing on what's coming out of the Middle East. And I know for a fact, by auditing, the information that's actually published and taken down isn't comprehensive. And so what this means is that the social media companies are only publishing a small section of the kind of harmful accounts, which again suggests that they're not being honest. So this is a huge problem of transparency. In a public space, we need more transparency, and we need greater control over the social media space. And I think this is a really important, particularly with regards to pro-Palestinian activism, because as activists, we need to be really vigilant. And as commentators, we need to be really vigilant about what's going on. How, and this raises big questions, how, as citizens of other countries, do we hold big tech accountable when we are not resident in those countries? How can we lobby to make sure that there's transparency in these social media companies in terms of what they take down? There needs to be more political pressure, particularly within the countries where these companies exist, especially the United States, that ask really pertinent questions. For example, how many Arabic language moderators do Facebook and Twitter have? I asked a Facebook employee this question: how many Arabic language moderators do you have? And he didn't know, and he couldn't give me an answer. So you can't expect to, for example, combat anti-Palestinian hate speech if you don't have enough people who actually understand Arabic, for example, or the dialects of Arabic. And these are questions that I think the public has a right to. And it's not just the American public, it's the global public, because these platforms are used everywhere. If these platforms are going to be avenues for free speech and activism, then we need to actually be represented on them somehow in a transparent fashion. So I think this is really important. And the important thing is that we know that the digital liberation technology, the idea it can be used for emancipation, can only work if there's actually an equitable and fair way of being represented in those bodies. Right now, social media companies reflect political relations. And what that means essentially, as I've argued, is that, if Facebook and Twitter are based in the US, and also Facebook and Twitter's Middle East operations are based in Dubai, they'll always have a relationship that is going to be more pro-Israel and therefore benefiting the occupier. So this is something we need to bear in mind when we explore how we use these platforms and how these platforms are being used to manipulate us. And there's many other things we don't know. Because of the lack of transparency of algorithms. Algorithms aren't neutral. We don't know, for example, if pro-Palestinian content is being demoted. We know from, as I said before in Gaza last year, that pro-Palestinian content was more likely to be kind of censored. But we don't really have the exact data on this in terms of transparency from the companies, because these algorithms are proprietary. Again, this ties in with the private space factor. So, I think there's so much that needs to be done in holding these social media companies to account. But again, it will only reflect the political situation. The political situation has to change. And I think this is increasingly important. And this brings me to another point, is that it's not just the companies, it's not just the states who are a big part of this. I know from my research that one of the things we have to pay particular attention to is the lobbying organizations, PR, political communications companies that actively play a role in the creation of fake accounts and the dissemination of pro-authoritarian propaganda, whether it's pro-Israel propaganda or pro-UE propaganda. There's plenty of examples of British companies, American companies who have set up fake accounts on Twitter and Facebook in order to promote, pro-Mohammed bin Salman propaganda. We know from a story today that, AIPAC have a super PAC in the US that is literally trying to get, pro-Palestinian candidates not kicked out of Congress, but make them lose the race. When we see these operations, there's almost certainly going to be a social media aspect to it as well. So we need to keep an eye on private corporations engaging in things like advertising and political communication, because we know that they're going to be engaged in these kind of behaviors, and we need to have tighter controls on what they're doing. So I think there's multiple levels in how we try to address this problem, but I think we need to be careful in this space, and we need to be vigilant, because it could change on a dime. And I'm kind of very concerned because of the political normalization we see in the Gulf, and because of the high penetration rates of technology within the Gulf. For example, Saudi Arabia is the largest Twitter community in the Middle East. What does that mean for Arabic language Twitter? It means Arabic language Twitter is going to be dominated politically by accounts that could, in the future, be less sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. And that's not because Saudis aren't, for example, sympathetic. It's because people in countries that can't express themselves freely will not be able to express that support without it potentially being illegal. So it's a tough time. I think it's a worrying time for Arabic Twitter. But at the same time, after the murder of Shireen and after what we saw last year in Gaza, I've been a bit more optimistic in terms of how social media is being used in terms of the Palestinian cause. I'm less optimistic when it comes to Gulf and the rest of the Arabic-speaking Middle East. But yes, thank you again for having me. It was great to talk to you. And my book on digital authoritarianism, basically, it's cynical and it's negative, but it goes through why and how we should be somewhat alarmed and worried about how social media can be used to boost authoritarianism. Thank you. And thank
you, Mark, for joining us today and for speaking to us about some very important and eye-opening issues. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
الجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يمان عين للهنا يا روح يا طالعين عين للجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يمان عين للهنا يا روح ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا 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 بدي ملبوس بين اليوم يامان عين للهنا يا روح. ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا 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 بدي زنار بين اليوم الجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يامان عين للهنا يا روح. يا طالعين عين للجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يامان عين للهنا يا روح. ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا 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 بدي ملبوس بين اليوم يامان عين للهنا يا روح. ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا 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 بدي زنار بين اليوم الجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يامان عين للهنا يا روح. يا طالعين عين للجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يامان عين للهنا يا روح. ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا 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 بدي ملبوس بين اليوم يامان عين للهنا يا روح. ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا 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 بدي زنار بين اليوم.
The Facebook Oversight Board recently took a set of decisions regarding Palestinian content, including examining a post that Facebook had removed from the platform. Following an investigation, the Facebook Oversight Board decided to reinstate this post. However, the Content Oversight Board recommended conducting a comprehensive and independent examination of content management policies in both Arabic and Hebrew. In this session, we will have a discussion with some representatives of Facebook to know more about this examination and the efforts to eliminate the digital discrimination against Palestinians on their platform. We are joined by Mazuba Hanyama, Richard Lapin, and Nadim Nashif on the stage.
ميل على بلدي لتشوف كيف البحر بيضحك لك، لتشم تراب بلادي وترسم أحجار ومجدك.
ميل على بلدي لتشوف كيف البحر بيضحك لك، لتشم تراب بلادي ترسم أحجار ومجدك.
ميل على شاطئ حيف خدلك من رمل وتذكار، صورة بشوارع يافا وعلى صورة العكا مشوار.
Hello everyone, I'm happy to be here this evening and to speak with you all in this session. In this session we're gonna discuss meta content moderation policies in Arabic and Hebrew, And together with me in this session are the representatives of the company. In the last year, basically, there were lots of dramatic events that reflected pretty much on the issue of the content moderation. As we know, it started with Sheikh Jarrah and the uprising that happened last May in 2021, where basically there were lots of claims regarding restrictions that Palestinians and allies faced regarding their content, regarding the things that they were reflecting. Basically, all of this was affecting the content. In many cases, we know also people, Palestinians who are living in this neighborhood in general in Palestine, are trying to reflect their daily life, the violations that are happening, and we're facing those policies of that many people basically define as silencing their voices, and policies of over moderation towards the Palestinian content, while if we were looking on the other side, we saw lots of incitement that was happening in the Hebrew language and was not dealt, and it was generally the relevant content was under moderated. So we had this context in the Palestinian-Israeli context. From the other side, later on, what's happened in the past year is also the Russian aggression in Ukraine and the Russian war in the Ukrainian context, which also give us a bit of an insight how some content, when the company is firm and want to deal with issues, how people who are under occupation, under aggression are dealt with, which is the contrary situation if I compare Palestinians and the Ukrainian content. And this raised lots of questions with many people. Is really Meta and the social media companies are global platforms that everybody can be there, everybody can feel, or we are in platforms that are in many ways European/Western centric approach, that basically when it comes to areas that is important for the company, things are allowed, and when it's other companies, things are less allowed. So about these issues and other issues will be discussion. Again, I'm happy to have together with me Richard Lappin, Meta's head of organic content policy for Europe, Middle East and Africa, and Mazuba Hanayama, head of human rights policy, Africa, Middle East, Turkey in Meta. Actually, let's start with the issue of the dangerous organizations and individual lists. The discovery basically that was, or the leaked list that was published by The Intercept in the last year also created lots of discussion around this. Again, about how much the company is really having a global look or having more American/European centric approach toward things. Especially if we looked at the names of the people and the entities who were there, many of them were coming from Muslim/MENA background, while looking at, for example, the extremist side, the white supremacists and other groups that are based in the US and Europe, they are hardly representative. And if we zoom in, basically regarding Palestine-Israel, we see that in the Israeli side, there are two names in the dangerous organizations and individual lists. And for those who don't know, these names are not allowed to be on the platform. So we have Benzi Goldstein and we have Lehava organization, which is basically the same person and his organization. But if we look at the Palestinian side, we see more than 55 names of individuals and entities. So again, this disproportionate way of looking at things, one side is under-moderated, the other side is over-moderated. What can you tell us about this?
Well, Nadeem, let me begin by firstly saying thank you for inviting us to this panel. It's something which we really appreciate, to join you for these important discussions. And we wish you all the best with the event in whole. We've seen some of the discussions already and they've been tremendously insightful. As a policymaker, it's always a real pleasure for me to join forums such as this, to share insights about what we're doing at Meta and about our policies, but importantly for me as well, to also hear the views and the feedback of different engaged communities from all around the world. Now, as I'm sure many of you will be aware, but just to give a little bit of context before jumping into that question, we now have more than 3.6 billion people using our services to share and connect across countries, cultures, and languages. And ensuring people can do this freely, but also safely, is crucially important to us. And that's why we have our community standards, the policies, the rules, if you will, of what is and what isn't allowed on our services. And as many of you will be aware, they're published online on our Transparency Centre in a wide range of language. Now, one of those policies is our dangerous individuals and organizations policy. This is a long-standing policy. We've had it in place now for more than 10 years. And under this policy, we ban groups that proclaim a hateful or violent mission or who have engaged in violence in the past. And we ban them from having a presence on our apps and to remove content that represents, praises, or supports them. Now, importantly, we have a really extensive process that we follow in determining which dangerous organizations and individuals we designate. And we've refined this over a number of years in collaboration with academics and organizations from around the world and from across the political spectrum. Specifically, we have definitions and thresholds that we use to assess organizations for potential designation. And our process includes a structured review of each case by a wide range of relevant teams, including policy teams, legal and security as well. And importantly, our definitions and thresholds are designed to be agnostic to region or ideology, and every possible designation goes through exactly the same process. If an organization is designated, it means we put it through this rigorous process with all of the extensive review that this entails, and it's been assessed to meet that threshold.
I think you're on mute.
Yes. So maybe we can dive a little bit into the issue of the comparison between Palestine and Ukraine, because honestly, in the recent few months, this issue really troubled many people, including Palestinians, but also others, like how much things are having the same standards toward the both sides, because we are saying a situation where people in the Ukrainian versus Russian situation that hate speech, actually like very violent speech, incitement, calling for killing of Russian politicians, like the most extreme content that normally the platform would not allow anyone to do, suddenly is legitimate and it's being there, it's not being deleted. While again, with the Palestinian content, that in many cases also it was not really like violent or not calling, was maybe calling for freedom, for the right to resist, etc. Even that content was over moderated and taken down. Like how do you explain this kind of gap? I'm taking the Palestinian example here, but obviously I can go to other areas of occupation, and also you would have a similar situation, especially if it's from the global south, that would be similar also to the Palestinian.
Yeah, thank you, Nadeem. It's an important question. I'll take this one as well. And I think to begin with, these are some of the most challenging topics that we face. I think that's the same for people who are on the ground, and then how we're seeing that manifest on the platform. These are incredibly difficult situations on the ground and on the platform, and one which we give all our thought and care and attention to. Now, I think what we can say is when we've looked at the situation in Ukraine since the Russian invasion began, it's important to know that we've taken a wide range of steps across many different areas to ensure that people can continue to use our apps and services securely and safely to communicate. And we've also taken extensive steps to tackle misinformation, remove content that violates our global policies, and prevent abuse of our platforms by malicious networks of accounts. Now, as a company, what we do at times is we do give guidance to content moderators on how our policies should be interpreted in extraordinary circumstances. And we've sought to ensure that this guidance is consistent with the laws of armed conflict and also human rights principles as well. So some of the decisions we've made have provoked responses internationally from a wide range of communities, sometimes including a little bit of misinterpretation about what our guidance actually entails. So the fact is, in this situation, we allowed Ukrainians to call for national self-defense in the context of the invasion. It's very narrowly scoped guidance, so it applies only within Ukraine and only in the context of speech regarding the Russian military invasion. We made it explicitly clear in our guidance that it's never to be interpreted as condoning violence against Russians in general. Importantly as well, this is a temporary decision taken in extraordinary circumstances, and it's one that we keep, along with the general situation, under constant review at the current time.
But maybe I can make it even a bit more sharper. Like we have the Azov battalion, which is considered by large sides that it's a neo-Nazi group. This group is very legitimate on Meta platforms. While if I compare with Palestinian political fractions, most of the Palestinian political fraction by Meta are in the DOI list and not allowed. They don't have this Nazi ideology, they don't have this hate, and according to you, I mean, they are engaged in self-defense, the Palestinians are engaged in self-defense. So actually, what's the difference?
Yeah, thanks, Nadeem. A very good question. And again, these are some of the most challenging and difficult situations when we see an evolving and fluid situation on the ground. In this instance, as you alluded to, for the time being, we made a really narrowly scoped decision to allow praise of the Azov regiment strictly in the context of defending Ukraine or in their role as part of the official Ukrainian National Guard. Importantly, though, we continued to ban all hate speech, all hate symbolism, praise of violence, generic praise, support, or representation of the Azov regiment, and of course, any other content that would violate our community standards. This was a difficult decision to make, a tough one to make, but it helped us to ensure that users have access to official information about Azov's military activity as part of that national defense of Ukraine, including information that's essential to their safety, such as the location and severity of military operations. And this, as I said, is a very narrowly scoped definition on a temporary basis.
Yes. And another comparison is being drawn also now between Israel and Russia and how Meta is dealing with both. So from one hand, the Russian media outlets are being restricted in your platforms in many ways, or let's say accounts that are official or official media that belong to the Russian state. While, for example, there are many pages that belong to the Israeli secret services, the Israeli army speakers. Many of them are also engaged actively in spreading fake news, including, for example, the killing of the Palestinian American famous journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who recently was killed by the Israeli army. And then the Israeli army was releasing fake news around who killed her. And there was any kind of restriction towards her. But from the other hand, I mean, we see the restrictions that you are doing with the state-owned or state-controlled media and other official accounts. So why the difference? Why this kind of double standards of dealing with both sides?
I can perhaps jump in here, Nadeem. Firstly, say thank you so much, as Richard said, for having us here. It's a real privilege to be able to engage with a larger community and folks who are taking these issues seriously on our platform and holding us to account, which is really, really important. So as you mentioned, Nadeem, I really want to start off by just conveying our condolences to Shireen's family. We understand this is a very, very difficult time and a tragic loss. And for those who are, working to ensure that there is greater coverage of certain stories, we understand that this has come as a blow, and we really just want to say a heartfelt condolences. And then, yes, to get into your question a little bit more, I think, again, as Richard has said, some of these are really, really difficult things that we've been grappling with. But if we think back, in 2020, we started providing greater transparency on all of the accounts and pages from state-controlled media outlets, because we thought this was important for people to know the kinds of news they're reading and where it is coming from, and to understand if a publication may be under the influence of a state or a government. So during the war, we have received many requests from several European governments requesting that we restrict Russian state-controlled media. And given the nature of the situation, we made the decision to restrict access to RT and Sputnik across the EU. As you are aware, government requests of these kinds are not new to us, and we always assess such requests against our community standards, and we ensure commitments to human rights and to the country's local laws, and we therefore make decisions accordingly.
Yes, one of the developments in the last year is also the third-party investigation or examination of content moderation in Arabic and in Hebrew that was created after the events in Sheikh Jarrah, and lots of conversation that was also including an oversight board of Facebook and Meta. And we see this and we appreciate this development because having the company agreeing for this and commissioning a third party and walking through the process is acknowledging also that maybe there are things that should be fixed or developed in a way that it would be more equal. But can you tell us about the results of this examination?
Sure. As you are aware, and I think some others that we partnered with, this has been a long process that has enabled us to think a little bit more carefully about some of the issues that you're raising here. We are still inside of this process. We hope to be able to share recommendations and where things are soon, but this is still underway.
Many people in Mazuba actually are also kind of concerned that maybe there would be some good results out of it, but that it would be put in somewhere in a shelf for somebody that, or actually that maybe it won't be shown to the public. So maybe you can, is there a commitment from the side of the company, from your side, first of all, to share it with the public, whatever regardless the results are, and is there a commitment also to fix and to go through the recommendations of this commissioned party, because also we don't want again a situation where there is some kind of committee that is examining, absorbing the pressure, and then we continue same as before.
Absolutely, absolutely. So in line with our human rights policy, we do conduct due diligences, and we are required, according to our human rights policy and commitments, to conduct these due diligences and ensure that we act upon them. So absolutely, we have no intention of putting this on the shelf to gather dust. This is an important issue. The events of May were, difficult, and we really want to do the best that we can to ensure that this due diligence is taken seriously within the company.
Great. Another question or issue that is actually influencing a lot the Palestinian content moderation issue, which is basically the Israeli cyber unit that has been dramatically sending takedown requests. Many of them are not obliged by legal decisions, but maybe according to their interpretation based on the community guidelines of the platform, and then they are asking for these takedowns. Why this relationship is not transparent? Why you are not like sharing these so-called voluntary basis takedown requests from the Israeli cyber unit, and by the way, from other government cyber units, but specifically with the Israeli case, because we are talking also of a case of occupation. Why is this relationship not transparent?
I think it might be useful here to just talk a little bit about our community standards enforcement report, as well as our content restrictions based on local law report. So in our Transparency Center, we regularly publish several reports, and it's important to distinguish between them, right? So the Community Standards Enforcement Report is where we publish numbers about enforcement on all of our policies. We also provide details on trends and breakdown per policy area. And this report predominantly focuses on content that violates our community standards, which includes all report types, whether by government entities or any user of our platforms. We sometimes receive reports of content that don't violate our community standards, but it violates local law. So we may restrict the content's availability in the country where it is alleged to be illegal, and that is what we publish in the content restrictions based on local law report. Just important to make that distinction there.
Right. The other issue that comes along with is, in this case, there's an occupation of West Bank and East Jerusalem and Gaza Strip. So the issue that comes out is basically the jurisdiction, like how the company, the platforms look in terms of legality, in terms of requests that are coming from the Israeli cyber unit that are not about Israeli citizens, but rather about Palestinian citizens in an area that is recognized internationally by the UN decisions, by the international law, etc., as occupied area. So how you deal with the jurisdiction issues?
I can jump in here again too. I think it might be out of turn for me or for Richard and I to respond to this. I think this is really a question for our legal team and something that we can perhaps get back to you on. But I would be hesitant to speak out of turn because I think, as you have rightly said, this is an issue of international law and will be better served by a response from our legal team.
I mean, and in the same line, like many Palestinians have been protesting the issue of allowing Israeli settlements to advertise content that is about buildings in the settlements and expanding. And as we know, settlements is a crime under the international law. So again, the question is why the platform is allowing this advertisement from the beginning? Why not allow them or disallow them?
I think my response may be a bit unsatisfactory here because I think this too, in following up from your first question, is probably one that our legal team can provide a little bit more of a clearer response to. Richard, were you going to jump in here? I thought you had unmuted.
To say very similar to you, Mazu, but unfortunately, I know that's probably not the response you'd want right now, but it's probably best for us to check back on that. We'd be happy to get back to you on that. And maybe just the other thing I would add here is that's why it's so helpful for us to join panels such as this and hear these concerns directly. It gives us a very important insight or can reaffirm important insights from the ground, from different communities that we can take away and certainly reflect on and certainly get back to you as well, Nadine.
I mean, another question is about the Israeli government attempt to legislate the new so-called Facebook bill, or in its another name, it's removing harmful content. As we know, and Hamli issued also a legal analysis of this, and many other human rights organizations, including Palestinians, Israeli, and others, are very alarmed of this attempt. And we hope that it would not succeed finally, but if it succeeds, it's created a really great challenge for freedom of expression online. And as we know, this law speaks about possibility of having order coming or decisions coming from courts in one side position, not having the other side also defending himself with secret evidence, etc., but basically orders any website, including social media platform, to take down the content. That by the court itself, it's either by their interpretation by the Israeli laws, it's illegal or inciting, etc. We know that, and from past experience, this has been used a lot on Palestinian content mainly. So this is something that will be harming, obviously, the freedom of expression. It will have also another sections that also not even about the website, but also about internet service providers, etc. So there is a great concern about this, and our question is how Meta is planning to deal with it in case it will pass the Knesset voting and will become a law.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do think that we probably need to get into a little bit more detail around the legislation. I don't have all of it in front of me at the moment, but it is something that we can absolutely look into. As a company, we've often said that we're open to working with legislators to reach effective regulation. And to the points that you've raised, there may be some things for us to review and to better understand. And that's definitely something that and my team would be happy to work on, and other teams at the company.
In case it's basically passed, I mean, so generally, as you said before, you will be dealing with it only with some kind of geofencing. So basically, in certain areas in Israel, it would be shown, in other areas, it would be shown, or this is something that you're still considering?
Sorry, looking for my unmute. Yes, it's definitely something that we'd have to better understand. I wouldn't be able to say definitively right now, but as I mentioned, we would be very happy and are keen to look into this further.
Right. Another issue related to the issues of content moderation in Arabic. I mean, from our experience, also Hamli has been recording and documenting in many cases of content that is being removed and also appealing. In many cases, it was also around mistakes and actually the content was reinstated. So our question is like how you're doing, or what are you doing actually to try to make improvement in the content moderation in a way that you would understand more the content, that there won't be different mistakes around it?
Thanks, Nadeem. Yeah, content moderation is a huge issue. It's something that we take quite seriously and always looking to improve how we do it. So perhaps in addition to this independent human rights due diligence that is underway, we did our own investigation and process review. And as you know, but also is important to just sort of remind folks, we operate at a very large scale. And as such, we're often trying to solve complex problems, which, understandably change takes a while to implement, but although necessary. Our content reviewers are all native Arabic speakers, but unfortunately, as you have mentioned, mistakes do happen. Our operations team continuously do quality checks and provide reviewers with policy clarifications and context to support them with the review process. In addition, we continuously check our automated actions to make sure our machine learning technology is working well. But perhaps just to go a little bit further here, because I think specifically we're thinking about Arabic content moderation. I'm not a fluent Arabic speaker, but I believe anyone who does speak Arabic is aware that in the region, Arabic is a very complex language with a rich, diverse dialects. And so we try our best to ensure that we have representation in different parts of MENA to ensure that our content moderators are moderating Arabic content that they are well and familiar with.
Yeah, because just to continue this line of discussions, because critics and criticism on Meta was around having subcontracted companies doing the Arabic content moderations, that there are people that are underpaid and have less abilities or less skilled. Other content that also around the dialects issue, that the dialect also having people from the Maghreb doing content moderation for the Mashriq and not understanding the content. So is really this something that went through a process of improvement?
Yes, absolutely. So based on research results and recommendations, we definitely improved our support. And we took the first step to split the Arabic market into two major distinctive markets back in 2017, Maghreb, which represents the North African dialects, and the Middle East, which serves the rest of the Arabic-speaking countries. And in the past year, our teams have been working on splitting markets further to support distinctive dialects, such as the Levant or the Gulf, for example. But as I mentioned before, our operations are very complex, and therefore we need to make sure we're taking the steps in the right direction before implementation. But we recognize the importance of this action.
Right, thank you. So, I mean, we have been trying to cover in this conversation the different issues, including the comparison with Ukraine, the different developments. But I also wanted maybe as a last questions, what actions or approaches that you as a company trying to do in order to have also more communication and more dialogue with the Palestinian society. There is a strong feeling, and it's beyond feeling, it's also about facts and different approaches that the company took in the previous years, that the Palestinian public felt that it's biased, that there was no conversation with the Palestinian public opinion, that the company was not investing in the, for example, in the Palestinian market, in companies and technological companies, and opening up for jobs for younger Palestinians, as it does in other areas. So maybe you can just tell us also about this and about how the company is trying also to start this communication in a better way.
Go ahead, Richard.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Nadeem. This is it's a great question, and I'm sure Mazuba will have some points to add to this as well. From my side, I would just highlight how important it is for us to have conversations like the one we've had today in a wide variety of different contexts. I think I mentioned towards the beginning that as a policymaker, it's always one of the most exciting parts of my job is hearing directly how people see our policies and see rooms for improvement and see times when they're not working. We're very much of a belief that our policies are a living document, if you will. And if you look at our Transparency Centre, there's a change log, and you can actually track those changes over time, which is great for transparency. But I think it really underlines as well just that we're always adapting, always refining our policies based on the things that we're seeing on the platform and adapting to those environments. I think working with you in this event today, and I know we've been involved in a number of different engagements throughout the region too, is just tremendously important for us. And it's something that we look to continue doing with our colleagues in different parts of the company to make sure that we get that input. Mazuba, you may have things to add to that as well.
Yeah, just to augment that. I mean, just to say really, my team, for example, having a human rights team in region, one of the important parts around it is to develop these relationships in country, in region. And so a major part of our strategy is fostering relationships with Palestinian organizations, individuals. We do this across the Middle East, North Africa. We do this across sub-Saharan Africa. And it's a key strategy for us because, to Richard's point, we are only served by increasing our relationships, our dialogue, our support with external organizations. And we often learn and grow in the process, and that's a really, really important thing for us. So that's what we're here to do, and happy to be held to account in doing so.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Mazuba. And we really hope, I mean, as a part of the Palestinian civic society and generally the human rights community, we hope that the company would go to directions that are more just and transparent and equal for all, that it would be less influenced by the power relations that are out there, that the whole issue of content moderation, whether it's in the Palestinian context, but also in other contexts, are dealt really with one global policy towards all open, without this power bias that we feel from time to time. We started seeing changes, and we hope that these changes would be really realized and materialized in the near future. Thank you for joining us, and back to you, Yasmin.
On the stage, we will be holding the session, How Does Digital Advocacy Contribute to Changing the Policies of Technology Companies? In this session, our speakers will discuss how the repressive policies of social media companies affect the content and narratives of people in Palestine, Colombia, and Kashmir. We will also discuss how digital rights advocates in these countries view the impact of digital solidarity campaigns and international media coverage on the policies of technology companies. This session will highlight many factors that contribute to increasing the influence of coordinating the work of solidarity movements and digital rights institutions to change social media policies that discriminate against the colonized people. We are joined by Rima Sghair, Mona Shtaya, Carolina Cabrera, and Ifat Gazia. At the same time, in the session room, we are holding the workshop, How to Move from Digital Reaction to Digital Mobilization and Organization for Sustainable Justice. In this workshop, we will talk about how to move from spontaneous digital reaction to a more organized and institutionalized work in digital spaces to reach more effective campaigns and achieve sustainable justice. We are joined by Angus Wong and Lena Khatib.
الهوى الشمالي غير اللون الهوى الشمالي هب ورماني خلاني حبك يا سمر اللون وجفرة ويا الربيع تحصد بأرضي الدير والسر اللي بيننا مش وصلوا للغير وإن كان ما في ورق لكتب عجن حاطط وإن كان ما في حذر هيلن يا عينيا
Hello everyone, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Rima and I'm Senior Program Manager with Team Community. I would like to thank the organizers of Palestine Digital Activism Forum, all the volunteers, and thank you so much for creating this space and for bringing us all together today. Today we're going to discuss a topic that we have discussed here in this event with a focus on Palestine previously, and we're hoping today to bridge and to create connections between different countries and populations which were affected by discriminatory social media policies. I'm really honored to be joined today by three amazing digital rights activists and organizers: Mona Shtaya, Palestinian digital rights defender and advocacy advisor for Hamle; Carolina, executive director at the Colombian Civil Society digital rights organization Charisma; and Ifat, a scholar, filmmaker, and journalist from Kashmir. Today we have really just a few minutes. We have really little time to discuss really important intersections that different civil society digital rights organizations have been documenting when it comes to the impact of discriminatory social media companies' policies, especially when it comes to occupied populations and marginalized populations, bringing from different experiences coming from Palestine, from Colombia, and Kashmir. Would like to start first with Mona, starting with if you can now guide us through. It's been really a lot to say, but for those who are not familiar with the history of how Palestinian voices have been frequently and in various ways silenced. If you can share with us, Mona, how social media content moderation policies contributed to silencing free speech in Palestinian forces.
Thank you, Rima. Thanks all for joining us today in the Palestine Digital Activism Forum. So basically, Palestinians, like social media platforms and Palestinians, like it's a long story. It didn't start recently. Like it started since the social media platforms started. But basically, it was highlighted and decentralized last year in May with the May uprising, because like Palestinian voices were silenced in a very unusual way, or it was surprising for all of the people. Also, it came as a result of the escalations on the ground. So it was like an extension, because we define digital rights as an extension of a human rights in the digital spaces. So the human rights violations on the ground were escalating, and thus the digital rights violations were also escalating. So we documented around 500 cases of digital rights violations in just 2 weeks in Palestine, and this is what we at Hamle have documented. But also there are many other cases, hundreds or thousands of cases that we did not manage to document in Hamle, because like we are small organizations and we are trying to document based on our limited resources. But basically that means, or how is that affecting our voices? Basically it's affecting our narrative. It's affecting this kind of digital narrative that we Palestinians have. We all know that since the occupation started, they are trying to test new tools and try to expand their tools. And since 2010, they were trying, or even before, they were trying to expand to a new platforms. Basically, social media platforms were part, and this kind of digital militarism for the social media platforms was it was developed year by year, and they, based on that, they developed also tools to suppress Palestinian voices. Such in 2015, the Israeli government, they started the Israeli cyber unit, which basically is trying to monitor and silence Palestinian voices through sending requests, systematic requests to the social media platforms to take down the Palestinian content. In 2016, they sent around 2,400 requests, while it was increasing. Till 2019, they sent more than 20,000 requests to the social media companies. And when we are saying a request, it doesn't mean one piece of content. It could include hundreds of posts and tweets to the social media companies. And based on what the Israeli cyber unit says, they said that the social media companies accepted most of those cases. That means that our narrative and our social media content, basically, which is documenting the human rights violations that we are exposed to on the ground, is being taken down from these platforms, and this is affecting our narrative. It also affects the investigation of the human rights violations and crimes that we Palestinians are exposed to on the ground. That said, that means that social media platforms are having this doesn't mean that all of these, because sometimes there is a claim that this is a violation of the community standards, but based on our work, and because we are escalating these pieces to the social media companies, we were able to restore many of those posts and tweets. That means that those cases are false positive, and thus they are not violating the community standards of the social media platforms. Therefore, social media platforms should rethink how they should moderate their content. And because of that, we believe in Hamle in the intersectional approach in our advocacy, in digital advocacy, so we can put more pressure on the social media companies to stop their biased algorithms and biased content moderation policies when it comes to the occupied people narratives and to marginalized communities around the world.
Thank you so much, Mona. We're going to move with Carolina. Carolina, we would like to share with us today, also coming back actually around the same time. It was a moment in May 2021. With the protest in Colombia and witnessing a lot of content take down. Can you share with us more, maybe also with a status update on how the protest and free speech in Colombia has been silenced on social media?
Thank you very much, Rima, for this opportunity to talk about the situation and make bridges with many other regions in the world. So as you've said, we had we had an uprising protest at the end of April last year, but probably we have to start looking what happened before. So 2019, there was a lot of protests that is spread around Latin America. Remember Chile, Puerto Rico, Ecuador, Colombia. There was a distress on a social distress around the region that was somehow frozen by the pandemic. The pandemic had this effect of frozening the social distress in our region and kind of leave it for later. Back in 2020, by September in 2020, there was a situation of police abuse in Bogota that brought to another uprising. Just when the pandemic was starting to be a bit more mild, this turned out into several days of violence in Bogota that ended up with situations of very violent confrontation between police and unarmed protesters, killing several of them. And that was again frozen by the pandemic situation. Then in April, when the pandemic had already been for over a year and the social distress continued there was an uprising, especially in Cali, Colombia. That's another city, about I would say 2 or 3 million people in Colombia. But it was the difference here, or probably how we can characterize this. It was a youth protest, mostly urban and male. This is why the social network became so important, because if on top of the pandemic, you realize that it was among people mostly connected via cell phones, these put us in a very different situation than that protests that we have lived before. Most protests in Colombia would have been mainly rural, or by workers or other kind of people. Here we had especially male protesters in the urban places of Colombia, and many of them the marginalized population, young people that had no study, no employment, and after many months of pandemic were really suffering the situation. So the protest started, and when this happens, and along with a lot of violence, and the police started exercising, law enforcement started exercising violence and using extreme force to prevent the protest. The cell phones became the main tool for protesters. Also, many people that were afraid of pandemic were getting informed via social networks. So there was a kind of an interesting cohesion of things. During the first days, there was a lot of over removal of content, and many people were protesting also against the social networks, with some consequences such as that Mona just explained. Since the content were violent and were explaining, we're giving evidence of law enforcement violence, the removal of this content was also a threat against the possibility of proving human rights problems. Apart from that, during the first week, during the second week of the protests, Instagram had a problem. That's what they said. There was a problem on the Instagram moderation content function that affected especially first Colombia, and then some groups in United States from indigenous community that were protesting also, and it went to Palestine. The Instagram explained that this was something all over the world, but the numbers that we saw was mainly focused on places where protests were happening. So there was for us certainly a bias. We had a good response by Instagram when we see how this was affecting specifically this social network. We contacted, because I have also to say that social networks, at least in Colombia, had when the situation started, they put up something like a help desk to open direct channels with organizations such as Charisma that could present fast some situations, such as what happened with Instagram. They reacted, and in few hours things were solved on the platform, but also we could realize that this affected especially places where protests were taking place. I believe that one of the main things that happened here, and we will talk about that later, is the lack of transparency on the fact that social network or platforms are taking actions during these times of uprising, but it's not clear what kind of actions they are taking. And afterwards, there are no transparency reports that could tell us what happened and allow us to have some learning process on what happened with a media that became so important for people to express themselves. I will leave it here so that we can continue talking later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolina. And for sure, we heard the word error, like a lot of the times there were errors. A lot of coincidental errors, especially when it comes to occupied and indigenous populations. Moving now with the earth that also around October 2021, opposition in Kashmir, especially diaspora, have been reporting a lot of takedowns and silencing of dissident voices. Would you like to tell us more about it, and also maybe walk us through other, like the history of discriminatory social media company policies and for Kashmir, for folks and users in Kashmir?
Thank you so much, Rima. I have so much to relate to what Mona and Carolina just said. It feels like it's the same story everywhere. Maybe the geographies and the people are different, but the oppression is literally the same. It feels like they use the same kind of rule book. And before I literally jump into my thing, I just want to say, as much as we would like to believe that internet was created as a tool to empower us, empower the masses, if anything, it has only empowered the authoritarian governments and the big tech platforms. They are becoming more and more powerful, and we are becoming more and more powerless. So for the audience here, I don't know if you know, but Kashmir, that's where I am from, it has been under India's illegal occupation for more than 7 decades now. As a result of that, physical spaces have systematically been choked due to intense militarization. There is 1 soldier for every 30 civilians in Kashmir, and that's the highest. That's a higher civilian soldier ratio than wartime Afghanistan. So in Kashmir, go a little bit back in the history, like it's not something new. The takedowns, the internet bans, the censorship, the surveillance, it's not new. It's as old as the use of internet in Kashmir. So which was like right around 2008 when internet became like really common. People started using it more on their computers, on their cell phones, and it was not just restricted to what's called internet cafes like we used to go back in the day. So in Kashmir, the internet did not only have the use of connecting long lost friends, overcoming geographical barriers, because if you look at the geography of Kashmir, it's like that perfect example of a panopticon. There are like mountainous and geographical barriers dividing different regions of Kashmir from one another, people from one another, and it also makes the control for India very easy, and there is like very heavy military deployment. So internet actually helped people connect with long lost friends or other Kashmiris in other parts of the world. It was also helping them to create these alternative spaces where they could meet each other, listen to each other's thoughts, vent their anger, share their grief, mobilize or organize protests. So you remember that Facebook has this, I think it still has, I don't use Facebook anymore, but it has this feature, what's on your mind. It actually opened new windows of self-expression for otherwise silenced people in Kashmir. So in the early days of Facebook and Twitter in Kashmir, the ability to maintain connections online when they were so difficult to make physically, because you have to understand in Kashmir, physical gatherings are restricted. So this was a joy until surveillance, censorship, frequent internet bans, and even physical arrests and harassment based on online activities became a reality. So there's a lack of openness to discuss social moments in offline public spaces in Kashmir. Like I said, like, of course, there's occupation, physical spaces are restricted. Everybody is scared to like say something against India and not end up in jail. But the increased visibility of Kashmiris on these social networks also led to increased choking of these spaces. For example, internet bans, deplatforming. If you're in Kashmir, you can even get arrested for writing something on Twitter, on Facebook, which is critical of India's occupation in Kashmir. And after that comes self-censorship. Like if I see my friend getting arrested for writing something on Twitter, I'm just going to make sure that I don't say anything at all. I keep myself super low so that I don't get arrested. And I personally have been deplatformed. So many of my friends and so many news, online news outlets, diaspora organizations like Stand with Kashmir, other friends, like the account for my podcast, like we all have been deplatformed. Some of us got our accounts back, some didn't. The whole point is to go forward with this erasure of Kashmiris from online spaces, so that this we can send a notion out that everything is fine in Kashmir. And like Indians like to say, Kashmir is an integral part of India. So social media platforms have become important in terms of local and international discussions, which has also led to concerns on freedom of expression. Therefore, the attacks and attempts of silencing actors in political conflicts has also increased, like Carolina and Mona, you were just talking about. But this has also forced them into non-participation or triggering platform policies to remove controversial speech. For example, in Kashmir, it has triggered an entire population of activists, journalists, civil society actors into non-participation. I personally do not use Twitter anymore. Like I have pinned a tweet and said that I am not going to tweet anymore. I hope that I won't be harassed anymore. I have been trolled. I have been doxxed. I have been harassed. And I have been deplatformed. So, but a time came when it was like leading to offline repercussions for me, and I had to like sort of say goodbye to the space. So the extent of internet censorship really varies from country to country, but it's also reflective of its state of democracy. One of the many myths in cyberspace is that internet is an inherently emancipatory tool. It's this device that promotes democracy by giving voice to people who lack power. However, in Kashmir, if anything, the internet and big tech platforms have only helped India to further its control and silence Kashmiri voices. Last year, in 2021, in March, both of my Twitter accounts, my personal account, the account for my podcast, they were suspended. But it did not come as a shock to me. The Twitter accounts for influential activist group like Stand with Kashmir and other Kashmiri advocacy and activism accounts, they were already suspended right around like the time like my accounts got suspended. But I was literally getting emails from Twitter for a week, for a year, that I am violating India's Technology Act and India is asking them to pull down my accounts. But what is bizarre is when my accounts were suspended, the emails I received from Twitter, they stated that my accounts had been suspended because my tweets engage in platform manipulation and spam. To be clear, I neither spam nor manipulate the platform. My Twitter feeds are opinionated but informative. But still, my accounts were suspended. Basically, accounts like mine, Kashmiri activists, journalists, scholars, anyone who is critical of India's occupation in Kashmir, our accounts get mass reported by right-wing Hindutva trolls. And Twitter has no mechanism in place to validate or investigate these false reports. Like most social media websites, Twitter relies on user reports to identify abusive behavior. These mechanisms are easily manipulated. When a group of users wants to harass or silence voices that they do not like, they work together to report content that they want to silence. And some platforms refer to this behavior as brigading. It's better understood as a user-based censorship or harassment, and it works. I hope I'm not out of time, but I'm going to continue. I want to talk a little bit about platform moderation. I want to talk a little bit about content moderation here. So we have to understand, for example, platforms like Facebook, their content moderation mostly happens in Philippines. They hired these third-party companies where these people work in countries like Philippines day and night, and they moderate content. For example, for an artist in the US, if she's drawing a nude picture of somebody, it's art for her. And if she uploads it to Facebook, and the guidelines that the content moderators in Philippines receive, it's nudity to them. So they are gonna flag it, and Facebook is going to say, oh, this violates our platform rules, so we are going to put it down. So there's always like these different kinds of barriers. Like there are different rules, and first and foremost, there are not really enough content moderators. So sometimes not sometimes, like most of the times, it's AI that does it. And then even these people in Philippines or any other part of the world, they do it. There's like language barriers. Like look at what happened to Rohingyas in Myanmar. And at that point, Facebook hardly had any content moderators who could speak that language. Literally an entire genocide was carried out, ethnic cleansing was carried out, and Facebook has such a big part in it. I would say it facilitated it because it didn't do a good job at it. So we talk a lot about the implications of internet, its use in general, whether it's empowering the citizens or it's empowering the authoritarian governments, whether it's a threat to civic power or whether it's not a threat to civic power. I was like literally battling with it, and I came across Rebecca McKinnon's book that she wrote in 2013. It's called Consent of the Network. I think she has tried to like address these questions somehow, given some examples from different parts of the world, and she has also tried to sort of bridge the two extremes by illustrating examples, like I said, from different parts of the world. So anyone who is interested to understand the process by which big tech companies like Google, Facebook, Twitter, how did they become so powerful, and how are they now these powerful online public spheres? It's very important to understand for us, because imagine the amount of power and control these companies have over people like us. So when we get shadow banned, when we get deplatformed, when we get silenced, there's literally very little that we can do, like a Kashmiri can do, a Palestinian can do individually. But imagine like if Carolina, me, Mona, like all of us, like dissidents and people who have been silenced and who are facing the brunt of authoritarianism and these companies and this silencing, if we all come together and try to sort of create tools, force the platforms to like change policies, I think that would be really amazing. So we have to Kashmiri voices have been silenced by mainstream media always. Like in 2019, August 5th, like when our autonomy was also taken away from us, if you go on this website called Media Cloud and you enter the keyword Kashmir, you will see that in August 2019, the spike goes up like that. Like everybody from New York Times to Washington Post, they started talking about Kashmir. And then towards the December of the same year, when 8 million people were still in the longest communication blockade ever, they were under intense militarization, the world had already forgotten about it, moved on. Nobody was writing stories about Kashmir or anything. So while our narrative gets silenced by big tech platforms who work hand in hand with the authoritarian government of India, on the contrary, narratives claiming Kashmir is an integral part of India, Kashmir issue is a terrorism issue, and India is a post-colonial state, have been widely promoted through the same platforms. Seldom heard other legitimate counter perspectives like Kashmir is not India's internal dispute, and it's not a law and order situation, but a powerful resistance movement for right to self-determination. And whenever Kashmiris tried to use the only space available to them through social media and voice their opinions, everything was done to curb the space that was helping them to tell their stories and locate themselves in the world. Indeed, part of India's strategy in silencing Kashmiris online and offline is in preventing these counter-framings about the legitimacy of Kashmiri struggle from receiving traction and media attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asad, and thank you so much also for sharing your personal experience being a digital rights defender on social media. And I think like I really connect with you, and maybe many people present today connect with you when it comes to how social media companies use different, uprising and use like the myth or the idea of them being emancipating and them being champions of freedom of expression, while different communities, including you and the communities you represent today, we have probably like connect more with them as companies, with them, having a relationship with civil society organizations based on market share logic, and being like more and more familiar in our narratives with surveillance capitalism and the business model of these companies, and where really, you know, the value of freedom of expression stands, how many resources are really invested in protecting freedom of speech. We would like also today to talk more. I think like this is, if you are an activist or person trying to break into the field of digital rights, like you are following in your community cases of content takedowns and you want to do something about it. Wanna like have you all, like Mona, Carolina, and Rafet, share with us how have you been working to build visibility and momentum, as well as solidarity campaigns around the impact of the repressive policies of social media companies, and as well like how you've engaged with these companies to influence their policies. And we start with Mona.
Hello. Question.
You're breaking. Sorry, Mona, you're breaking.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, now. Yeah.
Okay.
Now.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so as you guys mentioned, like it's the same story, but they keep repeating it. Like in Kashmir, Myanmar, Western Sahara, Colombia, and other places around the world, because we are not like a big market for them. We can't affect their policies, as Israel, for example. And therefore, when we are talking about engaging people and for organizing ourselves as advocacy people and as advocacy experts in this field, we usually think how we can connect our stories and think in an intersectional way when we are talking with the social media platforms. Basically, we usually aim to connect with people. Last year in May Uprising, when it started, first thing to do as one of our colleagues in the digital rights community, she suggested to introduce us to Carolina, who's in Colombia, and because their organization were also documenting what's happening with the indigenous people of Colombia there, and we had immediately a meeting with them. We were coordinating together. I felt we also have been like trying to coordinate together also through conferences and through other platforms to speak together about our problems and to think together how we can platforms. So basically, when we are organizing to advocate against big tech companies, it's usually between having this kind of coordination on the local level and the regional level and also in the international level, keeping in mind how we can make much more intersectional approach. So we inform all of our partners, we educate them, we educate also our people, we tell them what is like the problem with their policies, because sometimes people like they know there is a problem, but we need to tell them where exactly is this problem in their policies. For example, when we are talking about like they are taking down posts when it contains like Hamas word, why they are taking that? Because it's with the DOI list, and because of that we are usually explaining that to our people and to our audience on the local, regional, and national level, and we are trying like to coordinate with other communities and marginal communities that are coordinate put more pressure on the social media companies. On the other hand, when it comes to our communities, because we are like small markets to them.
Mona, you're breaking, sorry.
Yeah, I can't hear Mona too. Is everyone like hearing Mona breaking?
Yes, it is breaking.
You're still breaking. Yeah, maybe we can, if it's okay, like maybe we can go like Carolina till like Mona, yeah. Maybe you can check your internet connection.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would like to talk about probably 3 different layers that we're working on. So the first one is that internet connectivity is complex, right? And there are many intermediaries that participate in bringing us the capacity to be on the internet. And when there is an uprising, of course, most people go claim or are worried about the way that social media is doing the moderation and blocking their capacity to speak. But sometimes it is not the social media. Sometimes it goes to the connectivity itself. And it also happened in Colombia during this last uprising. We found that there were specific places, specific moments when many people was at the same time saying that they were having problems to connect to social media, to do streaming or to post pictures or whatever. And we were able to understand that the situation was very specific, and we did some research, and it also helped us that there was a report by NetBlocks commenting that in a specific night in Cali, there was a big problem with connectivity in Cali. And when we were able to identify that, do some research and put over the table that there were connectivity issues in places where law enforcement was, and we found that there were contracts that some law enforcement had bought jamming equipment to prevent the connectivity in certain places, and that they could use it during for citizen security. We were able also to explain to the people that this can also happen, and that's not necessarily social network, but it has another layer of complexity. Because what we also find is that when we come with a lot of buzz, let's say, there is less capacity for us to engage with social network. So we have to say that during the protest, not just social network prevented or were problems with content moderation, but at the layer of connectivity, there were problems, and problems with no transparency. We never knew, at the end, we didn't know whether law enforcement used the jammers or not. But we were able to say there were specific problems, they have the capacity, and there's a legal framework that allowed them to do that. So when we are able to explain people, we started to understand better what the problems were, and we were able to identify and engage locally. So first layer is with people. Second layer is with locally with the platforms, and provide them with information, and try to diminish the impact that content moderation and connectivity problems and so on have on the capacity of people to speak freely. I think that has helped a lot, but of course it's a lot of burden also over organizations such as Charisma, because then it ends up like, if we don't police, if we don't say, that's also a big problem. But since you are asking, how do we engage? And then because we're doing all this work and we were able to identify problems, we're also asking these corporations, these platforms, and not just the platforms, the government and so on, and the law enforcement, for transparency. Tell us what happened, because we can now say these are different problems and we want to know why, when, how, and so on. I think this has worked less, right? And then the third level is, of course, regional and international, just as Mona said, then identifying what other organizations are doing this, how can we identify similar problems and look for solutions. And also at regional and international level, engage with companies and with other fora, such as the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, the Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression at OAS and at UN, etc., to present the problems and to stress the fact that during a social unrest, the interfering with internet, with the social network, is a human right violation. And therefore, there needs to be more transparency and commitment by corporations not to do that, just as for governments as well. I'll leave it there.
Can I jump in again?
Yes, please, Mona.
Yeah, so what I wanted to add is last year through our, through the May uprising, what we really noticed that it was affecting our campaign and it was supporting us is talking to international mainstream media, because basically these tech companies are are concerned about their reputation in the international mainstream media. So besides connecting and networking with other organizations and communities who are like from the local, regional, and international level, the international mainstream media really did a great job in covering the digital rights violations and silencing Palestinian voices, as well as the double standards that started since last February when the Ukrainian-Russian war started. And we saw how tech companies like Meta and others, they took a very strict measures to protect Ukrainians because of the Ukrainian-Russian war. And when it comes to Kashmir, Colombia or Palestine, they never did that. For example, they used, like, they allowed the hate speech against the formal people and the politicians and the Russian politicians and president in order to give the Ukrainian people the right to resistance. And the word resistance itself is the very reason why our content is being taken down for years now from their platforms. So they can use this word. They know what it means to use the word resistance, but they basically want to use it only with the Ukrainians. This kind of double standards, when they apply it, they also apply other kind of double standards. For example, they were labeling all the Russian state media outlets, and for years now we have been fighting propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation from the Israeli authorities and from the Israeli propaganda, and they never took that into consideration, or they never took our recommendation on a serious matter. While when it comes to Russian-Ukraine war, they took that on a serious matter and they adapt this very quickly. So the war started in 24th of February, and they adapted and they started their blog in 26th of February. So less than 48 hours, they adapted all their content, all their policies. But when it comes to Palestinians, we've been speaking about that for years now, and they never took that on a serious matter. Like last May, when the international mainstream media was covering that, and they were covering how our voices have been suppressed, but also they cover that, to be honest, because influencers and celebrities were also talking about that, because there was a very obvious biased content moderation policies when it comes to our case, because also people were observing, and they saw the incitement, hate speech, and violence content from the Israelis basically published against Palestinians on their platforms. And those platforms, they never took it down. They never enforced it as they are doing with the Palestinian content. Because of that, we gained a lot of coverage from the international mainstream media, and as well as that started the social media platforms. They started to think more how they can engage more with us, and because of that, they started to have regular meetings with the regional and with the local, as well as with the international coalitions that we are part, and to talk more and to try to find a solution for their technical or continuous technical glitch for our marginalized communities and for the occupied people. So that said, that means that social media companies, when they want to take action, they can. When they have the will, they can do. But for our cases, obviously, they don't care. They don't want to take action, and they want us to still to keep talking about our or to keep suppressing our narrative all the time from their platforms. And this is really affecting our movements, our liberation movements, because today we are talking under the theme digital solidarity for justice. That said, we can't build our digital solidarity movement on the digital spaces, because they are restricting our work. They are preventing us from doing our jobs. They are preventing us from speaking about the suppression, about the human rights violations that we are exposed to. So yeah, that's from the Palestinian perspective, basically, but it's also intersectional with the other minorities and the other marginalized groups that we have been in contact with for a long time now.
Thank you so much, Mona. I hope we most folks heard you. From my side, the voice was breaking a little bit, but I just wanted to highlight that everything that Mona was saying, she actually wrote a brilliant piece, an article about it, basically like the double standards and covering, the recent development with Ukraine, Russia, and from the perspective of Palestinian. Mona, if you would like to drop the link to your article in the chat, I think it would be like a great resource for those attending today. Let's move now with Arfat.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you, Carolina. Honestly, I completely resonate with what Mona was saying. But one thing that's not present in Kashmir is organizing and protest. That has been completely taken away from us. We had really huge uprisings in 2008 because people were able to organize on internet, and 9 and 10 and 2016. I think that was for the last time. And after that, they were small protests here and there, but then we were not really able to organize. And before even 2019, the internet ban that last 505 days, almost 2 years, the longest internet ban that we had was in 2016 summer, when there was a huge uprising going on in Kashmir. So over the years, Kashmiris have been completely silenced, and because they know the repercussions, the physical repercussions, ending up in jails, getting physically harassed and whatnot, people have chosen self-censorship. So there are not really many people that you can even talk to and ask them, and who will be willing to talk to you and tell them, why are you not on social media? Why is this happening and that happening? Because everybody is so much full of fear. Thousands of Kashmiris are in jails, including journalists and civil society activists and human rights activists for just doing their job, for speaking. And now what's left is just some online news platforms and some voices here and there, some in diaspora, some elsewhere. And even they are being targeted. Voices in diaspora are always being targeted. Their page is pulled down. They are being threatened, harassed, trolled, everything they can do in the physical world. And if nothing works, even families getting physically threatened in Kashmir. Why is your kid doing this and that? They shouldn't be doing that. An indirect way of silencing everyone who wants to talk anything about Kashmir. Literally, even right now when I'm speaking it, I'm shivering. I'm okay, I hope that the consequences for this wouldn't be so bad, because there are literally very few voices left who can even talk about Kashmir because the repercussions are so bad. So at this point, like I said, everybody has self-censored themselves, and these online news platforms, just last week, there's this online news website called Free Press Kashmir in Kashmir, which does a good job of reporting what's happening in Kashmir. They are not, obviously, they cannot, if they have to say, for example, imagine if Indian military killed 3 civilians somewhere, they would have to write the headline as Indian military allegedly killed 3 Kashmiris, instead of saying they just killed it, because for them also the repercussions are so hard. And in spite of that, their Instagram account was completely taken down by Instagram, and they kept writing to them, eventually got it back. It's so difficult for anyone to say anything about Kashmir and be visible. One big part of my work is also to work on this invisibility that has been enforced on us. So at this point, of course, I sort of want to piggyback on all of you and help with whatever I know, and at the same time insert Kashmir in all your whatever demands you have to social media companies, because there really aren't many Kashmiris at this moment who can sort of participate, tell their stories, give the data, or approach these companies and tell them enough is enough. You cannot silence it anymore, because they have themselves silenced themselves thanks to the big tech's complicity with the authoritarian government in India. So we have been silenced and erased and everything else. Just trying to, but at the same time, people like me, we are just trying to be there and sustain, because this is not just my work. This is not just a PhD degree that I'm doing. It's my life, what I live. This is what happens to me. I'm in middle of all of this. So really hoping it's not just for Kashmir, but every other part of the world. Nobody deserves to be silenced and oppressed and to be occupied. This is like very imperative, and this is high time that our generation, of course there is technology, it might not always be in our favor, but we make it work in our favor, and try to liberate our stories, at least, so that we can at least tell our stories, and so that our stories are not occupied, so that we are not silenced. And then inshallah hope that one day we'll be free of the oppression and occupation as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yafet. And yeah, thank you so much always, like for always sharing, you know, I think the personal is political, and always sharing like your personal experience. I hope like this is like one of those spaces where we can have like cross-regional conversations and solidarity. I'm interested, we have like 10 minutes left. I'm interested like to hear a few remarks about any existing South-South content moderation, solidarity groups, you know, common efforts when it comes to negotiating or talking, lobbying, influencing the policies of social media companies. But I wanted also to, before these closer remarks, to ask, like, folks have been like asking questions in the chat. I'm gonna ask just a few of them. I apologize for not answering all of the questions due to the time limit. One of the questions from Alex to you, Mona, is why is an organization that incites and enforces violence daily, and here between like parentheses, Israeli government, is not banned by per meta standards? I think here like content moderation rules.
Rima, I missed your voice for like 4 seconds. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the question is, why is an organization that incites and enforces violence daily, the Israeli government, is not banned per meta standards?
Okay, so basically this is the double standards that we are talking about. They have a double standards. They are allowing the Israeli authorities to stay there to justify their violence, their attacks against Palestinians. Over the past year, in May, basically, the Israeli Air Forces pages on Twitter and on Facebook, they were explaining exactly to people how they are targeting and bombing buildings in Gaza Strip. They were they were sharing, tweeting, and posting pictures marking specific buildings that they bombed, and they were explaining how they did that. This is really like very violent content that we see in the online platforms. On YouTube, we have observed and we documented an advertisement was like ran by the Israeli Ministry of Strategic Affairs. That ad was basically justify why the Israelis or why the Israeli authorities are attacking Gaza Strip. They were just justifying that, giving fake reasons about that. They were saying that they are just attacking military groups, while we saw like innocent people, innocent children, women, they were attacked, they were killed, they were basically forcibly displaced from their homes. So we saw that this is not true, while YouTube, they allowed that ad, and in 5 days it gained over than 1,200,000 views and the social on their platform, before they faced a public pressure from activists and from organizations, human rights and digital rights organizations, to take it down. They ended up taking it down, but after 5 days and after gaining over 1,200,000 views, that means that they caused a harm. They led to a real world harm, which they basically talking about when they are moderating our content. Who would compensate Palestinians and other marginalized groups for this harm that basically is affecting us, affecting our narrative, our voices in a very sensitive times, where we are being forcibly expelled from, forcibly displaced from our homes, where we are attacked, bombed, and where like basically we are for years now military occupied by the Israelis. No one is compensating us, and that's it. That means that social media and big tech companies, they have to invest more and more money to first of all, end their digital discrimination against the marginalized groups, to see us as a normal people who have the right to freely express ourselves, and to over-enforce the other people's, the occupiers, the colonizers' content, where they are inciting against violence, where they are doing a real-world harm, where they militarized militarized groups. They were organizing and mobilizing themselves using the social media platforms to incite against violence against Palestinians in the mixed cities. And we saw that there was journalistic reports in international mainstream media published talking about that.
I think we lost Mona. Can someone confirm?
Yes, we lost her.
Yeah. We're so sorry, Mona. I think either you're frozen or for some reason, like your mic is no longer on. Maybe we can move Carolina Ifat with some closing remarks. We actually have just 4 minutes. If you would like to share more about any existing South-South solidarity efforts focused on content moderation, or maybe share with us, a note for the future vision of what kind of collaboration it could be, and that you aspire for.
Thank you very much, Rima. Well, I'm not aware of any such effort, but I would say that right now in in the Organization of American States, specifically the Freedom of Expression Rapporteur, closed a very long term, like for 1 year, they were open for comments, and they had several discussions, and one of the topics was content moderation. So we're expecting anytime soon a document by the Freedom of Expression Rapporteur that will focus on the issue of content moderation. I think this is very interesting because it will allow us to see a multi-stakeholder approach and focus on the region. I believe also that one of the main problems of content moderation is that it's been driven by corporations that try to be global, where very specific local situations happen. And probably as we try to be global and need efforts as the one that you are provoking us, global efforts, we also need local solutions, right? Because situations are different. So how can we do this global, local situation is probably my main question, and I guess will remain unsolved for many times, but something we have to work on. Thank you very much for inviting me and for being among so interesting women around the world. Thank you very much.
I just also want to thank everyone, Hamla, for inviting us, for initiating these conversations. I think this is just the beginning of the long road that we have to take and the long work that we have to do, as much as we expect the rest of the world, the other people, to take up our matters, speak for us. We also have to speak up for each other and take up each other's matters. So I'm very grateful that you could build this space for all of us to come together and talk about the issues that are very important and personal to all of us. I believe personal is always political and political is always personal, something, Rima, that you sort of figured why I always give personal anecdotes. So very grateful for this space. I hope we can do more of this. We can connect more and also lend each other's resources and talents and anything that we can help you with and the work that you are doing. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. And I see Mona has jumped in. Mona, you have 1 minute if you'd like to share closing remarks.
I just want to say that we are closer together. So as much as we are coordinating and mobilizing each other and educating each other and sharing our narrative and our stories and our knowledge with each other, we can become closer and we can make much more impact for our work, and we can change their biased policies. Thank you.
Definitely, 100%.
Thank you so much all. Thank you, Hamla, for this space. And I hope this is just a first meeting. We continue to organize together, inshallah. Take care, everyone. And yeah, feel free to stay in touch in the chat. I'm sure you can answer a few of those questions we didn't get to answer during today's panel. Take care and enjoy.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
to all our speakers. Our next session hosts a group of speakers to discuss how content management mistakes by technology companies affect digital solidarity and the role of digital content and online movies in spreading the Palestinian narrative and combating the Israeli efforts to create a particular stereotype about Palestinians. Finally, they will discuss the roles of activists in coordinating the efforts of exerting pressure on electronic platforms to prevent them from restricting content and spreading stereotypes about minorities and indigenous people. We are joined by Dr. Ala Tartir, Dia Kayali, Andrea Medrado, and Nadim Nashif on the stage.
ميل على بلدي لتشوف كيف البحر بيضحك لا تشم تراب بلادي وترسم عحجار ومجدات.
ميل على بلدي لتشوف كيف البحر بيضحك لا تشم تراب بلادي ترسم عحجار ومجدات.
ميل على شاطئ حيف خدلك من رمل وتذكار صورة بشوارع يافا وعلى صورة العكا مشوار.
ميل على شاطئ
Ala, I think that you're muted.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to our session today. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope you're enjoying the rest of the program with all the interesting and amazing panels and the very inspiring sessions and speakers that we have. It's truly my pleasure to moderate this panel today, which I'm sure it will be another great panel as part of the forum. My name is Ala Tartir, and I'm the moderator of this panel today. And I'm a program and policy advisor with Al-Shabaka, the Palestinian Policy Network, as well as a senior academic researcher at the Graduate Institute in Geneva and a global fellow at the Peace Research Institute, Oslo. Today, I'm very delighted to be joined by three great speakers to discuss issues related to how content management on social media platform impact solidarity in this digital age. We have different experiences from around the globe bringing different insights, and our speakers are Dia Kayali, Andrea Medrado, and Nadim Nashif, who I will introduce in a second. And please, this is a conversation that we all have, so please drop your questions on the chat box. And also, if you would like to switch to the Arabic translation, please switch to the translation device and translation button. So today we will discuss the policies of social media platforms and how it impacts solidarity with the Palestinians, how what is the role of digital content and online movies in spreading the Palestinian narrative and combating the Israeli efforts to create a particular stereotype about Palestinians and other groups. And also the speakers will discuss the role of activists in coordinating the efforts of exerting pressure on electronic platforms to prevent them from restricting content and spreading stereotypes about minorities and indigenous people. In other words, we're discussing the effect content moderation policies on social media have on solidarity with Palestine. How do these policies impact solidarity, and how can digital content support the Palestinian narratives? These are the main questions that we're tackling in this panel. And each speaker will talk to us and address us for around 8 minutes, and then we'll open the floor for all your questions and discussions. We will start with Dia Kayali, who is Associate Director for Advocacy at MENAMEC, the umbrella organization for Syrian Archive, Yemeni Archive, and Sudanese Archive. And previously, Dia worked at Witness and the Electronic Frontier Foundation and serves as on the advisory board for online censorship. And then we will move to Andrea. And Andrea is a lecturer at the School of Media and Communication at the University of Westminster in the UK and the Vice President of the International Association for Media and Communication Research. Andrea has also an extensive experience as a creative writer for political campaigns. And finally, we will end it with Nadim Nashif, who is a social entrepreneur and digital rights defender. Nadim is the founder and the executive director of Hamle, who brought all of us together here, the Arab Center for Advancement of Social Media, and a policy analyst with Al-Shabaka, the Palestinian Policy Network. I don't want to take more time. We have 50 minutes to engage in all these issues and all these topics that we have and we would like to cover. Just another reminder that you can ask your questions directly. So please use the chat function to raise your question, and I will make sure to ask as many as possible. With that, I would like to move to Dia to take us with their insights on all these issues and questions by focusing on your different experiences over the past years. Dia, over to you.
Thank you. And thank you, Hamle, for inviting me. It's always wonderful to be in a room with you. And I just want to start by saying I am dialing in from Berlin, where last week people were actually harassed by the police for wearing a keffiyeh because demonstrations in support of Palestinians were banned. And I start with that because, I think we always have to keep in mind that whatever's happening online is a clear reflection of what is happening offline. And we're seeing that with the internet as well. So to say a little bit more about the work that Mnemonic does and that I do, for the last 5 years, my work has been focused on the impact of content moderation policies on human rights related content. And when I say human rights related content, I mean direct documentation of human rights violations, all of the content related to that organizations like Syrian Archive would use to verify that documentation. And of course, documentation of protests and political speech. So people who are filming themselves to share their stories. And, we see a lot of this content get removed in the places that we work and in Palestine. And I have to say that, unfortunately, the situation on platforms for this content has continued to get worse, despite the advocacy that we've been doing, that so many people have been doing. So what we're seeing is that content gets deleted incredibly quickly and more quickly all of the time, especially outside of the United States and Western Europe. It seems to get removed mainly under graphic violence and these so-called terrorist and violent extremism policies. And I'm using quotation marks because we know that these policies themselves are very biased, as I'm going to mention. So, and I can talk about sort of how I do the advocacy, but just in these introductory comments, I'll focus on what the trends are. So, as I mentioned, using quotation marks, one of the main issues that we see, of course, is biased rules. So we see platforms have a huge reliance on US terrorist designations. And there is, of course, a lack of a unified definition of what constitutes a terrorist, what constitutes a violent extremist. And despite everything we've seen in the last several years, and actually, I do want to say, because it's been really on my mind, this wasn't something that I prepared, but over the weekend, we saw this horrible attack happen in the United States. And 10 people were killed. It was live streamed, and that content was not taken down right away. And the person who did that is not a member of a designated terrorist organization. He's not a member of any group that's on Facebook's dangerous individuals and organizations list. But he did go out and kill people, and it was politically motivated. And the content that he's posting was directly encouraging more of this. It listed specific targets. It's really disturbing content. And yet Twitter didn't even decide to take it down right away. You know, even though these mechanisms that are in place to get so-called terrorist and violent extremist content removed as quickly as possible, including the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, this sort of company body that works also with civil society and governments, they activated this protocol that they have as a response to attacks like this. And still, the content was not taken down immediately. And a lot of people saw his manifesto. It's a direct call for violence. So, you know, when I talk about biased rules, it's not hypothetical. And of course, this audience knows it's not. But it's just really frustrating to see in front of your eyes that this is happening, while at the same time, we're having a crisis. You know, with Palestinian content, it's like a wave. You know, you might have a few weeks, maybe there's less content getting removed, and then something happens, usually Israeli aggression, and then suddenly content is getting removed at the most important time, when it's the most important to get the message out. So the hypocrisy is just incredible. So one of the issues behind that, of course, is, as I mentioned, these biased rules, a focus on U.S. terrorist designations, which are all about non-U.S. based organizations, as well as UN designations, which have their own issues. There's also biased moderators. That's the people who the platforms are contracting out. You know, we don't get a lot of information about who they are. We do know from, at least from some of the investigations that's been done, how quickly they have to work, how little oversight there actually is. The platforms will do sort of spot checks, but really not very much. We've also seen, particularly in Arabic-speaking countries, we see there seems to be some particular biases. So I've seen it a lot with LGBTQ-related content, and also, of course, content speaking out in support of Palestine. So they're biased, they're also underpaid, they're trying to look at too much content. Platforms also do have relationships with oppressive governments, and I'm sure Nadim will speak a little bit more about this. We know that Meta is very comfortable dealing with the Israeli government, less so with other governments in the region, although maybe Gulf countries. I mean, there's a relationship there as well that is encouraging removal of Palestinian content. We've seen this in many other places as well. India is a very disturbing example. And then the last thing is this issue of all of this feeds into why the content comes down so quickly, because there's biased machine learning processes. So what I mean by that is that it used to be, 10 years ago, content would only get taken down if somebody flagged it. So you'd have to hit the report button, whether this is on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, any platform. You actually have to report it. And since 2017, at least, platforms have been using artificial intelligence. They've been using machine learning processes to find this content. And they have all different sorts of automation. They use sort of photo DNA. They use hashes where they've previously identified content, and then they will just directly take that down or not even allow it to be uploaded. And they're going out and searching for content as well. And over the years, it's always been very, very clear that this content, these tools are tested out in Palestine. You'll hear a rumor that suddenly all posts with a certain word in them are being removed. And it's platforms say, oh no, it was a mistake, or we do this elsewhere. But it's even if it's anecdotal evidence, and again, Nadim, I'm sure will speak to, there is a lot of specific evidence, not just something that we've experienced. There's numbers to go along with this. But even when it's anecdotal, it's so much that you can't pretend that there's not something behind it. So all of these things are contributing to content getting taken down very, very quickly, getting taken down before, and in very different ways. So, I've even run tests with friends where I post something on my Instagram account, which is, I'm sure geotagged as located in Germany, and I'll post the exact same content. We did an experiment with a quote from a Palestinian activist where I posted it and it was left up. I didn't, no problem. I even asked my friends, comment if you see this. And then in other places, that content in Palestine, if somebody who's geolocated in Palestine or mainly posts in Arabic, then they post it and the content gets taken down. So the bias is really quite clear. I think instead of going into how I do advocacy, because I really want time for questions, I'll leave that, but I can get to it next, and really excited to hear from the other speakers.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dea, for all these insights. I do have a couple of questions, but I will not ask now, including like issues. How do you do the advocacy on these issues and others? But thanks for sticking to the time. I would like now to move to Andrea, and Andrea will take us to other parts of the world. We'll move with Andrea to Brazil and see what lessons we can learn from there, and what issues we'd like to highlight. So, Andrea, the screen is yours for the next 8 minutes or so.
Thank you so much. Good evening, good afternoon. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you so much for the invite. I'm Andrea Medrado. I'm a lecturer researcher at the University of Westminster in London. I wanted to share a presentation. Okay, here it is. Yeah, can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. Yes, I am moving to Brazil, and I am going to speak about YouTube's mediation of political communication in the Brazilian context. And these are some of the points that emerged from a study that I conducted when I was based at the Federal Fluminense University in Brazil with two colleagues, Simone Duvalli and Adilson Cabral. And we had some questions as our starting points, because a lot has been said about social media platforms, allowing activists, for example, to reach wider audiences. But what happens, when these platforms, which are commercial, profit-driven, start acting as the mediators of the content that's shared, for example, by social movements or progressive parties? What kind of related content does a platform like YouTube, for example, suggest to viewers who are searching for videos? So specifically, we analyzed the networks of recommended videos for two social movements and a political party. So MTST is the Portuguese acronym for the Homeless Workers who live in urban areas of Brazil movement. PIB is the Portuguese acronym for the Association of Indigenous People of Brazil. And the PSOL party is a small left-wing progressive party. And we analyzed the sort of networks of recommended videos for these three actors in the context of the 2018 elections in Brazil, which was the most recent elections when Bolsonaro was elected. So just a very quick background about the political scenario in Brazil for people who are not familiar. We had military dictatorship for 21 years. We had the first direct elections to president in 1989. So it's a recent sort of democracy. We have a system that's presidential with elections every 4 years. A very, very large number of parties. If I'm not mistaken, last time it was counted, it's something like 40, many small parties. The Workers' Party, which is kind of a center-left party, was in power for 14 years, first with Lula and then for 2 terms, then Dilma. And she did 1 term and a half because she was impeached in 2016, accused of moving budget between doing some sort of irregular budget maneuvering. But many believe that it was a kind of a constitutional coup. And then Bolsonaro was elected in 2018 because he managed to gather a lot of support from influential actors in Brazil, like the military, evangelical churches, the economic elites, politicians with a neoliberal agenda. So this was the period when we conducted our study. And what this party did was that they sort of recruited 2 leaders from social movements in Brazil. Guilherme Boulos on my left from the homeless workers movement, and Sonia Guajajara, who's from the indigenous people movement and was the first indigenous woman ever to run as a candidate for president in Brazil. And obviously, they did not win the elections, but they were somewhat successful in terms of generating a greater level of visibility for the party and also for the movement. So for all these interconnected actors here. So what did we do? We studied the sort of networks of recommended videos for 3 videos that we selected for each one of these channels. One was Guilherme Boulos himself. He has a very large number of followers. He's the leader of the homeless workers movement. So we selected one video from his channel. Then we selected one video from the Indigenous Movement channel. And we selected one video from the party's channel. And yes, so that's what we did. And we used YouTube data tools. And how did we choose this video? We did a search using the keywords Sonia Guajajara, so the leader, the woman, the female leader of the Indigenous Peoples Movement. And we sorted these videos by relevance, by the relevance categories. So our chosen videos were, in a way, the 3 most relevant within these 3 channels. And why did we use Sonia Guajajara as the keyword? Because in this network, in a way, she was the kind of weakest link, because both Boulos and had kind of a bigger visibility, had been more in the kind of media spotlight at the time. So the idea was to look at this related content and how that was being played out, by YouTube and the algorithmic logics of YouTube, to sort of investigate these alliances between the social movements and the parties. And as I said, we used the YouTube data tools. We downloaded a spreadsheet that allowed us to search some keywords. So, I'm just talking about this very, very quickly, but we found some things that were not surprising at all and some things that were quite bizarre. Well, not surprisingly, YouTube's recommendation system, what YouTube was pushing to the videos when we did our search, and we did the search as a sort of anonymous viewer, someone who didn't have a Google account, was that the content that was being pushed was the content that already had a very high number of views. So just to give you an example, there was like a concert of Alicia Keys with Sonia Guajajara and Rock in Rio, which is a big rock music festival in Brazil. So, with this kind of celebrity element. Also, there's a very popular cartoon in Brazil called Lotti Dotti Chicken that is very popular with children. That was also sort of being pushed. Only 8% of the videos in the Indigenous Movements network of related videos actually contain the word indigenous in Portuguese, índio or indígena, which is very bizarre given that this is the Indigenous people movement. For Boulos, the homeless workers leader, there were lots of videos that were actually uploaded by right-wing groups that were actually, political opponents, not to mention videos with racist remarks against Indigenous people, for example, that were being assembled in the recommended playlist by YouTube. So what were some of the lessons? Again, very quickly. Well, an obvious one is that this fact that the political audiovisual material by progressive, parties and social movements is being mediated, organized, presented by YouTube and commercial platforms is not helpful for social movements in many ways. But, this strategy that they had of the party connecting with social movements actually somewhat worked in terms of visibility, and we can talk a little bit more about that during the discussion. And so, but at the same time, these connections that they were having in the offline world, were not necessarily being strengthened in the online environments, as we could see when we analyzed the network of related videos. So this is a really quick summary. Here's my email, social media information, contact, and I'm really looking forward to exchanging ideas with you, how we can learn from each other in terms of overcoming these barriers that content management by commercial platforms and internet giants can impose. So yes, so these some posts that we had in, by social movements and by Witness Brazil in Portuguese about the, killing of Shireen, and South to South Solidarity and Palestinian Lives Matter. Let's spread the Palestinian narratives. Stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I will. That's really very insightful, and I will come back to the South-South collaboration and solidarity at a later stage. But you offered really many important takes and really many inspiring examples. And this is an invitation to the audience who are with us. Please do not hesitate to share your questions. I will be collecting them and asking them. And I will come back to Dea and Andrea after Nadim presentations now. So Nadim, the screen is yours. We're moving to you to take us to another experience on how content management on social media platforms impact solidarity with the Palestinians based on your experience. And thank you very much once again for your leadership, and to Hamle for bringing us all together and have this conversation. Over to you.
Thank you, Ala. Happy to be with you and with Dea and Andrea. I wanted to speak a little bit about, to try to maybe to portray the picture for the audience about the issue of how the Palestinian voices are being silenced. So we are talking about reality where, for example, a propaganda video in the time of the Israeli aggression on Gaza Strip the last year, a propaganda video that was posted by the Israeli government on YouTube was running for months, including fake news, including propaganda, including incitement, and it basically went untouched. While, for example, a video that contained information about violations of Palestinians on YouTube was taken down and not allowed to be watched. The same video basically uploaded again to the same platform, to YouTube, from France, was allowed and continued to be running. So this is similar also to what Dea already mentioned, like how you are being treated on the platform depends a lot from where you are coming, which country you are in. Again, how these platforms are not being equal to all, how they are very much Eurocentric, American-centric, or let's say Western-centric in assuming that there is more legitimacy to somebody, even if it's the same content. So somebody sitting in Europe is allowed to say that, somebody sitting in the Middle East is not. Focusing or zooming in back to Palestine, I mean, clearly we learned a lot from the experience of Sheikh Jarrah last year and how the content was dealt with. It gave like a very clear demonstration how these companies are looking to the Palestinian content. At the same time, where we, the Palestinians, are trying basically to speak about the violation of our human rights and to show it to the world and to mobilize and to create a movement of solidarity by raising the awareness of the people around this, the platforms are working against that. The platforms are adopting the understanding, the Israeli point of view, the Israeli definition of what's incitement, what's legitimate. And then in many cases, they were saying there's no exception for occupation. Even if you are occupied, you're not allowed to say. But here now we see again with the Ukrainian-Russian case that there are exceptions. And if the country that is occupied is part of Europe or at the gates of Europe, suddenly everything changed and the equation is not as we used to know. I have to say that in the same time that the Palestinian content was being taken down and pushed away and silenced, in the same time, all the Israeli propaganda, again, on Facebook, similar as in YouTube, was there, was not deleted, was not taken. There is under moderation, if any kind of moderation to Hebrew content that comes to incite against Palestinians and Arab. Hamle has been doing many researches annually, indexes, about how big the phenomena, and especially in that time, in the time of the Sheikh Jarrah uprising and last May, The issue was very, very clear. Again, there is no hate speech lexicon in Hebrew, while there is a very extensive, long one with so many keywords in Arabic. They don't have any, except like 2 names. There is no any designation for Israeli organizations. When we were asking them about and what about the groups who are running around in the settlements in the West Bank and doing actual violence? They are coordinating attacks. They were saying us, if you know about any names, let us know. Like, why the Palestinians should go and do a research that you're supposed to do, as you did about Palestinians. So in the case of Israelis, Palestinians have to give them the names because they don't have the budgets, apparently, to do a proper research about the organizations. I mean, I think also going back, I mean, we need also to understand the depth of the connection. There is a deep connections between the Israeli government and the political level and with the high executives. There have been many meetings, lots of coordination, especially at the level of Ministry of Justice and the Cyber Unit. But also we have to understand that the technological connection, because even if the technological connection is not political, but in many ways it is, because there are many people who are interacting with the company at the highest levels, the technological levels, and influencing, even if it's in a kind of quiet, silent way. And lastly, there is the money. I mean, Israel is a market, it's a good market for Meta, more than 300 million in annual ads. So obviously there's lots of interest in this market and lots of will to operate. And again, oppressive regime and a company that is seeking for profit, not really good results. Also here in our context, but also in other contexts. I think also it's important to see that there is lots of systematic work that is happening from the Israeli government side. So it includes, I mean, obviously the company itself, as was mentioned, there is the keywords, there is the designation list, all of this, the artificial intelligence that's systematically making the takedowns automatically. But also there is the applications that's coming from the cyber unit. I mean, we are talking about, I mean, we had the statistics in the last recent events, the last 2 months. In few weeks, there was more than 5,000 requests for takedowns. And we are talking about like 3 weeks, which is like a huge amount of requests for takedowns. And apparently, according to the Israeli Cyber Unit, 87% of them were answered positively. So the vast majority is almost automatically being taken down. So obviously this is very problematic, but I think also we have to take into account that there is online brigading. I mean, the Israeli side is doing lots of organizing of public around reporting and misusing the reporting, because when you are asking for tens of thousands of people to report one piece of content, right? Even that you don't know what the content is about, because most probably you don't know Arabic, you know what's written about, because just somebody told you like go there and report it. So this is also manipulation of the system. And we have to see in the bigger picture, you have one side that is very understand the system in a very good way, has the manpower, the money, the resources to do all these kind of actions of manipulations, the pressure. And you have the other side, which unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know how you see it, but it's not organized. I mean, not organized in a way of online brigading for sure. There's almost nothing like this. There is not a good connection in terms of having like this strategic connection between the Palestinian government and Meta, and the Palestinian government. In many ways, we have also our critics towards it. But again, they're not seeing us as in any way as a leverage or something. And this is maybe the next point, like how we move from the situation we are in into a situation that we can advocate better and get results. And as Dia said, many of us has been advocating for many years, and we hardly see anything changing. Maybe some bits and here and there, but not really something that is substantial and not something to the core, but rather, appealing about this account and that page. But I mean, obviously what we want to see is a change in the policy and not in specific cases.
Thank you very much, Nadim. And these statistics that you gave are really important and very informative, but also they illustrate the problem and they illustrate the issue. So thank you for sharing that with us. I would like to go back and connect these three different interventions and go back to Dia. And, like thinking of the, thinking if the content, or basically put it, the question, can content moderation practices here really be improved within the current state of social media platforms and their business models and the incentives they offer? So if we put ourselves on the other side about the modality of these social media platforms, what can we do? Like, can these practices be improved? I know this is a big question, but it is a question that is really in our faces based on your discussion.
Yeah, and it's an important question because a lot of us spend a lot of time on this, and it's and a lot of energy, and so I think that there's a few different answers. The first thing I'll say is that the harm that is caused by their policies, by their business models, and by their practices, we can reduce the harm. We can, here and there, we definitely have small changes that they make that do improve the situation. Usually it's very much a Band-Aid though. And a Band-Aid doesn't mean it's not doing anything, I mean, a Band-Aid still is important when you have a huge wound, you have to cover it, you have to bandage it up, but it doesn't fix the underlying problem. And that is very much what we are doing. When we are advocating, and I think I said, I'll say a little bit about how advocacy on this topic looks. One of the most important things is media pressure. And we've gotten much more media attention in the last several years than we did before. And it means that platforms will talk to us. The reality is they're not even going to have a conversation with civil society if they haven't gotten pressure. And I know that oftentimes, Meta has this attitude of, oh, it's unfair. You're always focusing on us and all these other platforms are doing terrible things. And they're not wrong that actually YouTube deserves as much attention as Meta. I mean, YouTube has so many problems. Twitter also is not perfect. TikTok increasingly deserves attention. Telegram now is a huge problem for human rights related content. All of the platforms deserve attention. However, the fact is that you are talking to us and you even have that because you made mistakes and because there are people at your company who speak out about them. And because as activists, we see the harm that is caused on the platform. So media pressure is incredibly important. Talking directly to companies is important. Again, it sometimes feels like, okay, you're talking to them, you're hearing the same thing that you heard 2 years ago or 3 years ago, but it's not always the same. It's a little bit different. And that is very frustrating because it's only a little bit, but it's still not nothing. Also, something that I've used a lot is open letters, where you get together a group, you sign on to something pointing out the problems. And these are important because it's actually not so much always exactly about every specific detail in the letter. It's about the process of coming together, working on it, talking to the other people who have related issues, and realizing that we do need solidarity. And one of the things that platforms don't get away with anymore, and this is something that has changed, and I think we should be proud as civil society, is that they used to tell different people in different parts of the world different things when they would complain about problems. Or they would say, well, we have to do this because this other civil society told us that this is a problem. They have a much harder time doing that now because we're all talking to each other. And I feel like every year there's some new initiative where people are sharing information with each other and saying, oh, this is what I understand about the platform. Okay, this is what I understand. So we understand the problem better than we used to, and we understand the small things we can do to address the problem. The other thing that I think is a newer tactic that I'm really interested in pursuing more, because Mnemonic is based in Berlin. And so we do have access to these conversations that are happening in the European Union. And for anybody, this is not what this panel is about, but for anybody who pays attention to European Union legislation, first of all, it has a huge global impact. The GDPR had a big global impact. So did this German law, NetzDG. Companies directly copied it, or not, sorry, not companies, oppressive governments directly copied it. And so it has a huge impact. And European legislators don't want to hear about how they're impacting the rest of the world. They want to pretend that they're leaders of democracy, helping to spread their wonderful European ideals around the world, but they don't want to hear about the global impact. But civil society is going to force them to listen. They have to understand it. They have to care, especially because there's all these multi-stakeholder forums where they're participating in, they're talking to other people. So, things like the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, or we just saw this declaration about the future of the internet that came from the US. So, there is a way that diaspora organizations can do direct advocacy where they are. And so I actually would really strongly call on Arabic-speaking people or people of Palestinian descent who are, and all Arabic-speaking, if you're in the United States, you have a special opportunity to bring attention to the rest of the world and how legislation that's happening in the US is also impacting the rest of the world, and how these US companies are impacting the rest of the world. I think one of the most impactful things I've ever seen was a physical protest in front of the Facebook headquarters in Menlo Park. This was actually how I got my start talking to companies, was a big physical protest of drag queens and trans people who were protesting Facebook's policy. And it got very big media attention, and they did change their policy. Even now, I would say that I feel like that change was a success. So we really need global solidarity. We need people like me who have access to European legislators and international NGOs to push and say, please make it global. Think about the rest of the world. And I think that we're seeing things change, even in the sort of NGO landscape. We're seeing things change. So I feel like there's some positive movement there. All of that being said, we do constantly need to be thinking about what we do if we can't access these platforms, or if someone is kicked off of the platforms. What are the alternatives, and how do we remain in communication with each other?
Many thanks for these concrete ideas. And I want to connect the mention of YouTube with what Andrea was mentioning earlier. But also this is an invitation to the audience that they can also ask their questions in Arabic, as you mentioned it. So English, Arabic, please ask your questions in the language you like. But going back to YouTube here and sticking to the example of Brazil that you were talking about, Andrea, I'm curious more about the kind of strategies that the social movements in Brazil deployed, in the sense that you mentioned that or YouTube recommendation system was pushing content of political opponents that contains hate speech against the social movements, and the content was also racist. So from the perspective of Brazilian social movement, what kind of strategies have been deployed to deal with this that others from the Global South can also learn from? I have another question for you, but I think this is a big enough question to deal with.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, it's also an important question, a difficult one. I think that there isn't really a straightforward answer, but there are different things that have been tried out, and there are different perspectives on this issue. One is this idea of perhaps link visibility. So, you have different actors in positions of visibility, linking up to each other in solidarity, in defense, when things like that happen. So, for example, now there is a leader of an indigenous community being attacked with fake news in the Brazilian sort of social media sphere. And so all the civil society organizations, celebrities, influencers, people, politicians, so this network of supporters and allies really posting about that issue and bringing about and really connecting to each other. And we've seen that happening, for example, with Black women who are politicians in Brazil, with social movements. So this network that's been created, and people start posting together and coordinating this kind of joint response and in defense of protection, sometimes when they're being attacked, or when there's racist attacks happening. So this kind of link visibility could be strategy that could work in some ways. But there's also a bit of, some other people believe that sometimes the opponents, they kind of tag along to gain popularity. So when they see that, for example, a particular social movement or, is gaining attention, they tag along on that content with something that's totally, politically opposing that. So some people believe that maybe it's better to block them and ignore them completely, so that's another kind of approach to it. So we could debate, which one works better. There've been like different perspectives on this. And the other really is legal protection, seek legal protection, and that's happened. And in some ways in Brazil, there has been some small success stories, with the courts, going to court and stuff like that. One example was when Marielle Franco was a Black woman, city councilor in Rio, was murdered in 2018. And after her murder, also her reputation was being murdered with spreading of false photographs of her. And actually, organizations and lawyers, they managed to sort of take down the content and take it to court. And at least, it was very difficult to sort of hold people accountable for spreading these images, but at least they were sort of successful in terms of really mobilizing and preventing that content from being spread further. So these are kind of some things that can be done, but there isn't really a right or wrong answer, but there are different things that have been tried that have worked to some extent. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, and Andrea, here there is a question from Rima that also linked to another question that I have. But Rima asks, what are some, if any, of the existing South-South content moderation working groups, communities, folks can join, and how? So if you're aware of this, and we leave it there, and I come back to the other question that I have for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I heard the question in the previous panel, and I was thinking about that. I am unaware of, in terms of content moderation, a South-to-South alliance explicitly that I know of. I don't know if Dia or Nadim or other members of the panel know. I mean, I've taken part in some South-to-South experiences in terms of activism and artivism. So producing kind of joint content, particularly artivism, so artistic activism. So activists in Brazil, in Kenya, producing artistic content about a social issue in Brazil, and this kind of dialogues taking place. But in terms of the content moderation, content management, concrete initiatives, I am not aware. I think it's really important. We should think about that and work on that, because I think it could be really, really interesting and maybe really powerful. But I know more about the kind of activist side of things, not so much about content management initiatives and moderation.
Dia, you want to jump in?
Yeah, just to mention two specific initiatives. One, which is not specific South-South solidarity, but it is global, and it is the initiative where I will say I've put a lot of effort, and other people on this mailing list have put a lot of effort into bringing in people from US and EU organizations who want to listen and want to learn and want to understand how their work impacts people who are outside of those places. So I co-run a mailing list with Jillian York from the Electronic Frontier Foundation that's all about content moderation issues. And I think at this point, it's probably about evenly split in terms of sort of, global North and quote, global South people. So everybody's welcome to join that. My email is very easy. It's dia@mnemonic.org. So you can reach out to me if you would like to join the list. And you don't have to be, please don't think you can't join because you're not a content moderation expert. If you've seen content get improperly taken down, or if you've had your own content get taken down, you are a content moderation expert, and we want you on the list. The other thing is there is a group called the Next Billion Network. They're not, I don't think that they're growing right now. But they have done some global research that is specifically looking at comparisons of like content moderated in Arabic, in Arabic-speaking places in India, in Southeast Asia, and in Sub-Saharan Africa. And so I'm not sure if people are interested in that. You can reach out to me. I actually need to get a status update. I think just the last thing I'll say, one of the difficulties is that if you are outside of the US and Western Europe, you're probably working under a much more difficult situation, and you might not have as much time to attend all these calls and talk to people and meet people. You might have visa difficulties that make it harder to go to a conference and meet people in person. You're probably underfunded because funders still don't understand how to fund in a way that actually really directs money to impact the communities. So there's a lot of challenges, and I'll just say there are people like me who are trying to push this sort of digital rights space to address these challenges. But again, if you're listening to this panel and you work at a global organization, or you're white presenting, or you have great English, just think about the ways that you can use those privileges to help to change this situation.
Thanks, Dea. We have 8 minutes left. I know time is running so fast, but I have 2 questions, one for Andrea and one for Nadim, and we have a couple of other questions. Andrea, I want to go back to your idea or the tension between visibility and vulnerability, because when you're more visible, you're more vulnerable in many ways. For example, you become when you're more visible, you become more likely to be attacked online with hate speech and other methods. So, considering all these dynamics that we talked about, how can we balance these elements between visibility and vulnerability in a way that matters to our collective work, that goes in our favor, advancing social causes for oppressed people, especially in the global South? So how can we reconcile this tension between visibility and vulnerability?
Thank you so much. Yes, again, a challenging question, but absolutely, visibility is a double-edged sword. I mean, we were in the previous panel, again, talking about the issue of Kashmir and how important visibility is. No one even hears or sees, or, so visibility is really, really key. And it's really the starting point. But then what happens after visibility? That's also another very complicated issue. And in Brazilian cases, we have seen quite a few examples of activist groups who have actually managed to reach some visibility. For example, in the favelas, the movements against police brutality, lots of groups on Facebook, very active on social media, who have managed to attract, some attention to the cause. But then, they were attacked, even with fake pages, again, destruction of reputation, surveillance, all kind of things. And I think I would connect back to some of the things that Dia was saying earlier about the media coverage, that, paradoxically, you reach that visibility stage that we have also studied in relation to different movements that we and activist groups that we observed and worked with in Brazil, that they reach visibility and they have a kind of a critical moment with the visibility. And in some instances, the way that they overcame that was, again, reaching out to traditional media, for example, which is quite paradoxical, because in the Brazilian context, and I think it applies to other parts of the world, sometimes mainstream media is not very sympathetic and supportive towards a lot of social movements and activists. But sometimes these connections do work. And so we had a case, for example, of a favela group, that they reached out because they had connections. They were working in community media. So they had connections with mainstream media, for example, with a broadcast TV in Brazil, the Record TV, that have a very popular show on lunchtime. And then they ran a story to kind of counter a rumor that was going on about that particular activist group. And that kind of helped them overcome their crisis. So again, this connection of the media coverage, the pressure, the connection with influential actors on the social media sphere, are some of the things that could work against this vulnerability that's brought by visibility. But then again, other critical moments might unfold, and it's not an easy formula. It's a very tricky situation sometimes.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. Nadim, I would like to move to you with another connecting with what you hinted to earlier on related to Ukraine and Russia. And so, of course, we cannot dismiss all the double standards and hypocrisy that many already covered. But do you think that what is happening in Ukraine now could be a turning point on how social media and tech companies are dealing with the Palestinian content and other global South content? And if so, why?
Yes, I mean, I think it is in a way, it could be at least potentially a turning point, because it's showing in a very clear way that there are double standards. It's showing in a clear way how things are legitimate to one side and not legitimate to another side. It's showing also how much these companies are very Western-centric and operating in the mentality of that we, the people and the governments in the West, have more rights, more legitimacy to do things. Even things that are negative, we have much more legitimacy to do them, and to a certain extent, they are being legitimized only because we do them. But when another person who's from the global South is doing them, then it's problematic and should not be, and we should educate them, etc. So obviously it's a very problematic. It showed things in a very clear way, things that we have been saying, but maybe we find it difficult to prove and to show in a clear way to the public. So I think this moment should be used by global South organizations who are dealing like us with content moderation to create coalition, to create more intersectional work in order to create leverage on the companies. Because the point that I wanted to say also that we learned something from the uprising last year. If you have at certain point, certain momentum where there is lots of stakeholders who are coming together and together pressuring the company in the end would at least feel obliged to do something. Maybe not to change the policy immediately, but at least like what happened, that they did accept the call to have examination of the content moderation of Arabic, and they did commission the third party, which is something not obvious and not understandable. But I think only because they reached a point that they had local pressure, they had influential pressures, politicians, media, like classical media writing about it and telling the story, organizations, we said, people who are not from Palestine but from the rest of the global South, actors from the Arabic region. So all in all, created enough pressure on the company that the company agreed and said, yes, maybe we need to check this and that. Now, obviously, they may use it again as some kind of committee, to relieve the pain and to put down the pressure and, not to use even the recommendation later on. But at least it showed us that this is possible. If there is enough coalition, if there is enough coordination, if we are working together from Palestine, from the Arabic region, internationally, global South, we can reach a point where we have a leverage on the companies. And from there, maybe the policy could be changing.
Thanks a lot for this. You answered by one of the questions raised by the audience. If this tool, if adding pressure on these companies, writing them is effective or not. So I hear from all of you that we should keep the course and continue with that, because that they need to feel the pressure from all these different actors. We're running out of time, but I would like to give all of you 30 seconds to share with us the message that you would like the audience to leave with. In 30 seconds, what is your main message in this domain? I know it's a hard task, but I would like the audience to take something from you and run with it. Andrea.
I mean, what I was thinking today, before I came to the panel, was that all these issues are so challenging, and I think sometimes it's really easy to lose hope and just think these are, hopeless. Can we really bring about change? But I think after hearing, all of you, I think the message I have is that we have to keep insisting, we have to keep working together. And yes, I'm a strong believer in South-to-South solidarity. So yes, I think that's my message. Let's keep believing in it and let's keep working together. And I learned already so much from you, and thanks, Dina, for sharing the initiative. So I think things like that is what we have to keep doing, small things that maybe can bring some change. So thank you so much for having me here. I'm really happy and honored to be here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sometimes in this work, I just wonder if I have another meeting with Facebook and I'm like, why am I doing this? But the fact is that what is happening on the internet is hand in hand with the so-called real world. It is real. And so we can't stop fighting. So even if it feels frustrating, we have to keep fighting. That's what you do in this world when things are unfair, when people's lives are on the line, when people's freedom is on the line. And so just keep fighting, look to each other for support, and don't be afraid to have hard conversations. That's the last thing I'll say.
Great. Nadim.
So in the same line, to keep the struggle going on, everybody has a role. Even if you're not part of an organization, as an individual, you can document cases, send them to us, to Hamle. We have our platform, we document, we keep the advocacy. And I think us as organizations and as activists, we have to also coordinate, work together, create the leverage, and keep the pressure. I mean, I know that this is, again, as mentioned, it's very frustrating because we are dealing with very influential and strong companies that in many ways they are stronger than governments and wealthier than many governments. But still, we have to move on and keep the pressure until we see the change. And I think the change will come eventually.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for all these inspiring concluding remarks. If you re-listen and re-watch this panel, there are 3 words and 3 phrases were repeated. Obviously, content management and content moderation. But the 3rd word that all of you repeated a couple of times was together. And this is really the togetherness is really the important message that also I would like to leave everyone with, because together we are definitely better, and together we can go further. And really it is this togetherness that we need to keep insisting on having in all what we do, including in this domain. With that, we exhausted our time. Thank you so much, dear speakers, dear audience. This was fascinating. I would like to continue this conversation for longer, but I hope we offered our audience lots of entry points to deal with and lots of action to take all together to go further. Thank you so much, Leah, Andrea, Nadim, and thank you, Hamle, for organizing this, and thank you for everyone who joined us.
Thank you to our speakers for that enlightening conversation. In our next session, we will focus on how to take advantage of surveillance techniques and the intersectional struggle in the world to combat violations of privacy. In Palestine, the context is a bit different because of the awareness of Palestinians of these technologies, which Israel uses to militarize digital space and control all aspects of life in Palestine. We will also deal with the impact of international campaigns on the prevention of using mass surveillance technologies. Finally, we will shed light on how mass surveillance technologies affect people's behavior, including trust, social conduct, and activity, and how they reinforce policies of racial discrimination against minorities. We are joined by Maisha Hayes, Jonathan Hempel, Danny Noble, and Sophia Goodfriend on the stage.
يا هلا 100 هلا الضيوف والمعازيم الكرام يا 100 هلا حطات وعقل عسكري وشباب شباب وصبايا يا هلا
يا ظريفة الطول وقفت أقول لك رايح على الغربي وبلادك أحسن لك خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني أنا يا ظريفة الطول وقفت أقول لك رايح على الغربي وبلادك أحسن لك.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us for this session on mass surveillance technologies. And thanks to Yasmin for just introing a little bit. My name is Danny. I work with campaigns for JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, based in the United States. And yeah, I think we're just going to get right into it by introducing our panelists. Super lucky to have three esteemed experts on this topic. So I'm just going to introduce each one of the panelists, and then I think we'll jump right in. So we have here Maisha Hayes. Bless you. Maisha Hayes is the Campaign Strategies Director at Media Justice. She previously spent 2 years in the organization's organization as the National Organizer on Criminal Justice and Technology, where she oversaw the launch of the No Digital Prisons and Protect Black Dissent campaigns. As the grandchild of a political prisoner, she's deeply committed to organizing people power that leads to radical transformative change and justice. Maisha earned her BA in Black Studies at Occidental College and currently lives in Brooklyn. Welcome, Maisha. Thank you so much for being here. Go ahead and introduce as well. We're joined by Sophia Goodfriend, who is a doctoral candidate in anthropology at Duke University with expertise in digital rights and digital surveillance in Israel and Palestine. She's based in Jerusalem and has worked as a researcher with Hamla, and her writing has appeared in publications such as Foreign Policy, 972 Magazine, Jewish Currents, and others. Welcome, Sophia. Thank you so much for being here. And finally, we're joined by Jonathan Hempel, who is a human rights defender, anti-militarist, and anti-apartheid activist. He is a researcher and educator focused on Israeli militarism and the Israeli military and cyber industry. He holds an MA in social cultural studies from Viadrina University in Germany, and right now is working as a researcher and project manager for the American Friends Service Committee in East Jerusalem. Also one of the co-founders of the Database of Israeli Military and Security Export, and also known as DIMSI, which I am personally extremely grateful for all of your work on that. I know all of us in the movement are. So thank you so much to the three of you for being here. So we're going to jump right in, and hopefully I'll be able to take some notes on different themes that come up, and hopefully we'll be able to circulate and give everyone a chance to speak on the different topics, because everyone in this group brings something super distinct and to the conversation. So I'm going to start with a question for you, Sophia. So Sophia, you recently published a paper on the intensification of surveillance in East Jerusalem, and you've continued to research Israeli mass surveillance. Can you describe, just to ground us, the specific types of surveillance that Palestinians experience on a daily basis, just to ground us in this conversation?
Thanks, Danny, and it's great to be here with everybody today. Sure, so that report that you mentioned came out in November of this past year in 2021, and it was drawing from a ton of different interviews that I and researchers at Hamla did with Palestinian Jerusalemites, really looking at the intensification of particularly biometric monitoring, surveillance of social media, and other kinds of digital surveillance in East Jerusalem following everything that happened this past May. But these kinds of surveillance techniques, particularly biometric surveillance, CCTV surveillance, and surveillance of social media, are experienced by Palestinians across the occupied territories. And so the report really honed on the impact of these techniques on everyday life in Jerusalem. We found that for Palestinians in Jerusalem in particular, the intensification of all of these kinds of surveillance had grave implications for, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and most importantly, a fundamental right to privacy. And I will say that in other research that we've done in places like Hebron and across the West Bank, we found similar things. So a good example of what this means is that, for example, the really draconian ways of policing online speech for Palestinians means that a lot of Palestinian youth end up censoring themselves online, feel like they can't take to the same kinds of platforms that many people across the world kind of take for granted. They worry that something that they will say will be taken out of context and used against them by Israeli authorities. There's plenty of cases that we can point to of people serving really, really long sentences, sometimes without trial, for things being taken out of context and accused of inciting terrorism. So that was something that was we saw had actually escalated this past summer and into the fall as Israeli authorities were taking to social media and social networks and shutting Palestinians off of online space. We also saw there was a huge proliferation of CCTV surveillance in many different neighborhoods in East Jerusalem, and it comes around the same time as news of the Blue Wolf program in Hebron and the West Bank came to surface, which was an extensive biometric database. But what that means for people is that we talked to one woman who Israeli authorities had installed a camera that looked directly into her living room window. And she was saying that, now when she's home, she doesn't feel like she has any sort of privacy, which means that she is taking to cooking and cleaning and carrying out really mundane household tasks like fully clothed in her hijab, worrying that anybody can kind of see into her private living space. And who knows what they will do with that footage, who knows how it will be used, who knows the consequences of if that will be held against her. So I think those kinds of examples of how mass surveillance really constrains fundamental human rights is quite concerning. We know that Palestinians in Jerusalem and across the West Bank do not have the same kinds of privacy protections, aren't afforded the same kinds of debates about whether these tools are legal, if they have control over their data, what kind of governmental authorities are using them that enfranchised citizens within Israel and in other democracies around the world actually have. So I think that when we think about, the relationship that the Israeli military and security forces have with the private companies that are developing these technologies, we can also kind of use this as instructive to the dangers that the unfettered use of mass surveillance poses around the world, as particular companies, use the context of Palestine to develop and test out certain technologies before selling them abroad. So yeah, those are just a few examples of how particular technologies and particular techniques of mass surveillance are affecting Palestinians here today.
Thank you so much for that, Sophia, and thank you for grounding us in specifically what this kind of mass surveillance technology actually means for daily life of Palestinian youth, Palestinians like living with the surveillance. Could you just, before we pivot to a next question for Jonathan, I want to ask you, Sophia, could you elaborate a little bit on this biometric database, et cetera? I think for folks that maybe aren't as familiar with this particular technology, I think it would be really incredible to hear more about what specifically that means for daily life.
Definitely. So I'll talk about the particular program that I mentioned, Blue Wolf, which is a biometric database that is used to monitor the movement of Palestinians across the West Bank and into Israel. So Blue Wolf was a database that Israeli soldiers, the Israeli military, built up by taking pictures of Palestinians in places like Hebron and across major urban spaces in the West Bank, and uploaded their pictures with facial recognition data into a database. So then whenever one of those people went through a checkpoint with facial recognition cameras, or there's news of these cameras being used in urban spaces like East Jerusalem as well, if they walked by one of those cameras, Israeli authorities will know exactly where they're going, exactly who they are. And beyond just having their picture in the database, it also had security ratings. So people had no kind of control or knowledge over what kind of security rating they were given. But these pose really, really, grave risks, especially because we know that facial recognition technology doesn't really work perfectly. It's proven by many different researchers around the world to have higher error rates for people of color. So And the risk, if you're a Palestinian, of being misidentified or identified as a security threat by an Israeli soldier on the street or at a checkpoint has really, really scary implications. It could land you in jail or worse. So the unregulated use of these technologies is really, really concerning. And facial recognition in Palestine in particular poses a lot of risks that really show us the dangers these technologies have wherever they're employed.
Thank you so much for that. I just wanted to ask you to clarify a little bit more, because I think it's really, really key when we think about the next few questions for Maisha and for Jonathan. So Jonathan, I want to ask you, actually Sophia referred to this, but we sometimes hear people refer to, and specifically Israeli companies, the Israeli government, but specifically companies, I would say, as Palestine as a testing ground for Israeli surveillance. That things are tested. In Spanish, we would say en terreno, right? Can you explain what that means? What is meant by this? What's the connection between the daily realities of the surveillance that Sophia just described and Israeli exports?
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you, Sophia, also. So yeah, I think for years it's known that military operations in Gaza and the West Bank and the occupied territories and the occupation itself are used as a laboratory for Israeli arms companies, and that can develop, test, and then market their weapons and cyber technologies as battle-proven or battle-tested. Sometimes they're actually tested. I think you're gone from me. I hope.
No, we can still. It's
okay,
just,
you can see
they're
me.
just spotlighting you, so we can.
Nice, perfect. Yeah, so battle-proven tested. Sometimes they're actually tested on the ground on Palestinians live. For example, drones that threw gas canisters on protesters were tested actually the first time in real life on Palestinians and hurt people. And then were marketed to the world in different arms fairs. But also in cyber and surveillance technologies, we see it now. Israel would be unable actually to compete in the international cyber and security markets without this testing ground for the development of the technologies. And it gives credit to its status as a major cyber power now. We see a huge increase in cyber exports, and companies are getting funded and sold. And what I'm looking into, and my organization and the project, is also to look where is it landing then? How are we selling it? How is Israel selling the technologies to all over the world, from Myanmar to Azerbaijan and India? We're looking also, of course, what is it doing there? But first of all, we're checking this whole circle of usage in Palestine, and then how it's marketed. For example, I saw also after that Sophia was there. I visited an Israeli arms fair last month in March. And actually then I'm looking, and actually I could also share my screen and show a picture from there if it's okay. I don't know, we didn't test it before, but maybe it could be nice. It's really, yeah. Share screen. I hope it works. Maybe let me know if it. Yeah, I think you can see. So
I can't see anything, unfortunately, but I don't think so. Maybe we
can see.
I can see it, but maybe we can ask.
Sorry. I just didn't do the last. Yes. So I think now you can see it, right? So that's just a small picture that I did when I entered. I think, Sophia, you saw it too. So it's really normal. I have also, I can show after that I brought brochures back. They're really marketing in every place. Of course, cyber companies are also marketing their companies as ex-former officers that founded the companies. So that is just one example. And also a small example, maybe just really from today. I discovered it today, for example, and we will talk about facial recognition maybe later more, but just a video from a webinar of AnyVision, today USTO, that shows actually, and I think I need to analyze that here, a checkpoint in Palestine. You hear the people speaking Arabic. I think I can play and being recognized and on their entrance. So that's just a small example of, I think I can stop share. That's just a small example, a short example of really of today, like last month and now, different technologies and specifically AI and facial recognition technologies being marketed as being used on the field operationally. And I think it's also important to talk here about the ties between the military and security agencies to the private sector. And I know that Sophia, you did a lot about that. And the connections between former soldiers and officers that are going straightly from the military service into intelligence and surveillance, from their intelligence and surveillance units to the private companies directly. And also we see a privatization of intelligence services that are being exported to private companies from the military. And the companies, and actually my database, we're also highlighting that. The companies are really proud of this former military experience, and they're proudly marketing their companies like that. We see it on NSO, Anyvision, all those companies that maybe people here already heard and dealt with. All of them are ex-intelligence or army officers that are proudly saying that and showing that. So yeah, we see a direct process of technologies being used in the occupied territories and facial recognition technology surveillance drones. And I just wanted to read, and I like this. I don't like it at all, but I think it's a good example because it's also the facial recognition technology that a former Anyvision employee said, and I'm quoting, the technology was field tested in one of the world's most demanding security environments, and we are now rolling it out to the rest of the market. So it's a good example of not only the drones that we know the stories of the drones attacking in Gaza and then being sold to all over the world, from India to Africa and Europe, but now we have new technologies being marketed and sold all over the world, and then they're oppressing people, violating human rights, violating the right of freedom of movement and privacy, and the list is long. I think for now it's okay. I think I'll talk later about facial recognition specifically more, maybe.
Thank you so much for that, Jonathan. And I think those photos speak for themselves. But I think that it's actually a really, really great setup for what you described to this next question from Maisha, which really speaks to, Maisha, thinking about the US context. Can you talk about how surveillance has impacted social movements and activists in the United States in thinking about the kinds of surveillance technologies that Sophia and Jonathan just mentioned? Could you just shed some light on that?
Sure. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Sounds good. So first off, thank you so much for having me. I'm been really excited to be a part of this conversation. To answer this question, I'm going to start off discussing our Protect Black Dissent campaign, in particular, what led us to launch this work and why the criminalization of dissent, matters so much to us at Media Justice. So I'm going to provide a little bit of background in case folks are less familiar, with our work. So in 2017, Foreign Policy leaked an internal memo from the FBI that the agency had created a new domestic terrorism term called Black Identity Extremists. According to the FBI, this term was created in response to a perceived threat of violence and extremism coming from the Black community. And they specifically cited the police killing of Mike Brown as the driving force behind this sort of extremist ideology within the Black community. So we immediately knew that the purpose of this label was to surveil this generation of Black and brown activists that have been politicized in the wake of so many police killings, right? There's nothing extreme about calling for the end of police or state violence. But as we know in the United States, we are obsessed with policing. We believe that, policing and locking up as many of our own is the solution to our problems. So to stand up and reject this has, made us quote unquote extreme. And I think anyone familiar with the history of Black protests knows that Black political power in this country has always been seen as extremist and violent. When oppressed and marginalized people get organized and demand liberation, freedom, justice to account for the ways that we are systematically oppressed, we are always seen as this threat. And so we recognize that this designation was just the latest attempt to surveil and criminalize our movements for Black liberation, just as they did with the Panthers and the leaders of the Black Power struggle in the 1960s. And I think it's really important to unpack the ideologies and terminologies that are used to label racial justice protesters as criminals, because once you're able to label us as a terrorist, as a criminal, or as a threat, they can justify stalking, harassing you, surveilling you, and arresting you, all in the name of maintaining quote unquote public safety. And I think it's worth mentioning that groups like ours and so many others, when we spoke out about this racist designation, the FBI just changed the terminology instead of abolishing it. So instead of using Black identity extremism, they've moved into using something called racially motivated violent extremism, which basically is conflating white supremacist violence with the, First Amendment free speech protected activities of racial justice protesters. And so, while it may be harder to prove on paper who's being targeted by these surveillance tools, all you really need to do is pay attention to whose protest is being criminalized, right? So, when protests erupted around the country in the aftermath of the police killing of George Floyd, you saw the police double down on using dangerous and racially biased surveillance tools like facial recognition to track protesters who they thought were quote unquote breaking the law. And you can contrast this with the way white supremacist violence is treated, like we saw on January 6th, or even really recently, the tragic shooting that happened in Buffalo. The FBI has continuously said publicly that they believe the greatest threat of violence is coming from these far-right white supremacist groups. But these internal memos that have been leaked over the years reveal that the agency has continued to keep Black identity extremism as a top counterterrorism priority. I think another example of where you see our protests being criminalized is this wave of anti-protest bills. This legislation is marketed to say that they are protecting public property during protests, but these laws are really focused on restricting people's right to protest, defining unlawful assembly as a riot and making it a crime to protest on, sidewalks, streets, and highways. These bills have been, commonly backed by police unions, and it's really clear that this was the response to the global uprisings in 2020, right? So while we say at Media Justice that the surveillance of our movements is nothing new, a lot of our work at Media Justice is focused on educating our communities about how the technology that we use to stay connected, to organize, to work virtually, right, is the same technology that's being used against us. So social media is a prime example of this. Facebook is a social media platform that law enforcement has used to surveil and undermine our movements. When we launched the Protect Black Dissent campaign a couple of years ago, we brought a delegation of activists, Black activists, to DC to speak to representatives about the impact of this racist designation. And one of those activists spoke about how their local police department was using Facebook to create, fake accounts to infiltrate, the Black organizing spaces online. The same police department was creating a blacklist of protesters that they were secretly barring from City Hall and other government buildings and institutions. And federal law enforcement, there's a long track history of federal law enforcement using social media as a method of collecting information, right? And furthermore, many, many years ago, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram used to give user data to third-party companies like Geophedia, a software company that worked explicitly with law enforcement to provide its technology to monitor Black lives, Black activists, right? They don't do that anymore because of the public criticism for groups like ours and so many others. But this is a part of the history of surveillance and what it looks like for activists today. And I just want to mention another example that's not a social media platform, but heavily profiting from the surveillance and criminalization of Black and Brown communities. Company is Amazon. One specific tool is Amazon Ring, which has over 2,000 police, private surveillance police partnerships, giving local law enforcement unprecedented access to the data and footage that's captured on these Ring cameras. And last year, we learned that the Los Angeles Police Department used Amazon Ring to surveil protesters again during the uprisings in the summer of 2020. And so the point of such surveillance is to basically suppress activism and organizing, right? Because this work of advancing Black liberation has always been seen as a threat. And I think it's super important to acknowledge that our movements aren't just responding to police killings. Like, our people are calling into question the entire legitimacy of the prison industrial complex. Ushering a new generation of folks who are supporting a demand for abolition and a complete transformation of society. And so this kind of surveillance is used as a tool to undermine our movements.
Thank you so much for that, Maisha, and all of the details of, not just how these kinds of technologies are used to, further criminalize Black and Brown dissent, but also referencing some of the campaigns that Media Justice and other organizations and community groups have been arming to try to resist and try to fight back, right? So I think we'll come back to that. Would love to hear more from you on that specific point as well. But really love that grounding in terms of how this is really very intersectional. I want to go back actually to Sophia. I'm going to try to get through some next round of questions, but I'm sort of writing down some points that are coming up, and then maybe we can get into a little bit more of a discussion. But Sophia, just going off of what you shared before about the research in East Jerusalem, and also jumping off of what Jonathan you added and the images actually you provided of the checkpoint, right? That came from, I think, an AnyVision presentation, documentary footage. Sophia, we've heard Israeli officials talk about a frictionless occupation, right? This term gets thrown around a lot. Can you talk about the role that surveillance plays in this occupation strategy, and explain what are the impacts on human rights of this type of approach, right? And what does that mean, frictionless occupation, like in practice, and explain the impact of that?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think it ties to what both of the other panelists have been talking about. I will say that the term frictionless occupation is intrinsically tied to this kind of the boom of Israel's own homeland security and surveillance sectors. So frictionless occupation kind of came around when we saw these different innovations in biometric surveillance and CCTV surveillance and digital tracking and monitoring that allowed Israeli authorities to really transform more older practices of military control over Palestinian life in the West Bank and Jerusalem in particular. So frictionless before the 2000s, before all of these new technologies came about, official IDF policy was to maintain a degree of what they called effective friction between Palestinians and Israeli soldiers to make the power dynamics and the control that Israel had over Palestinian life quite evident to people on the ground. But as international condemnation of these policies mounted, as we had various iterations of different kinds of humanitarian disasters, like really long wait times at checkpoints, like tons and tons of altercations between Palestinians and Israeli soldiers. The military invested in all these new technologies to say, okay, we're going to implement this new kind of control that is much more expedient, it's much more efficient, and they called it more humanitarian. So instead of soldiers at checkpoints checking everybody's IDs. We're going to have biometric cameras that can automatically determine if somebody can pass through a checkpoint or not. Instead of soldiers breaking into homes, they said that they would have, drones flying over villages or infrared cameras mapping the inside of people's homes. So all these new technologies promise to kind of revolutionize the occupation and make it more humanitarian, according to generals. And it's important to know also that these generals often sit on the boards of private companies like AnyVision, like the cybersecurity companies that we know, like the NSO Group. So we know that there are these like really tight overlaps between the same companies that are kind of supposedly transforming what the occupation looks like, and the general saying that this is going to be more humanitarian, more expedient, more efficient. So I think that's really important to point out, because often it doesn't really work like that. Like we've talked about the dangers that facial recognition poses. I mentioned the example of cameras going into people's homes. I think again we'll go back to Hebron, where the biometric database that I talked about was revealed by reporters at the Washington Post in November. So the army installed all of these new cameras around Hebron's old city, where there's an expanding settler movement. And oftentimes there was just another case of this. Settlers are taking over Palestinian homes. There's tons of soldiers patrolling the streets to, control the situation, allegedly. So the military installed a bunch of new cameras in the old city, and they called Hebron a smart city. So they had all these sensors that could patrol the area and automatically flag what was going on, and it would be much more efficient according to the people managing it. But in practice, we found like new cameras are directly on top of Palestinians' homes. And so you have scores of soldiers coming into people's homes to manage the cameras, to, check on how they're operating, see if they're working okay. They often will shut down if there's a power outage, which happens all the time, or if there's bad weather. So those kinds of practices that are necessary to keep up these really high-tech tools keep happening and keep sustaining all of this kinds of friction between an occupying army and a population living under occupation. So I think that's really important to point out. Another thing is that to build up these kinds of databases requires all kinds of intervention between the army into Palestinian life. So the Washington Post also reported that people were pulled out of their homes to take pictures of them, to add them into the biometric database. The Washington Post said that kids were stopped outside of school to have their photos taken. Sometimes if somebody refused to have their photo taken, then they would be detained. So even though the people who are producing these technologies or implementing them on the ground say that they're much more effective and efficient and work really well, they often don't, and often just increase all of the really dehumanizing effects that we know happens on a day-to-day rate in Palestine. And as I mentioned before, all of these kinds of surveillance technologies come with the psychological effects of living under intensive state surveillance. So it's really terrifying to think that everything you say on social media is being monitored by an occupying army and could be used against you. It's really terrifying to think that, an army can look inside of your private home and monitor what's going on. So there's all of these psychological effects that are really, really important to point out as well. But I do want to emphasize that when we talk about, frictionless occupation, or when we talk about the supposed benefits of these technologies that are wrapped up in fancy marketing terms, and we are taught to think of as, extra sophisticated, they actually don't work like that. And the people who are telling us they do are often the ones who are making money from other governments or other corporations or other municipalities investing in them. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Sophia. It's just incredible to just in the realities that you described, not just of what we know about what it's like to live under occupation and to live under that constant surveillance, but the fact that these companies and the government perhaps is saying openly that they believe such technologies are more humanitarian, right? That they will somehow help lead to a society that is more peaceful, more human rights friendly, et cetera, which is just incredible. And I've read that multiple times, but I think it's really helpful for you to remind us that of the conflict of interest happening here in terms of the connection with, private enterprise. And actually, that sort of takes us to my next question, which is for Jonathan. although you touched on a lot of points. Jonathan, so Sophia just mentioned, about the proliferation of facial recognition technology, what that means for daily life. Could you share a little bit about how such mass surveillance technologies, I mean, specifically facial recognition, I think would be really interesting to hear about, are used around the world? Who is buying them? How are they used at borders and with policing agencies? I think, Maisha obviously referenced a little bit, and I think we'll get into that a little bit more, Maisha, I think in the next round. I would love to hear you talk more about this, but could you just shed a little light on how that mass surveillance technology is used around the world and who is using it?
Yes, of course. And I think there are two perspectives to look also into the the problematics of facial recognition. And I think maybe the first one, that is the algorithm and the technology itself, I will put it on the side, but I can say to all the participants here, look also into there are a lot of research about the algorithms that is racist and problematic. But also, of course, the way that it is used. And I will also not go too far away because I want to concentrate on the Israeli facial recognition technologies, but all over the world, facial recognition technologies are starting to be used, and in a really bad way in the United States, for example. And I think maybe Maisha will tell about that, I'm not sure. But it's used there to locate immigrant families, for example. In China, the technology is used to develop and to identify the faces of Uyghur Muslims and to track them and oppress this ethnic minority group within a context of an ongoing genocide. So we have also examples of facial recognition that are not specifically Israeli, but there is this growing demand, worldwide growing demand for these technologies, and always in an excuse of counterterrorism that was in the past. Now it's maybe health safety. We see also, and I'm researching a lot about also the border security excuse. Border security, it's just to prevent migrants to enter different countries or areas. So many of these private companies are advertising artificial intelligence technologies as, like I said before, tested and refined in the occupied Palestinian territories. And they're selling them as security solutions for different crises, in the world. I again want to share my screen because I think it's always good to show a visual example. I'll do it this time better. Just a second. So again, Anyvision, I think it's important to say to all the people that know Anyvision, it's not Anyvision anymore. They changed their name, and I mean, we can just assume why after the critiques on the usage in the West Bank and on checkpoints. So it's Usto now. So remember that if you see this name, that's Anyvision. So also that is in the last arms fair. And as Sophia said, this marketing of smart cities is really now a thing that they're doing. But also a new thing is that they're doing is to use COVID and the pandemic as a new strategy of selling and implementing technologies. So, for example, that's me being identified in the camera of Anyvision, Usto, and they're selling me the technology as proven to work with masks, actually. And we see it also with a different Israel company that is called Corsair that also got really famous because of their good success. I'm saying it with irony, success with masks. So it's also, they're using it, they started to use it in public spaces, in hospitals, and also to track people without masks, or to just track people and monitor them. I think I had another picture. That's maybe later. I'll stop sharing. So we see it in this part also used by COVID and then exported all over the world. But we also, as I mentioned, see a quite interesting development, and you can also look more in the database in DIMSI, and maybe we can send a link after the session. I looked a lot into this new cases of border security technologies, and Israel is really successful in selling technologies that are used here on Palestine, on the borders, on the fences, but also, of course, surveillance drones, attacking drones. and they're selling exactly the same technologies to the US, and it's being used in Mexico, on the border to Mexico. I looked actually a lot into Europe because it's also a new area, and I saw a lot of Israeli technologies being used to prevent from refugees and migrants to enter. And actually interesting and also so sad, I was actually in Greece and I spoke with Palestinian refugees from Gaza that told me, I'm hearing the drones that I heard in Gaza, and they're now above me and preventing from me to enter Europe. And people staying there for years and on the islands in Greece, for example, on the border to Turkey, or Israeli drones that are just causing a pushback or pullback, that is when they just sent back to Turkey and cannot enter even Greece. And that's exactly the same in this part, surveillance drones, but we see AI technologies being already, like, we don't have proof for the usage on the borders in Europe, for example, but we see them meeting security agencies in Europe and starting to lobby, and we see connections there. We're just waiting. It's a matter of time that they will be implemented there, and they're actually other technologies as phone extraction and technologies, for example, Celebrite, that maybe people know here also. They're an Israeli company that is worldwide involved in violations of human rights. And they're actually marketing really, really specifically on the usage on borders against migrants. They're saying, we really see like examples of presentations where they're saying, and the migrants are not always taking their passports, but they always have their phone. Use our technology to hack them and see where they're coming from, or I don't know, just to gather information. And back to the facial recognition technologies, and that's what I wanted to share. But maybe I share again the screen, just really quickly. So we see it already implemented on not only on borders, but we see that's, for example, from a presentation that I somehow got, a presentation from Coreside, an Israeli company, and we see here the customers beside of Israel police that never said that it's used here. We see it also in Thailand police, Mexico police, border crossing of Brazil and South Africa. So we see and that's facial recognition. That's a facial recognition technology, an Israeli one. It is not any vision. We don't have proof that it's used in the West Bank, but it's for sure used by the Israeli police, maybe also from the army, I don't know. And that's just one example of the technology already being used in civic spaces, but also on borders by police units. And I think, yeah, we have a lot of examples. That is also from this answer that I don't know if you can see Anna because of the filter or not, but it's also just the same fence that is used here on the Egyptian border and also on Gaza. And in the answer, I talked with some, the people that are selling the technologies on the answer, and he told me already how it's used in Cyprus and in Hungary. And we see the same circle already. Like it's actually connecting to my first part in the session. This battle operational tested, we see it already happening and arriving on the borders, arriving at the police units. For example, Anyvision, Usto. I can also maybe you can see it also in the database, but they have so many customers in the US, from casinos to stadiums, in Mexico also. It's the list is so long, and I think the connection here is really clear how they're using the thing that Sophia talked about so great, like this oppression and complete control on Palestinians, and they're using this to sell that, market that, and make profit out of it. I think that's this terrible circle. I don't know.
Super clear, Jonathan, and I think and you paint such a clear image when you told the story about Palestinian refugees on the border hearing the same sounds of Israeli drones. Maisha, I wanted to just pivot there to give you more space to elaborate on some of the points that you raised around facial recognition technology in the US. And So how can you share a little bit more about like how far-reaching is the proliferation of facial recognition technology in the US? You mentioned a little bit about ring partnerships with police departments. How are its uses? Can you share more examples? How are its uses more likely to further marginalize and criminalize already oppressed communities in the US? So I wanted to go back to some of the points you made before.
Sure. Apologies for hopping off a little bit. My internet collapsed, so hopefully I'll be able to stay on. But yeah, I think, it's actually not very easy to keep up with who's using, facial recognition these days. I think, just speaking more broadly, right? Like facial recognition is used to unlock your phone. It's used to get in at concerts, sports venues, airports. And I think the pandemic has also really normalized using facial recognition because it's seen as a more efficient and convenient way to practice social distancing. So with that being said, I think it's pretty safe to say that the use, especially the police use of facial recognition is pretty far-reaching. Almost everyone in the United States is in a facial recognition database. 1 in 4 police departments use this technology, and several federal agencies are using this tool as well. And as the other co-panelists have said, there are serious problems with facial recognition technology. It is well known to have gender and racial bias. It misidentifies the faces of Black and Brown people along with the faces of women and gender nonconforming individuals. And so when you really think about, what these misidentifications mean, you realize that this tool is only increasing the potential, the potential for false arrests, putting us at further risk of more violent and dangerous interactions with the police. So just to give you a few examples, Robert Williams, a Black father in Detroit, was falsely arrested for supposedly stealing watches from a local store. He was detained for 30 hours before the police eventually realized that it was a false match. Niger Parks, another Black father in New Jersey, was also falsely arrested when the police used facial recognition technology for supposedly shoplifting snacks and candy from a local gift shop. And unlike Williams, however, Parks spent 10 days in jail and spent months fighting this case before the charges were eventually dropped. So what this technology really does is supercharge and digitize the same sort of racial profiling that the police already do. And this, I think, really fits nicely with what Sophia was saying about the misconception that, surveillance technology can be placed on a really violent and oppressive system and somehow produce really positive outcomes. And I think that tension is something to really name, because in the United States, as I was saying before, people are calling into question the entire legitimacy of the prison industrial complex, right? And so these tools, facial recognition, automated license plate readers, ShotSpotter, the whole list are tools that get presented as solutions to fix racist, biased policing. And when you really listen to communities that are targeted by these surveillance technology, you realize that this technology is only making policing more efficient, more effective at stalking, criminalizing, and arresting communities of color. And just to drive this point home a little bit further, in the United States, we're told that facial recognition technology will only be used in the worst of crimes, right? And yet all of the examples that I've spoken about thus far include people that were accused of really petty, low level crimes, right? And so this tool isn't even being used in the way that they're telling us it's being used, right? It's only being used to make policing more effective at its job. So even if this technology was 100% accurate, it shouldn't be in the hands of law enforcement here or anywhere.
Thank you so much for that, Maisha. So clear, the examples that you gave, how the connection between the use of the technology and criminalization. And I think that Sophia had some really excellent parallel examples for what that looks like on the ground for Palestinians. We're running out of time, but I really do want to get to campaigns and resistance, basically. I think everybody laid out very clearly the role of the Israeli cyber industry in exporting this kind of technology. We also know that the use of such technology to criminalize marginalized communities is not new. In many of those countries that are exporting the technology. So we have like about 5 minutes left. I have a couple of questions speaking to resistance and campaigns in response, and what are we doing about this? What are we pushing for? So I'm actually just going to, if folks can keep their remarks to maybe a minute, I'm so sorry to do that, but everyone had so much to say. I'm just going to really quickly give each person sort of a question around that, the response. So Sophia, my question for you is, given obviously the inadequacy of international law to protect against the abuse of surveillance technology, specifically for Palestinians, what might some mechanisms look like to push for such protections for Palestinian communities? Specifically, my question for you, Jonathan, is, we've seen that the Biden administration, they the blacklist of Kandiru and the NSO group and the EU passed a ban on law enforcement's use of facial recognition in public spaces. Are these the type of measures that we should be pushing for? What are strategic demands for the international community to protect us from the proliferation of mass surveillance technology, which everyone has laid out an argument is extremely harmful? And then Maisha, my question for you is, what are some of the central demands of campaigns like Protect Back to Send and other campaigns that Media Justice and other peer organizations have been involved with in terms of surveillance capitalism in the US and the response to that? So I guess we'll start with, sorry for that, really quick, but Sophia, if you could take that question.
Yeah, and I think maybe some of what I say, Jonathan might expand on or argue with or whatever. But I was going to say that given the inadequacy of international law and Israel's adherence to international law when it comes to its operations in Palestine, I think that we can really think about the ties between the surveillance technologies used in Palestine and the private industry, and how so many of these companies, a lot of them also, they're not only Israeli companies operating in Palestine, there are tons of international companies operating with the military. And if the international community could come up with a regulatory framework that, that legislated against the use of these technologies like weapons rather than as humanitarian solutions, it's obvious, and this goes to what we've all been saying, that surveillance does not actually stem violence. It's not actually bringing about peace. It's not offering a security solution. I think the situation in Palestine is really good evidence of why that's not happening. So I think if we regulated these technologies like weapons and talked about their lethal effects and really cracked down on the supply and demand of all of these weapons, then I think that would be one quite effective mechanism. Obviously, we know that international regulations are always imperfect, but I think international law has not kept up whatsoever with the pace of technological innovation, and all of these technologies are often rolled out in secret. They're invested in secret. There's a lot of under the table deals about where they're going, and they're tied up in all this messy kind of diplomacy, and there needs to be a much more comprehensive regulatory framework that really cracks down on the private industry and looks at the entanglements between militaries around the world, including Israel, and the private industry.
Great. Jonathan?
Great. Sophia already took part of my answer. So actually, I'm just agreeing that the strategic demands need to come in different ways. One of them is really the regulations, and I think specific bans like Kandiru and NSO are not always enough, because, like Sophia said, there will come the next company, and a lot is happening behind the scenes, secretly. But I think that one thing that we can do and we need to push for is, of course, the divestment of companies that are producing these technologies and are selling them and are involved in oppression and human rights violations. one good thing to do is to go to the investigate database of AFSC, where you can see also which companies are involved in that. Of course, spread awareness, and I think this conference is also doing that. And we are also own security practices. It's not enough. Facial recognition technology, for example, is too good to, I don't know, I can go with a mask and sunglasses all day long, but it's not it's also not enough. But I think that until Israeli companies will be isolated politically and economically, and specifically on the surveillance here, and like Sophia said, also not only Israeli companies are involved here. And yeah, we need a formation of a joint struggle against militarism, against the suppression, against those technologies. It's not just an issue for peace organization and movements. It's tied. We need it broader. We need to demilitarize the institutions and structures that sustain this status quo and system. Yeah, I hope that was short enough.
Absolutely. And
chaotic, but short.
Maisha, take us home, and also please, I would love to, if you could share more information about where folks can go for information on the campaigns that you mentioned as well.
Absolutely. So for the Protect Black Dissent campaign, our demands historically have been to abolish Black identity extremism, racially motivated violent extremism, and all of these really racist designations used to criminalize our communities. Subpoena the FBI for all of these documents on surveillance programs, and make the FBI testify on record about its surveillance activities so that we can really have the information to protect ourselves against this kind of like infiltration and surveillance. More broadly, and just to like support what everyone else has said, right? Like media justice has been a part of a lot of different state and local bans against facial recognition. Like in California, we supported efforts in, like in New Orleans. There's a ban in Massachusetts. So there is a growing movement like saying we do not want these tools used in our communities. And so that's one way to like support the resistance against these, this racist technology. But more broadly, and going back to what my co-panelists have talked about, is a real divestment from surveillance technology, right? Like ceasing state and local grants that are used to purchase surveillance technology by different police agencies, prohibiting, the Customs Borders Protection, DEA, ICE, other federal agencies from, using such funds to acquire, not just facial recognition, but all kinds of surveillance technology that's being used to criminalize and further entrench state violence in our communities. So we need, both bans, but we also need a divestment strategy, both here and, in solidarity with movements around the world. So. And please follow Media Justice. You can also reach out to me personally. Those are the ways to contact us.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. Jonathan, Sophia, Maisha. I think you all beautifully laid out the importance specifically of resisting, mass surveillance technologies, period, but specifically the role of the Israeli, cyber industry in that. And laid out, some very cohesive solutions for how to resist, everything at the local level, from bans to international protections, to really focusing on divestment from mass surveillance and from facial recognition technology in terms of private industry. So really appreciate all of you for laying out the intersectionality of the struggle. And yeah, thank you, Maisha, for plugging, again, Protect Black Dissent campaign, Media Justice, specifically plugging again DMC, the DMC database. And yeah, unless there's anything else, I think that we'll leave it there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you to Hamla.
Our final session for today is a Q&A with the Director of the Oversight Board Administration. This session will delve into the working mechanisms of the Facebook Oversight Board and how the efforts of civil society at the local, regional, and international levels can be integrated with the efforts of the Facebook Oversight Board to ensure that Metaverse complies with the international human rights standards in this regard. To discuss this topic, we are joined by Thomas Hughes and Monashtaya on the stage.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. This is Monashtaya, the Advocacy Advisor of Hamla, the Arab Center of the Advancement of Social Media. And today I will be asking Thomas, the Director of the Oversight Board Administration, a couple of questions to hear the role of the Oversight Board and what they are doing to understand the mechanisms of work and their relationship with Meta, as well as their relationship with the civil society organizations and basically digital rights organizations. So first of all, welcome, Thomas, and thanks for accepting our invitation and joining us in this exciting session.
Well, thank you very much for the invite, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. So let me start because we just have like 30 minutes and I have like a bunch of questions. So I'll start with a very like light question. Before we start, can you tell us about the work and the role of the Oversight Board and your relationship with Meta?
Sure, yeah, with pleasure. So the Oversight Board was created to ensure that Meta, which was of course when we were created still called Facebook, makes more principled and transparent content moderation decisions with the goal of really ensuring that they treat all users fairly. So the fundamental rationale behind the board is that decisions on content moderation must be taken obviously in a principled and transparent way, and that fewer decisions ought to be taken by Meta alone, with us holding Meta to account for acting in accordance with human rights standards and also in accordance with Meta's own standards as well and their own policies. The board, of course, is an institution that's the first of its kind and has been empowered to make decisions that really could potentially impact many millions or even possibly billions of users around the world. And as you know, probably already, the board is currently comprised of 20 independent members who all of them are in their own right proven leaders in their fields, ranging from human rights law and politics all the way across to sort of journalism and activism. They hail from all around the world and make binding decisions on what content Facebook and Instagram, so we only focus on those two platforms when it comes to Meta, obviously, what those two platforms should allow or remove, again, based on respect for freedom of expression and human rights. And since 2020, the board has been essentially building itself as an institution in order to be able to make those binding independent decisions on what are some of the most challenging content issues facing users. We look at significant and important cases from users who want to appeal Meta's decisions on content moderation. And we also review decisions referred to us by Meta as well, which may also, of course, seek additional guidance on particularly complex cases. As an example, we're currently looking at one such case from Ethiopia, where the content was found to be in violation of the violence and incitement policy, but it was posted by an official account belonging to the official page of the Tigray Regional State Communications Affairs Bureau. But it was also deemed to be newsworthy. So making decisions about content on social media platform often involves balancing and navigating a range of very complex societal and technical and regulatory issues. And the board regularly explores questions relating to online safety and free expression from all around the world. Another thing that the board does is provide policy guidance that Meta has to review. That is guidance rather than a binding decision. And again, Meta has to respond publicly to that within 60 days. To date, we've made more than 100 recommendations, and Meta is either fully or partially implementing the majority of these. And they're, we think, really leading to significant change within Meta. Very importantly, also, the board wants to be as transparent as possible. We publish quarterly reports, and also we're pushing, obviously, Meta to be as transparent as possible as well.
Thanks, Thomas, for this comprehensive answer. We have seen some of the oversight board's fair decision regarding the Palestinian content, and we will be speaking and covering that in details shortly. However, some believes that Meta establishment of the oversight board as a governance body might affect the oversight board decisions. What do you think about that, or how could you respond for this claim?
Sure. So the board is an independent body of diverse experts from around the world that was, set up to give users an opportunity to appeal content moderation decisions. And until now, those decisions were obviously mainly made by just a handful of executives in Silicon Valley. To be clear, I'm not an employee of Meta. I don't answer to Meta. The reputational commercial interests of Facebook and Instagram, they play no role in my own work and obviously that of the board as well. Meta has established a trust for the oversight board, and that trust funds all the operations, and the trust can't be revoked. So that also ensures the independence of the institution. And the structure is really created for the board is really designed to protect the independence of the board members themselves and allow them to, make judgments and issue decisions that are free from undue, influence and interference. Personally, I had a long-held interest in Meta's content moderation practices and was publicly critical of its decisions before I joined. And I know that's also the case for a majority of the board members as well. And also, we began taking cases, only in October 2020, and of those, to date, you can see that we've reversed 16 of those out of the 22. So I think it shows clearly that, we're walking our own path and that we're an independent institution.
Thanks for your answer. So my third, also easy kind of question, so we can dive into the hardcore questions. Are the oversight board recommendations binding for Meta or not? And if you recommend specific recommendations that Meta doesn't accept, what or how can you escalate that?
So when we take a case, we look at whether that content should go up or it should be taken down. Our decisions on the content itself, they're binding on Meta. We also scrutinize the company to ensure that they are complying, so there is compliance with our decisions. And we inform the public about both compliance and non-compliance in the quarterly and annual reports that we issue. Meta is also required to try and identify and take down or put back, depending on the case, similar content that may have been posted by other users, and we also make policy recommendations to Meta as well. Those aren't binding, as I mentioned, but Meta has to also respond to them publicly within 60 days. As I've mentioned also, of the 100+ recommendations to date, the majority are being fully or partially implemented. Even more recommendations are under review at present, and we're constantly pushing Meta to be as transparent as possible about how they're taking our recommendations forward. Like us, they publish quarterly transparency reports that focus on what progress has been made, and where also, where more work obviously still needs to be done. And, sometimes the pace of implementation is not as fast as we would like, just to be candid and honest. But we do see that there are changes taking place, and those are, sometimes incremental, but sort of gaining some critical mass over time. So we're also expecting, Meta to be releasing, more in the coming months, and something to watch out for, I think, is their new crisis protocol, which should be released in the summer. That was issued in response to the case that the board heard on former President Trump. So, we're told that much of that work has also been applied in other conflicts. So, that's one example of something that we're going to be closely following.
Amazing. Thanks, Thomas, for this answer. So during the May uprising, social media platforms in general and Meta in particular suppressed Palestinian voices. We in Hamle documented part of these violations. Basically, we documented 500 digital rights violations in about 2 weeks only. 85% out of those 500 violations were on Meta's platforms. I'm speaking here about Facebook and Instagram. At the same time, we observed a 15-fold increase in the Hebrew public conversation that contains violent speech against Palestinians through these platforms. Accordingly, local, regional, and international digital rights organizations have recommended that comprehensive investigation of Arabic and Hebrew content moderation policies of this platform should be conducted. Meta's oversight board adopted this recommendation and published its recommendation in this regard. Today, we are still awaiting the results of this investigation. Based on that, I have a set of questions that I would like to hear from, like, your opinion on about that or around that. The first question is, what is the role of the oversight board in case Meta does not fully publish the results of the investigation, and what can you do?
So I would say, firstly, thank you so much for referencing, your extremely helpful and relevant work that you're doing. As you're well aware, this is something that the board has obviously paid particular attention to. The public comments process, and that's the process through which the board goes out and asks for commentary around a specific case. Obviously, they're an integral part of the board's deliberation, and for every case, obviously, we invite people with local and regional and thematic expertise to submit their thoughts and suggestions. And the submission of that recommendation that you've just referenced, I think is a great example of how impactful that process can be. So as I said, the board really appreciates these submissions, and they definitely have the power to influence not only the board's own deliberations, but obviously, I think, as you will see, the wider operations and policies at Meta as well. So the report that you mentioned is due due this month, and we've heard, and candidly are disappointed to hear that it's been we're suffering some slight delays. That said, I'm still very hopeful that we're going to get to see this in the early summer. But I will also stress that work like this is obviously never easy, and the issues under review, in this case of bias when it comes to content moderation, in as you know better than I, one of the most highly charged areas of the world, it makes it even more especially complex. And I would obviously therefore rather it was done right and was thorough rather than obviously was done quickly. But as soon as more information is available, we hope that it will be able to have a meaningful evaluation and assessment of what those promises are, and to really make sure it's a significant piece of work that helps to better enshrine the protections and for freedom of speech and other human rights as well, that I think is really the driving point behind an assessment of that nature.
Yeah, definitely. So part of your recommendations in this area is that Meta should add criteria and illustrative examples to its dangerous individuals and organizations policy to increase understanding of the exceptions for neutral decisions, condemnation, and news reporting. In previous discussion with Meta, we've discussed this issue, and we mentioned that the militarized groups who incite against Palestinians and Arabs and lead to real-world harm should be added to their DOI list. And their answer was that we should nominate such groups to them. We, as a very small organization, we should nominate that to them. We are talking about major capital companies requesting limited resources and small organizations to monitor and send such information to them. This may seem to somewhat funny. For me, I don't know for you, but it's really funny because this is giant social media and tech company and asking such a small organization to do so. It's not better for Facebook to allocate part of its budget to monitor these groups with the aim of designating them to their DOI list instead of requesting that from such small organizations? And what do you think they should do in this regard?
A good question. So firstly, I would say I'm glad to hear that you're raising these important issues and bringing them to the attention of Meta. I realize that wasn't the purpose of your question, but I think it's very important that you're doing so. I mean, it goes without saying your organization is doing some valuable work in the digital space in the region. That these are issues that are being reported is obviously an important first step. And we're seeing hate speech and incitement to violence coming from a growing number of places, which is, goes without saying is really worrying. That said, I can't speak for Meta or elaborate on how this is being reviewed and how they're engaging on this particular area. However, we are facing a truly global threats with hate speech and incitement on the rise across the world. Obviously not just in the Middle East, but in Africa and Europe and America. So quite literally everywhere, this is a real and fast growing concern. I think when facing issues of this magnitude, there's no single entity that can address it alone. We need government, civil society, the tech industry to all play their part. And I think everyone has a real responsibility to take this seriously. At present, work such as designating entities is not directly part of the board's remit. But I would, welcome more submissions coming to the board on this subject, and of course, others that are kind of indirectly or directly related to it. And I would also, as you're doing already, strongly encourage you all to be vigilant and to report damaging or dangerous content which you feel, is really not being properly moderated. So please do appeal content like this and highlight these issues in the way that you're doing. And if content that is clearly inciting violence is being allowed to stay online, the policies will likely need to be reviewed. So I would strongly encourage you to continue to do what you're doing and also to use institutions like the board.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we collaborated from before together, but I feel like we should enhance this kind of collaboration and coordination with each other. We have repeatedly insisted that Meta should develop a lexicon of Hebrew keywords to monitor the violent speech, including the hate speech and incitement speech against Arabs and Palestinians on their platform. Mainly, we are asking them we are asking for that to reduce the real world harm that basically we as Palestinians are exposed to. What is your opinion or recommendation regarding this lexicon in Hebrew language? And is there any ongoing discussions in this regard happening, like with the oversight board?
Yeah, so you'll see in the decisions that the board has already taken that we know Meta's content moderation systems are not as accurate in non-English languages, and this is this is an issue that the board has reviewed previously, and many of the board's recommendations have suggested how this should be or could be improved. But the situation is incredibly complex, and a complete lexicon for incitement might be difficult, to be candid, as a phrase. I think, as you're well aware, could be permissible in speech in one context, and then it could be incitement in another context. Just as a self-evident example, claiming that the word, if you said "get rid of" a political leader, how that might, be permissible or even be incitement. The violence and incitement standard, which is obviously one of Meta's main ways of dealing with the issues you've raised, includes many different kinds of content that wouldn't easily be caught in a lexicon, such as veiled threats and references to historical or potentially, fictional incidents of violence. And when assessing violence and incitement, local and regional contexts are particularly important. For example, a conflict situation could make a moderator conclude that the risk of offline harm was more likely, meaning that content is therefore more likely to be removed. And the Violence and Incitement Community Standard, therefore, has a section that details content where Meta requires additional information and context for enforcement. Meta receives this additional information and context from both its regional teams as well as its trusted partners, who have that local expertise. And moderators can also escalate the decision internally to policy teams when they feel more contextual information is needed. And escalations can also come from trusted partners as well, as mentioned. Obviously, algorithms also play an important part, and automated systems are trained in many different languages to identify content with inflammatory language and automatically remove it or flag it for human review. And these classifiers, which should exist in Hebrew, are likely the closest thing that Meta has to the lexicon that you've proposed. So they assess not only the wording, but also sort of other signals in content such as reactions and shares that it generates. So the board has learned that, in times of conflict and crisis, Meta often sees a surge in potentially violating content and can also increase the content sent for automated review. And in relation to a lexicon for hate speech, Meta does maintain obviously a slurs list, which are important for assessing hate speech. And slurs are prohibited on the platform, regardless of whether they incite violence or discriminatory acts. And these slurs lists are regionalized, so something may be deemed as a slur in one region, but not in another. And slurs are interpreted in the local context and informed by language and cultural context from Meta's regional teams. So the board has encouraged Meta to be more transparent about their slurs list, including how it's enforced in the different regions of the world and why it remains confidential. So these issues, to sum up, these issues remain high on our priority list. So again, we encourage stakeholders who observe cases to bring those to the board. With more appeals on this issue from the region, we hope to be able to delve into and engage on these complex issues more and help resolve them. But again, as I've said previously, the board needs partnerships. The board needs to work with other entities. So again, do please continue to raise these issues.
Thanks, Thomas. I do agree it's hard to have like an inclusive lexicon for all the words because it depends on the context and a couple of other things. But basically, this is how we Palestinians, our content is being moderated. They are not taking into consideration neither the context nor the situation or the power relationship between the occupied and the occupier. And therefore, we've been like pushing and insisting that Facebook should have such lexicon. And we definitely understand that it's not something that can happen with a click, but we need to work on that together. Maybe we should coordinate together and we should push for that to force Meta have such lexicon, because the Palestinian content obviously and the Palestinian narrative is being over enforced, while when we are speaking or when we are looking on the other side, we can see that barely their content or their propaganda even is being moderated. And we've seen sometimes misinformation and disinformation in use, and some other times they are justifying their attacks on the Palestinians, and all of this kind of content is like stayed online, and obviously it encouraged other settlers and other Israelis to attack Palestinians in the real world, in the streets. And basically that's what happened last May. But I do I highly appreciate your transparency and answering such question. I'm going to my next question just to save my time. In 2021, Israel spent on their social media advertisement as much as the Palestinian, Jordanians, and Egyptian people combined, which makes Israel a great purchasing power and a huge market when it comes to how Facebook receives their requests regarding the Palestinian narrative and Palestinian content. And this situation is repeated with the Uyghur Muslims, Myanmar, and other minorities around the world. However, we saw when Facebook had a decision and will do to protect Ukrainian citizens, basically they did that because they have the will to do so. So my last question to you at this stage is how the oversight board can work systematically to change Meta's policies against minorities, and not only just to work on case by case, because it's helpful to work on case by case, as you mentioned from before, like last May and the Jazeera case and other cases, but we need a structural changes and Meta's policies when we are talking about global South or South to South struggle against this discriminatory policies from Meta.
Sure. As I mentioned, for the work of the board, we don't take into consideration the commercial or financial interests. So we only look specifically at the case in question. I would also mention that we only select cases that we kind of firmly believe are significant and global and will impact many users around the world and raise questions about Meta's policies. And when we select, a case or cases, we are thinking about what kind of precedent our decisions might create. It's and not easy to draw the line between content which is obviously in the public interest and which presents risks to the public, but every decision we make is really trying to make this clearer. Our cases include, issues such as conflict and hate speech, as well as COVID-19 and breast cancer awareness, and they've all obviously had, wider ramifications than the single case that was addressed alone. So decisions on content moderation don't just impact, people in a specific country like, Ethiopia or Colombia. They impact Meta's, almost 3 billion users around the world, and we're obviously talking of hopefully really truly both a global platform but global impact. So as such, while on the surface they may appear, or a single case may appear to be about a single issue or a single country, they really do speak to much wider context, and we're beginning to see that, how one case, the recommendations from one case has an impact elsewhere. When we look at conflict, for instance, the Oversight Board has issued guidance to Meta on a number of ways it can strengthen its policies to safeguard against the heightened risk, that's created obviously by conflicts and crises. And these policy recommendations were always intended to be applied across the world, including how Meta approaches content moderation in a country like Ukraine, but would apply to this region as well. And just to give you some examples of some of those cases, in Ethiopia, we said that unverifiable rumors which are potentially harmful should be removed in line with Meta's existing policies. And we called also for an independent human rights assessment to better protect from the risk of the platforms being used to spread hate speech. For Israel-Palestine, we called for Meta to assess whether its moderation systems have been applied without bias to either side, and obviously also for greater transparency when governments ask Meta to remove content. And of course, Mona, that was the case you referred to earlier, and the great submission that we received in our public comments. And another example would be in Myanmar, where we said content moderators should be provided with guidance materials in the same language in which they're reviewing content, which should be prioritized in contexts where human rights risks were more severe. So really ensuring moderators can cope with the nuances of language has come up as a running concern in all the cases. And also, adequate resources must be prioritized for moderators to be able to look through any surge of high-risk content. These are all recommendations, things that the board has said. So I firmly believe the board, is focused on addressing some of the most significant content moderation decisions on Facebook and Instagram that are being referred to us by users and also by Meta as well.
Okay, wonderful. I have a couple of questions from the chat box. I'll summarize 2 of them, and I would love to hear your thoughts about. We just have 3 minutes. So the first question is basically, Nadir is asking us about the methodology used to draft and adopt the community standards policies. How and who provide input to these standards, and whether complaints do influence these standards? And the other question from Ghassan is asking, if you are should not you include Palestinian members to your work in the oversight board, he means, as much as you have other people from all other nationalities?
So in relation to the first question, obviously Meta has their own process around community standards, how they source independent input and so on. I would really leave to Meta to comment on how we do that for the oversight board. So obviously we go out, we ask for public comments. So when we receive a case, we publish that case online. We list a series of issues that we think are pertinent to the case that include wider policy related questions, and we receive submissions to those questions. The panel of the board members that then deliberates on the case, reads all those comments, takes them into consideration, and then we make recommendations on the back of the case, which are then voted on and approved by the full board. And we have a similar looking process when it comes to policy advisory opinions. So those are things that we do that are, or opinions that we issue that are sort of more set piece focused on the community standards. But again, input from external actors is obviously extremely important. In terms of the composition of the board, we're currently at 20 members. We will be increasing, so there will be more members, and those members will be coming from various regions from around the world. Obviously, with 20 members, it's not possible to cover all regions of the world, but the board is very diverse. It does have members from, it's not possible to cover every country in the world, but those members are from all regions from around the world. So within that diversity, I really feel that the board does manage to raise up a multitude of different perspectives and is not singular or myopic in the way that it considers issues.
Thanks a lot. Thanks so much for joining me and for accepting our invitation. We at Hamla are looking forward for more collaboration with the Oversight Board, as well as we are looking forward to hear your recommendations and your thoughts about the Meta's discriminatory policies when it comes to Palestinian narrative and Palestinian content, as we heard it from before, and like we are looking for more justice and such. Like we believe that the recommendations you already took were really incredible, and we are looking forward for much more of such recommendations. Thanks a lot for joining me, and we are done for today, but we are going to be with you tomorrow in the morning. We will continue the activities of our Palestine Digital Activism Forum. Thanks for now, and see you tomorrow.